Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, National Beast Control, Ultimate Evolution, Unlimited Troops. Chapter 81. How about I buy these 230 pieces of ironwood at a high price? Wu Sixian was not polite, thought for a while, and said, I want high-quality meat, pet equipment and skill cards. Food, equipment, skill card. Lin Xiao nodded. He remembered the thorn body he had traded with Wu Sixian before. As for the equipment, then give her 2 pieces. While talking, Lin Xiao made 2 sets of equipment, plus a skill card, and the flesh and blood of 20 explosive wood bears. How about you take a look? Wu Sixian glanced at him and his whole body trembled. Leader, isn't the price a bit high? Isn't it just 1 day? I'm just a little tired, but not in any danger. As long as he can get a skill card, he will be very satisfied. Qi Wei felt that the remaining 2 pieces of golden armor were definitely a huge sum of money. With this thing, the chance of pets being injured will be greatly reduced. Forget it. Remarks. Bear meat plus 10, thorn body, plus 1, golden armor plus 2. System prompt. Congratulations on getting 230 iron trees. After getting the iron wood, Lin Xiao immediately clicked on the forging column and chose silver iron technique. Sure, system. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 silver quality metal railings. Swish, brush, brush. As soon as this statement came out, there is an additional unit of iron railings in Abel's space ring. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xiao immediately went to the planting area and started his work. I have prepared 6 units of fences and soil crystals. The next step is soil, fertilizer and water. Fortunately, my need for water is not very high, otherwise I really don't know what to do. After 270 finished all this, Lin Fu directly chose silver farming. Sure. Tip. Are you sure you want to build a silver farm? Build, Master Bennett said in a deep voice. Remarks. 100 liters of water, 6 iron and wooden fences, 100 fertile soil, 100 other fertilizers, and 1 soil crystal. System. Congratulations, you have obtained a silver farm. A flash of white light flashed. Massive resource information. After a while, the once barren and overgrown planting area has been transformed beyond recognition. This place has become a black land that has been cleared. It was surrounded by ironwood fences on all sides, leaving a passage for people to pass through. Even though the fence looks short, but precisely because of this, as long as the wall remains, no wild beast can cross it. This is a good protective measure. Han Hao, Qing Xiao, bring all your skeleton soldiers with you. Lin Xiao let out a loud cry. Dozens of skeletons arrived in response, neatly arranged in 2 rows. What's wrong? The little skeleton looked at the farmland in front of him and whispered. Lin Xiao laughed evilly. Of course it's a good thing. I have arranged a very important job for you, and that is to help you farm. What? Planting. That's right. Nodded. Lin Lu nodded and said, now that the planting area has been built, all the plants must be prepared as soon as possible. However, you, a skeleton, don't need to rest, you are born to do hard work. It's up to you to handle the seeds of the bread and flesh tree. Before they could react, he took out all the seeds, patted their shoulders, and looked at them with a questioning look. The little skeleton was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, We come from the mountains and don't know how to farm. Not necessarily. Qing Fu nodded and murmured, Sir, I feel that my waist is so tired, I can't do hard work anymore. I don't have enough calcium. I had femoral ischemia. Each other. Lin Xiao just watched them talk nonsense quietly and did not interfere. After they finished talking, 7:32, tomorrow morning will take more than 12 hours. Do a good job, I have confidence in you. The words are not finished yet. Lin Xiao walked to the side and sat back in his seat. A group of skeletons are left behind. You look at me and I look at you. What should I do? He looked solemn. Qing Ji Yu muttered to himself. Han Hao scratched his head and looked helpless. There is no way, the boss said, we will go to work. But we can't swallow the pain alone. We have to catch a flame ape and let it do cool work. While talking, the skeleton soldiers left. Not long after, 2 skeletons lifted the sleepy flame ape in front of him. Gah! He was stunned. The flame ape looked confused. A smile appeared on Han Hao's face, and there was a bit of ferocity in the smile. Brother monkey, didn't we fight side by side? The flaming ape nodded doubtfully. It has a bad feeling. That's good, the boss asked us to farm the land, so we can prepare it for you as soon as possible. Lin Xiao watched the bickering between the little tyrant and the little tyrant, but did not stop it. He shook his head and smiled. Also, Pei Yuehua's affairs haven't been settled yet. Hey, there's been a lot going on lately. Do you want to hire an assistant? Lin Xiao pressed his forehead and clicked on a private message. Open it and take a look. Pei Yuehua. Boss, we have sold out all our equipment, making huge profits. Boss, are you there? Boss, don't tell me that you don't want to pay. It's okay, I'll give you a free chance. Ooh, you dare to steal even pocket money, what a scumbag. Puff, the Lich King is coming, make way. This guy is even more dirty than Chi Wei. Lin Xiao didn't mince words and said directly, don't talk about what is available and what is not available. Get down to business quickly and give me my share of the transaction amount. Not long after, Pei Yuehua replied with a message. Boss, don't talk about money all the time, it's so hurtful. Wait a minute, I will hand over the things now. While talking, after counting the breaths, a large amount of supplies were exchanged. Not only are there many kinds, there are many kinds. Lin Xiao took it out immediately. Congratulations, you have obtained 25 bronze drawings. System, congratulations, you have obtained 730 silk threads. Note, congratulations, you got 180 pieces of plastic factory. Rewards, 1 water element crystal, 2 fire element crystals, 2 wind element crystals, and 1 wood element crystal. System, congratulations, you have obtained a cork spiritual root. Congratulations, you got 200 metal fragments. Note, congratulations on getting 10 fruits. ... The continuous sound of prompts made Lin Xiao's eyes widen a bit and his pupils contracted. His eyes were full of horror. Did he read that correctly? A total of 25 drawings. Even if it is of bronze quality, it is priceless. As long as he can solve something valuable, Lin Xiao can make a lot of money. That's not all. There are approximately more than 200 pieces of plastic, more than 700 threads, and 5 elemental crystals. Even a cork root is 20 units. Nowadays, you only need ginge soil to refine elemental resistance potions. As for this prop, he can't wait. The rest is only some flesh, wood, and some stones. Nothing to see. Lin Lei exhaled a thick breath. Lin Xiao did not check the trophies immediately, but leaned back on the chair and sighed slightly. After a while, a smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. Terrible, so terrible. 25 drawings, then Pei Yuehua got 8 drawings. Plus the others, her gains must be quite big. Lin Xiao chuckled, I know. She is also very happy to let Pei Yuehua handle this matter. In this case, his loot also increased by 50%. Or stronger. Yuehua Chamber of Commerce really needs my help. How about we open our own restaurant? Just thinking about it. There is new news coming. Chi Wei. Boss, look, are you happy? I told you a long time ago that I will definitely not disappoint your expectations. This auction has finally come to an end. It's a pity that such an auction can only be held 2 or 3 times at most, and it won't work the next time unless there are better auction items. Outside the water curtain cave. After the message is sent, Pei Yuehua came skipping over, her red lips pursed into a line, and she hummed a little song. When she thought of her spoils in the past 2 days, she couldn't help but smile. Extraordinarily tempting. Maybe it felt the master's joy. The tortoise who had been paddling in the water also emerged from the water and spat in the distance. Little guy. Xiao Jining looked at Xiao Jining and whispered. Pei Yuehua knelt down and rubbed the trash head. What do you mean? An evil smile appeared on her lips. Now you don't have to work hard anymore, I can also get a lot of resources. Haha, wait until I buy more goblins and find a powerful wild pet, so I don't have to worry. It's you. The words just fell. She hesitated for a moment and said cautiously, I heard from people that this tortoise soup is very nutritious. I'll cook it for you and eat it yourself, and give the rest to Lin Shui. Perhaps, you can ask for some more. Little fool. Xiaobai winked at Pei Yuehua, and then got into the water without saying a word. I just wanted to celebrate your birthday, but you want to use me to make soup. As expected, no matter how beautiful a woman is, she cannot be trusted. No more shaking. Pei Yuehua waved his hand, and a lot of supplies fell from the sky. In front of him, there was a mountain of piles. This is a very large number. However, compared with what Lin Xiao got, the quality was still a little worse. Most of them are made of the most basic materials, such as wood, stone, bronze and the like. Even those who surpass the 5th level of bronze are rare, let alone those higher level things. This deal not only stabilized the disputes within the Chamber of Commerce, but also brought me a lot of benefits. I just don't know if he will have anything good. Pei Yuehua licked her lips. A pair of beautiful eyes burning with fire. To this day, she has made up her mind to stand by Lin Xiao completely. After all, instead of being like other beast masters, they have to fight and kill outside every day, and then obtain massive resources. Why not? Not to mention, Pei Yuehua just hugged Lin Xiao's lap, and the control of Yuehua Chamber of Commerce was still in her hands. His position is not under much threat. It seems not bad to be suppressed by a big shot like boss Lin Xiao. I don't know, what happened to those two guys? Pei Yuehua thought of Qi Wei and Wu Sixian, and a feeling of danger suddenly came to her heart. One person ranked second and one person ranked third. Not only is she powerful, but she is also beautiful. She didn't know what to do. Now, beep, there was a crisp sound. Pei Yuehua put away his distracting thoughts and clicked to take a look. Lin Xiao, the result this time was even better than I expected. I have a few things here that can be exchanged. I will give them all to you later, and I will leave this matter to you. How's it going? He smiled faintly. Very good. Pei Yuehua waved his little fist excitedly. Doesn't that mean that they have become their own people? As time goes by, the relationship will become deeper. She quickly replied. Then you must come to see me more often next time, don't let me be left out. A brief moment of silence. Lin Xiaosai said angrily, stop doing this. The words fell. Lin Xiao closed the private message. Then click on the production panel and start thinking about it. The quality of the items to be auctioned next should not be too bad, otherwise it will not arouse everyone's interest. However, these things cannot be too expensive. One is because it is rare. Even if it is rare, the money you can earn with 0.6 is not much. Second, other beast masters may not have that much money. In this regard, Lin Xiao does not underestimate himself. If Niyan sells the Gale crossbow and Silver Land, few people will buy it. Now all others need are weapons, infrastructure and skill cards, and I can sell the bone tooth gun. Oh, by the way, you need to prepare drinking water. What I just got is a silver level water treatment equipment. The bronze level water treatment equipment can be put away first. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with light. Without any hesitation. Soon, he sent the bronze level bone and tooth gun and the bronze level water purifier to Pei Yuehua's mobile phone. Think for a moment. He added some more material. These three things are a bronze quality thorn fence, a bronze quality bed, and a bronze quality antidote. Not long after, Pei Yuehua sent her a message confirming the treasure. The ones that attracted the most attention were the bone tooth gun and the cleaner. She is sure that this book will be a big seller. Then, Lin Xiao stretched his body and leaned lazily on the wooden chair. Lin Ping looked at Little Skeleton and the others. Immediately, Shifeng took out 25 drawings from his backpack. Learned everything. Then, he looked over one by one. The quality is really bad. The most numerous ones are bronze-level wooden chairs and tables. It's of no use at all. Not to mention, and, most of them are the same. Lin Xiao made some more and threw them in the stone house as decoration. After screening, in the end, he found 7 drawings, and these 7 drawings were all useful to him. Bronze level repair belt, 1 level 10 animal skin, 5 copper pieces, 5 iron pieces, and 1 wood crystal. Description: a magic item. Contains wood energy, which can increase the recovery speed of health after wearing it. Bronze level armor. 10 copper ingots, 30 refined iron, 1 battle pet skin of any level, 1 cyan armor. Introduction. This is a piece of armor. After putting it on, your body will be wrapped in armor. This is a defensive armor that can greatly improve your defense and defense power. 1. Bronze level generator. 100 iron essence, 100 copper ingots, 50 silver ingots, 50 lapis lazuli ores, 10 green crystal ores, 1 gold crystal ore, and 1 fire crystal ore. Explanation. This is the lowest cost energy generator that can continuously deliver current to other machinery. Copper heating stove. 30 stones, 30 iron blocks, 10 fine irons, unlimited energy. Explanation. After injecting energy, it can continuously release heat, making the surrounding air warmer, but there is no adjustable device that requires manual adjustment. Bronze early warning device. 10 blue crystals, 10 silver crystals, and 1 red butterfly. Introduction. The continuous alarm device can make the alarm butterfly last longer and detect the butterfly farther. Bronze level storage bag. A silver level 10 battle pet animal skin, 20 silk threads, a subspace bead, a gold crystal, and 10 crystals. Explanation. This is the lowest priced storage equipment. It can store up to 20 grids and stack up to 99 grids. However, its durability consumes a lot and must be repaired regularly. Bronze level ash staff. Ashes 10, Beast Bloodline 10, 1 soul fire fragment. Introduction. A delicious ash scepter. Eating it can permanently enhance the defense of bones, increase happiness points, and can also be used as a weapon. It is limited to undead battle pets. Exclaimed. Seeing the descriptions of these 7 drawings, although Lin Xiao was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but cursed. Really awesome. Although these are the lowest level bronze drawings, they are enough for Anglet to use. Very valuable. And this is much better than ordinary silver drawings. The first and second pictures. One is magic and one is defense. In terms of materials, the quality of this armor even exceeds the current gold armor. This is an excellent opportunity. That bronze generator was something he was determined to get. But I didn't expect that I would actually meet him here. As long as he collects enough materials, it won't take long for him to hatch a diamond-level pet egg in his storage space. Heating and alarm devices are very practical. As the weather became colder and colder in the past 2 days, Lin Xiao had a bold guess in his mind. Winter is coming. In these temperatures, if you don't have enough warm clothes, there is only one fate for him, and that is to freeze to death. With the heating, Lin Shui's worries were lessened. This is a treasure, but he has never heard of the required materials, so he can only put it away first. These ashes are the ashes that have been eaten for several days, and now I finally have a dish. But this is not fundamentally different. This thing is quite interesting. Lin Xiao smiled slightly and without any hesitation, he directly refined a handful of ash power. A wave of his hand. In an instant, a gust of wind blew by, making a swish sound. I have to say, this punch is indeed very heavy. Because it is made of ashes, the staff still looks gray and does not arouse people's appetite. However, it is more than 1 meter long, as thick as an arm, and very strong. At least, Lin Xiao squeezed hard, but only made a few cracks. It's good for sneak attacks, but I don't know if it can knock out those rotten teeth. Think so. Lin Xiao immediately refined some ash staffs for Little Skeleton and the others. He, here we come. You all eat it, this is a dish I got recently, it's called ashes. Lin Xiao took dozens of staffs and walked up to the skeletons, smiling and letting them try them. There is food in a tin. Hearing Lin Ping's words, Little Skull and others were overjoyed. They quickly put down their tools and ran to Lin Ping. However, when he discovered that it was just a mutated ashes, he immediately lost interest. Why is it ashes again? I eat ashes every day and I am not fat at all. If I continue like this, when I burn the wooden box, I will only have 3.5 kilograms left with the wooden box attached. The little skeleton muttered. While talking, he glanced sideways at Lin Xiao. As soon as he sees something wrong with his expression, he will immediately kneel down and beg for mercy. Not ambiguous at all. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes and asked, "You still have the nerve to say that besides eating the ashes of your skeleton, what else can you eat?" "I've been eating gray balls for many days, so I made you a gray stick for a change." "Give it to me," he said with a grin. As soon as this statement came out, dozens of skeletons immediately rushed forward, grabbed them, and stuffed them into their mouths. The little skeleton swallowed it in one gulp. Click, there was a crisp sound. Annalot was stunned for a moment. A crisp voice sounded. The little skeleton lowered his head slightly, with a confused look on his face. It was a stick stuck in the ashes, with a few pale teeth on it. Immediately afterwards, the sound of clicking is endless. After a while, all skeletons, including small skeletons and green grasshoppers, are called shameless people. Only, the ash stick is hard and hard to bite, but it works great. An ash stick can provide the power of a dozen ash rice. Make a fortune. Then, he gestured to a few small skeletons and told them to go back to work. Lin Shui himself returned to his cabin and closed his eyes to rest. The night passed and everything was calm. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao got up, washed up, made a simple breakfast, and made a pot of fish soup. He also created a lot of ash scepters and summoned several pet beasts to let them rest here. How's it going? Have you planted it yet? What's wrong? Lin Xiao asked. The little skeleton bit the staff and said, Boss, all the seeds you gave us have been planted, but it seems that it is not enough. Not enough seeds. Lin Xiao's brows wrinkled. He really didn't expect this to be the case. Although this field is not big, there are many things grown in it. Wait a moment, could it be? A thought flashed through Lin Xiao's mind, and he looked at the little skull with doubts. How many pills at a time? The little skeleton scratched his head, with a confused look on his face. I don't know, just throw a few, maybe a dozen or so. Really? Lin Xiao slapped himself on the forehead. He had forgotten that these guys were all idiots and couldn't farm. This is simply a waste of natural resources. Boss, this matter has nothing to do with us. It was all told to us by the flame monkey. Yes, all the skeletons nodded. Till death. Anyway, it wasn't the first time he fought against the blazing ape. Fighting again would be a review. Nah, Zhang Liushi couldn't help but cursed. The flaming monkey rolled its eyes and was about to speak when she saw Lin Xiao looking at it blankly. I was immediately frightened. Boss, I'm not willing to give in. Okay. Lin Xiao waved his hand, not taking it seriously. It doesn't matter if there aren't many seeds. I have a large piece of land in the back mountain, so I'll try to get some. Eat, we are going to do something big. The scene fell into silence. While eating, Lin Xiao took out 3 key fragments from his storage compartment. Right, if possible, Lu Li would go to the next dungeon today. He wants to upgrade all his battle pets to a higher level. After he gets out, it will be the day of revenge for the evil spirit in red. I hope this is a low-level copy and not similar to the crypt. Lin Xiao prayed silently in his heart, and then focused his attention on the 3 key fragments. Tip. Obtain 3 key fragments. Yes, okay, then I'm welcome. Lin Mao said. System prompt. Fusion successful. The system prompt sounds. A complete key fell into his hand. This key does not look gorgeous, it can even be said to be ordinary. Very unstable. Lin Xiao immediately used a probing method. Cliff Secret Realm. Quality. Platinum. Fighting pet. A flying eagle that feeds on rotting worms. Material sources. Meat, wind cliff grass, Yunmang fruit tree, heavenly demon tree, heavenly demon tree, heavenly demon tree. Introduction. This is an independent space located in the clouds and mist. It is composed of several peaks. There are ferocious beasts in the peaks, strong winds in the peaks, and many dangers. Remarks. The current wild pets in the secret realm are silver 10 to 12, so please be careful when exploring. The place of cliffs. Okay. Nodded. Lin Shui's eyes flashed, and the corner of her mouth curled up into a smile. The battle pets here are much weaker than those in the skeleton secret realm. The strongest among them is the 12th level silver level. With his current pet team, although it can't be said to be wanton killing, it's almost there. It's perfect for upgrading. There seems to be no danger in the secret place on the cliff. But Lin Xiao didn't dare to relax at all, and instead became more cautious. This skeleton secret realm is silver level, and the battle pets inside are extremely terrifying beings. The worst is silver level 10. If this is the case, he is very likely to encounter a silver level 15, or even a silver level 20. But don't forget, although the cliff secret realm is dangerous, it is not too much. If this is not the case, then there are only other possibilities. Just thinking about it, Lin Xiao's eyes wandered and he read the information about the secret realm over and over again. Result. His eyes were fixed on 3 big characters. Super strong wind. Everybody knows. In a certain area, as the height increases, the wind speed increases. This secret place is located in the clouds and should be at the level of a tornado. And it's a cliffhanger. Once blown, fly, the consequences can be imagined. Hey, if you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem that easy to deal with. I don't want to die here. The silver secret realm is indeed well deserved, and I should make some preparations. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes and became serious. While Little Skeleton and the others were having breakfast, Lin Ping started to pack things. First, there's the food. Not only can it replenish physical strength, but it can also speed up the body's healing. Lin Xiao set up more than a dozen fires and cooked the pieces of meat. Later, he made hundreds of bronze staffs and placed them in the warehouse. As for the raw materials, he doesn't have to worry. He didn't even have time to empty out all the stuff he dug out of the ground. This is a good opportunity to consume. HXX. Lin Xiao also bought a large amount of heather, sour wood roots and other medicinal materials from the trading area, intending to use them to refine several bronze-level healing ointments. In case, eat and medicine, it should be soon. The other things won't be available for a while. Lin Xiao closed the trading area page and opened the chat room. I typed it up and sent it. Lin Shui, I'm here to buy heather and sour wood roots. The time limit is 30 minutes. First come first served. Not a lot, not a lot. Can't brush anymore. Within 10 seconds, only one message can be sent. But, even so, as soon as Lin Xiao's message was sent out, instead of being suppressed, the entire chat group was silenced. After a while, this was the response. At Lin Xiao, please give me good news. What the hell is the master doing and why doesn't he show up? Please, please, if you open an organization, I will join as soon as possible. Same feeling. Hurry, hurry up, brothers, hurry up and collect the goods. The boss is selling 8th level bronze blackwater phosphorus fish. What the hell? Are you mistaken? I have never seen water in the desert, let alone fish. Several other people also expressed that they wanted to change their taste. As soon as I heard there was a fish, I immediately moved. Not long after, there are more than 500 heathers and purple woods. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao immediately stopped what he was doing. Then came the production. Remarks: 100 bone meal, 300 heather, 300 lemon tree. Reward: 100 bottles of bronze potion. That's enough. Qin Ran smiled lightly. Everything is ready. Ziyu and Ziyu both regained their strength. Lin Xiao said nothing and directly used the key to the secret realm. Tisk tisk tisk. In an instant, bright rays of light burst out from the key and poured into it. A moment, the seemingly ordinary stone key suddenly burst into a dazzling white light, illuminating the surrounding area for 100 meters. Then, the key suddenly floated in the air, as if trying to open the door. Twist slightly. Snapped. A dark portal appeared out of thin air. This is a secret place. Han Hao touched his head with confusion on his face. Boss, are we going to the next dungeon? I feel that this secret realm seems a little weaker than the one in the cellar. Lin Xiao nodded and said, although you and Qingshu are both at level 10, it is still not enough to deal with so many evil spirits. I want to upgrade this time. After I go out, I will deal with those red-clothed ghosts. Hearing Lin Ping's words, several other pet beasts became excited. They will never forget how miserable they looked when they were chased by evil spirits in red on the 3 streets. No matter who fights the evil spirit in red, they will help. 2. Hurry up, I can't wait. Each other. Lin Xiao smiled slightly and pressed the transfer button. This time, he brought not only small skeletons, but also green grasshoppers and flaming monkeys. He also brought the 5 tigers of the Bone family and more than 20 island skeleton warrior kings. As for the rest, he will stay at home and take care of his chestnuts. Otherwise, he might be pecked to death by a chicken at some point. What a shame. After a period of dizziness, when he opened his eyes again, the whole person had appeared in the secret realm. He looked around. He immediately exclaimed. At this time, he was standing in the clouds. In all directions, there are thick clouds and fog, so dense that people can't see what's going on inside. All you can see is a cliff, and no further place can be seen. And the cliff where Lin Xiao and the others are located occupies a very small area. Only the size of a teacher. The 2 of them looked very cramped standing on the high platform. If another wild pet comes, it will be even more troublesome. There was nowhere to hide. Only head-on confrontation. Boss, why do I feel that the secret realm you chose is more dangerous than the cellar? The little skeleton slowly came to the edge of the cliff, and with a wave of his hand, he blew away the maze in front of him. His eyes glanced downward. It was a kind of fear from the heart that made all the bones in his body tremble, and the soul fire in his eyes was even more shaky. So high. Endless sight. Boss, what should we do this time? The little skeleton ran tremblingly among the people. Lin Xiao looked at it with a strange look. He never knew that some pets were afraid of heights. What do you mean? Of course we should move forward. You've come here, you can't come back empty-handed. Besides, is there a limit to the number of times you can visit this cliff secret realm? Lin Xiao frowned and looked at the key. There was a crack on the key. At this rate, this key can only be used twice at most. Then it can't be wasted. Boss, can I talk to you? The little skeleton looked embarrassed. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. I understand, you don't need to rush to the front this time, just follow me. He looked around and saw that the green skull was safe and sound. Then he felt relieved and said, thank you for your help. You go first. Honestly, although Lin Xiao regarded Qingxiao as a human shield, from the beginning, he always let Qingxiao rush to the front, which was really unfair to him. Think so. Lin Xiao looked around and his eyes fell on the flame monkey. The answer is obvious. Before I could speak, boss, I don't think Qing Skull can do it alone. I also need one person. DB. This left Lin Xiao a little confused. Okay, I'll take you to find the blue skull, and we'll go with the others. Understood. Nodded. The order was given. Green Grasshopper and Fire Monkey lead the way. There are several cliffs in the secret cliff area. And in the middle of these two cliffs, there are 5 chains forming a plank road. The chain was only as thick as an arm, and its surface was stained with rust, as if it might break at any time. Lin Xiao ignored the nausea and stepped on it, holding the 2 chains tightly with his hands. Every step I take is a huge torture in my heart. This is a very scary feeling. People who are not afraid of heights cannot understand this feeling of rapid heartbeat. There was a loud plop. The chain bridge shook violently. Lin Xiao curled his lips and turned around suddenly. He noticed that the little skeleton's legs were weak at the moment and he could only crawl forward along the chain. Maybe it's just an illusion. He didn't know why, but he always felt that this guy's face seemed a little pale. Han Hao, please don't be so timid. Lin Xiao couldn't help but complain. Han Hao wiped away his tears and said with a sad face, Boss, I don't want to do this either, I'm so scared. Boss, don't be brave. I think there will be strong winds soon. Why don't you lie down too? Lin Xiao snorted and said nonchalantly, I'm lying down. Are you kidding me? I'll tell you. The words have not yet finished. A strong gust of wind rushed towards them, like a giant beast, slamming into each other. The chain bridge suddenly shook violently, and the sound of metal colliding with each other was endless. Get down, he shouted. Lin Xiao was startled and quickly grabbed the 3 chains, refusing to let go. 1 minute later, the sound of the wind gradually subsided, and the iron cable bridge returned to silence. Lin Xiao looked pale, stood up immediately, and checked Ziyu and Ziyu. Looking at the densely packed heads, he felt relieved. I knew it. Although this is just an ordinary ferocious beast, the power of this hurricane is far more than 100 times that of ordinary ferocious beasts. Go, he shouted. Lin Xiao spoke quickly, not daring to be slow. He never wanted to experience that feeling again. So close. He. Grinning. Head, if you feel any discomfort, it's safer to lie down. The little skeleton walked up to Lin Xiao and grinned, revealing an evil smile. Lin Xiao stared at it without saying a word. He has no time to pay attention now. This time, there was no strong wind. 10 minutes later, through the fog, they appeared on a new cliff. This mountain wall is larger than the other mountain walls, and it is covered with low fruit trees. There is a light blue fruit on it. Lin Xiao took a deep breath after stepping on the ground, walked over slowly, and picked off a fruit. This fruit is not big, only about the size of a palm. It looks very high-end. Perhaps because of their ripeness, these fruits are soft and have a sweet taste. Oh, if I remember correctly, there is a yunmeng fruit seed on the cliff, and this one is a fruit. I wonder what the effect will be. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up and he started the investigation method. The interface pops up. Yunmanguo. Explanation. A rare plant can only grow at low temperatures. After eating it, the user can have the ability to fly, while reducing the attack power by 30%. It can also be used as a raw material for some equipment. Note: the yunmang fruit is currently in a decaying stage and has no effect. It may cause poisoning after swallowing. A 30-minute flight. Lin Xiao's eyes widened and he said in a medical voice, "Flying is a very powerful skill. Just like him. Holding the Gale crossbow and being able to fly, you won't be afraid even if you encounter dozens or hundreds of bloodthirsty species. Because they can't attack Lin Xiao. If all your pets could fly. Only, invincible, is the best interpretation. We've just entered, and we've already gained so much." The corners of Lin Xiao's mouth curved. When I went to look at the other yunmang fruits, I saw that they were all in a rotten state. Cannot eat. However, he was not too disappointed and directly crushed the yunmang fruit seed. This point is very important. Congratulations, you have obtained a seed of yunmang fruit. Congratulations, you have obtained a seed of yunmang fruit. 12 in total. Not enough, come again. Lin Xiao frowned and immediately ordered Ziyu and the others to move forward. But at this moment, suddenly, a ray of green light shot out from the dark clouds, with a harsh sound of breaking through the sky, and shot towards Lin Can. Head, be careful. The little skeleton immediately rushed to his side, waved his sword and neutralized his attack. What happened? Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes. He quickly took out a wind crossbow and shot out arrows one after another, spreading the mist in front of him. Only then did he notice that there were wild pets behind him. It was a blue-white eagle, tall in stature, with its wings spread out, more than 3 meters long, and its whole body was shrouded in a layer of white clouds. A pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle, shining with cold light, and with a strong murderous intent, locked onto Lin Xiao, one person and one beast. Flying eagle beast. Zhang Zan was stunned for a moment and then understood. Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows, remembering the wild areas he saw in the introduction to the secret realm. It matches the thing in front of me very well. Don't mess around. Lin Xiao ordered softly, and then threw out a probing method. Flying eagle. Grade. Platinum. Level 11. Attribute. Wind attribute. Skill 1. Wind blade. Use the power of wind to erupt on the enemy, producing powerful wind blade damage. Ability 2. Wind domain. Within 1 minute, transform the wind domain into the wind domain, increasing your movement speed by 40%. Ability 3. Guardian of the wind. Floating in midair, fluttering wings, forming 2 tornadoes, blocking frontal impact. Ability 4. Power of the wind. After charging for 1.5 seconds, the next time you cast it, you will get an increase in the power of the wind, increasing the power by 50%. Characteristics. Cruelty, vulnerability. Sure enough. This is a silver level 11 wild battle pet. Although it is not particularly abnormal, it is not particularly abnormal either. Lin Xiao rubbed his chin, thoughtfully. But then, his brows frowned. But if he could fly, it would be troublesome. Lin Xiao looked at the majestic eagle in the sky, his brows furrowed in thought. This flying eagle beast is just an 11th level silver beast. Among its characteristics, it can be described as fragile. No exaggeration at all. If you can't fly, even without the help of little skeleton and green grasshopper, they can tear this king beast into pieces. The only problem is the eagle that can fly. Neither the 5 tigers of the bone family nor the skeleton warriors have any long-range attack capabilities. Just a flying skill made most of Lin Xiao's pets lose their combat effectiveness. Moreover, there is another, Fengxing Tianxia. Lin Xiao estimated that even the flame monkey would be very difficult to hit someone. Perhaps, only a weapon like blighted sword qi that can lock onto the enemy can do this. The flying battle pet is so abominable. At this time, the flying eagle beast seemed to be aware of its own safety, and its fierce eyes flashed with a fierce light, with a bit of cunning. Cuckoo! It cried. The leading flying eagle beast let out a long roar and directly attacked Lin and others. The power of wind in the void was pulled out, gathered into the eagle's beak, and turned into a wind blade more than 1 meter long. Seeing this, the remaining 4 flying eagle beasts also used their wind blades to follow Zhao Fu. Whizzing, whoosh, a sound broke through the air. Before the blow came, the strong wind had already arrived. Yes, these flying eagles still know how to take the initiative. It seems that the battle pets in this secret realm are different from the battle pets outside. Unfortunately, ideals are full, but reality is cruel. Seeing the wind blade getting closer and closer, Lin Xiao did not dodge or panic at all. When I take action, you can use the mechanical hook to catch one of the green grasshoppers. Quote, Han Hao, use your withering sword energy to contain these monster beasts. The other monster beasts are up to you. There are also those flame monster beasts to assist you. Ziyu and others nodded, understood. As soon as this statement came out, Lin Xiao, who was smiling just now, seemed to be a different person now, with those calm eyes full of murderous intent. He took out a wind crossbow, the electric light on it flashed crazily, and a powerful force was continuously released. Lin Xiao didn't even need to aim. He shot out more than 20 arrows in an instant. With the blessing of wind, fire, thunder and lightning, each arrow was like a roaring beast. After defeating the wind blade, Ji Yulingzi's attack continued, with a fierce attack on the flying eagle beast. Cuckoo! Yun Ruian called out. The 5 flying eagle beasts flapped their wings in panic, hastily used the wind technique, and flew away to one side. There is no doubt about this. Feng Xing Tian Sha is not a skill that can be displayed by an ordinary silver shooting technique. Increase speed by 40%. Terrible. Moreover, this flying eagle is extremely fast. Lin Xiao's vision became blurry in an instant. A moment. Behind him, several flying eagles actually appeared. So fast. Lin Xiao was shocked, but there was no pause in her hands. As he turned around, he shouted to Qingshu, do it. Understood. Nodded. Qingxiao straightened her back and turned on the mechanical. A rusty yellow claw suddenly flew out, grabbed the flying eagle beast, and pulled it back. Well done. Lin Xiao waved his fists with excitement on his face. Han Hao, what happens next is up to you. The words fell. Shi Mu quickly took a few steps forward, came to the side of the flying eagle beast, and observed it carefully. Honestly, this flying eagle looks very cool. Dressed in blue and white, with soft feathers flying in the wind, it looks like a fairy beast. The only thing is, perhaps he was frightened, and his body curled up into a ball. Yeah, Lin Xiao put down the wind crossbow on its belly and patted its head kindly. It looks good and has good skills. It barely reaches silver quality. How about I let you live? After speaking, he bowed slightly and said with a hint of solemnity in his voice, Brother Ying, you don't want your wife and children to be alone, right? Finished. It doesn't matter whether Eaglemon can understand what he said. Lin Xiao immediately took out a silver quality elf ball from his storage space and threw it. Whoosh! A white light fell from the sky. 3 seconds passed. The silver elf pet ball shook violently and then shattered in the air. I'll blanch it, he said. The corner of Lin Shui's mouth twitched slightly. He never thought that he would encounter such a difficult opponent. Forget it, if that's the case, then I'll kill you and make you into a barbecue. He let out a sigh of regret, raised the wind crossbow in his hand, and prepared to shoot. However, the next moment, the flying eagle beast stood up, spread its wings, placed them on Lin Xiao's right arm, and then slowly pressed it down. Although it can't make any facial expressions, but he could feel that the song seemed to be saying, would you like to do it again? Lin Xiao looked at him suspiciously, and took out a bronze-quality elf orb from his arms. He said in a cold voice, for the sake of you causing me to lose a silver elf ball, you can stay in this copper elf ball for the time being. Life or death depends on fate. Another elf ball was thrown out. This time, the flying eagle beast no longer resisted, and obediently blended into the white light. Message: congratulations on getting a new pet, flying eagle. It seems that your willpower is not very strong, which I appreciate very much. The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth curled up. Release the eagle beast. He clicked on the interface and looked at it. Flying eagle. Grade: Platinum. Level 11. Attribute: Wind attribute. Ability: Wind blade, World of Wind, Barrier of Wind, Power of Wind. Loyalty: 65. Characteristics: Cruelty, Cowardice, Self-righteousness. Evolution path: 1. Flying eagle. 2. Storm eagle. Storm eagle. His loyalty is as high as 65, so brave. Lin Xiao gave it a meaningful look and said nothing. After all, it is a pet. With a little training, it will be obedient. Nothing special, just rubbish. But these two roads are already very good. Lin Xiao lowered his head and looked again. 1. Goshawk. Tap the potential of the beast element, and with the assistance of the wind element, its speed and physical fitness are greatly improved. It can fly thousands of kilometers in one day, and its speed is as fast as arrows. Materials: 10 pieces of yunmeng fruit, 30 pieces of the blood of gold level battle pets, and 300 pieces of eagle wings. 2. Storm eagle. Focus on tapping the potential of the wind element, assisting the beast element, increasing the affinity and control of the wind, creating a tornado, destroying everything in its path. Materials: 1 piece of wind crystal, 5 pieces of floating wood, 100 pieces of wind element crystal fragments. Lin Xiao looked surprised when he saw the evolutionary history of this flying eagle. Okay, nodded. The names of these two branches sound difficult to understand, but judging from the material requirements, they are both of gold quality. You didn't expect that. Lin Xiao smiled and stretched out his hand, gently stroking the eagle's fur. Yes, it's really cool. Cuckoo, it cried. The flying eagle beast let out a displeased chirp, stretched and straightened its feathers. With its smelly character, what it can't bear the most is having its fur stained. Ha! Little leopard was stunned. Ching Skull put the spear on his waist, and the flames in his eyes kept beating. The flying eagle beast shuddered and then became quiet. Tip: your pet was threatened and seriously injured, your loyalty plus $1. This, can persecution also enhance loyalty? Lin Xiao twitched the corner of his mouth. This flying eagle beast looks so majestic, is it still a weakling? Ching Xiao, you come and train this eagle. I have high hopes for you. The other side. The little skeleton wielded the withering sword energy and killed all the flying eagle beasts. Boss. Okay, there's no pressure at all. Han Hao waved his hand with a calm expression on his face. Lin Xiao patted it on the shoulder, indicating that you did a good job. Then, he walked towards the 4 dead flying eagles. Tip: after obtaining 4 flying eagle corpses, do you want to decompose them? Yes, okay, then I'm welcome. Lin Xiao said. Congratulations, you have obtained the flesh and blood of 200 flying eagles. Congratulations, you got 200 drops of eagle essence and blood. System: congratulations, you have obtained 20 wind attribute crystals. System: congratulations on obtaining eagle wings X4. System prompt: congratulations to the host, you have obtained 12 eagle wings. Flesh and elemental crystals, there's nothing special about them. Eagle wings are used to enhance flying mounts. As for the eagle and phoenix feathers, what are they? Lin Xiao took out the item and inspected it carefully. Eagle's wings. Description: rare material. These are a pair of flying eagle wings, which have powerful wind energy and can increase their speed by 30% in 1 minute. They can also be used to make some special equipment. Eagle's wings. Description: rare material. The most precious feather of the flying eagle bird is condensed with the power of wind and can be used to make some special items. Good stuff. This time, he was really tempted. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with light. The wings of the flying eagle not only allow the goshawk to evolve, but also allow it to fly faster. It has 30% strength, which is enough for it to play a sufficient role in battle. The feathers of the eagle wind are not of use for the time being. They will be used later. Put everything away. Lin Xiaohuan looked around. What do you mean? Everything here has been taken away, and the next step is to go to the next place. I don't know how many cliffs there are in this land of cliffs. Lin Xiao murmured to himself, glanced at the flying eagle beside him, his eyes flashed, and asked, Little eagle, do you know how many cliffs are nearby? Cuckoo. Yun Ruian called out. Eaglemon shook his head blankly. BHBF. He hasn't opened his spiritual intelligence yet, so he doesn't know what Lin Xiao is talking about. Forgot. Lin Xiao slapped himself on the head and gave up the idea of friendly communication with an eagle. Zhang Zan waved his hand. Dozens of pets started again and headed forward. This time, they took a chain road. But compared to the previous one, the quality of this chain is much better. At least there's not much rust left. Go quickly. I have a hunch that this time, there may be strong winds. Lin Xiao grasped the chains on both sides tightly with both hands and looked at the clouds in the distance worriedly. Han Hao lay at Han Shuo's feet and echoed, "I think so too." As soon as this statement came out, whoosh whoosh, the strong wind howled, blowing away the surrounding dense clouds. The chain bridge shook again in midair. Lin Xiao was tied to a rope, and he didn't dare to move. "Han Hao, you have such a bad mouth," Lin Xiao roared in the strong wind. The little skeleton raised his head slightly, and the ghost flames in his eyes almost pounced on the skeleton soldiers behind him. "Boss, you said it, I'm just cooperating with you. Boss, why do I feel that the wind seems to be stronger this time?" The little skeleton roared. At this time, plop, a chain breaks instantly. Lin Xiao trembled all over, his face full of shock. The chain is broken, and there is still one, which can barely support the main body. If they all break, he will be torn to pieces. No, he suddenly realized something. Lin Xiao's pupils shrank and he looked carefully at the broken spot of the chain. Clean and crisp, it was not blown open by the wind, but cut open by something. Think so. Lin Xiao quickly looked up. Sure enough, amidst the howling wind, there were more than a dozen flying eagles, lined up in neat formation, slowly approaching. The leading flying eagle, at first glance, is not a fuel-efficient lamp. The size is more than twice as big, and the feathers are mainly green. And every slap brings up a strong wind. Oh my god, my Barbie is going to die. You can actually control hurricanes, is this the boss? Lin Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. He had already guessed this. If it were an ordinary boss, he wouldn't be afraid at all. This is true even on the cliff. Aura, he is still struggling with the chains, so where can he find the time to attack? Am I going to be reduced to a piece of fish on the chopping board today? Impossible, maybe there is another way. Lin Xiao said nothing and directly used an investigation method. Lord of the Flying Eagle. Grade, Platinum. Level, 12. Attribute, Wind Attribute. Skill 1. Silent Wind Blade based on the elemental power of the wind element, and using the elemental force of the wind element as an introduction, it attacks the enemy in a silent manner, with extremely strong lethality. Move 2. Walk on the Wind. Ability 3. Cyclone Shield. Ability 4. Power of Wind. Skill 5. Wind Assist. Flap your wings, continue to guide the wind element, and accelerate the speed of the wind, but it can only be used when there is wind, and you cannot move. Characteristics. Weak, decisive. As expected of the Flying Eagle Beast King. The speed of the storm is increased because it is in its best state, but judging from its description, it is not absolute. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes and then felt relieved. At least, when the Eagle Beast King displays Hurricane Assist, he cannot attack head-on. This is good news, isn't it great? Lin Xiao looked at the flying eagle that was getting closer, and the relaxed expression on his face returned to seriousness. The top priority is to find a way to find the next cliff without being affected by the strong wind. According to my calculations, it's still 5 minutes away from the next island cliff. However, the only things that can cause harm to this flying eagle beast are the withering sword energy and the claws of the blue skull. Now we are in big trouble. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed, and thoughts were rolling in his mind, trying to find a solution. The Flying Eagle Beast King must not be allowed to be disturbed. Its attack power was already higher than that of ordinary flying eagles, and coupled with the Blast Assist ability, Lin Mao suffered a lot. But once it is allowed to move with the Flying Eagle, it will be troublesome. At that time, there might not even be a strong wind, but only a silent wind blade. He had to think of a way to attract these flying eagles. Then do something else. Maybe those skeleton warriors can cause him some trouble. You can't even get in, you can only eat and wait to die. The other side. In this strong wind, the little skeleton was already a little lost, and the ghost fire in his eyes had dissipated in the air king. Boom. Boss, this won't work. You're too cunning. Think of a way. I have a premonition that before these eagle beasts attack, I will be blown to death by this strong wind. It's too scary. You are about to die, but you still dare to say such things. Lin Xiao stared at it with disgust. You are a gold-level pet, can you not be so timid? The little skeleton hesitated to speak. Yes, this guy is not only a gold coin, but also a pet. Shouldn't you do everything for your master? Dries. The speed of falling to the ground was the fastest among all. I don't want to either. I'm not used to such a fighting environment. The little skeleton said tremblingly. I will give you more training when I go back. Lin Xiao did not blame him and directly ordered. The swarm of flying eagle beasts will attack soon. Use the withering sword energy to hold them back as much as possible. It is best to kill them, but remember not to attack the flying eagle beast king. Inform those skeletons to get them close to us and prepare for battle. Now, what we have to do is to lead them here or capture them. However, the blue skulls are too far away from here. By the way, don't we want to capture them? Lin Xiao slapped himself hard on the forehead, with an evil smile on his lips. He asked Flying Eagle Beast to check the situation before, but he was not there at the moment. This means, the Flying Eagle herd may not realize that their little eagle has become their pet beast. The opportunity has come. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed and she quickly attached a mechanical flying claw to the flying eagle. Immediately afterwards, a thought came to my mind. In an instant, Lin Xiao's consciousness emerged inside the flying eagle beast. Cuckoo, Yun Ruian called out. The flying eagle beast shook his head, looking confused. He could feel that something seemed to be getting into his body. Little eagle, you are here, I have a very important task for you. Lin Xiao suddenly spoke up. The flying eagle beast shivered in shock and looked around subconsciously. Seems to be, is this the voice of the great demon king? Lin Xiao curled his lips and stopped talking. He immediately stated his plan. Those flying eagles don't know that you are my pet yet, so naturally they won't take any precautions against you. That's why I asked you to join them and listen to me. Understood. He smiled faintly. What's wrong? Lin Xiao asked. As for whether the flying eagle beast understands it, that is unknown. With smart pets such as Little Skeleton, Green Grasshopper, and Blazing Ape, he has become accustomed to communicating with them. If it is a pet without intelligence, it will be difficult to get along with it. They only know that there is not much they can understand. If you want to be a trader, you must be smart enough. When they saw the flying eagle beast, their eyes were filled with the words, weak wisdom. Perhaps, warning, your pet, flying eagle, has undergone some subtle changes in your aura, you can check it out. Note, because you have cultivated 2 or more highly intelligent pets, you have been awarded the title of Pet Godfather, you can go and see. Now, the sudden sound of a reminder woke Lin Xiao up from his reverie and trembled all over. What happened? This flying eagle beast has mutated. Did I get the title? Lin Xiao looked at this text message and was a little dumbfounded. Wait a moment, so far, he only has a few smart pets. The old bone sword master was awakened by the little skeleton. This is the name she gave herself. The blazing ape, the 5 tigers of the bone family, and Li Zichou were all not his fault. In this case, there is only one way. Flying eagle. Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly widened, filled with horror. You know, it only took half an hour for this flying eagle beast to follow him until now. In this way, he can transform from a violent war pet into a wise war pet. If others knew about it, they would definitely give him the title of Miracle. I also mentioned the name before. Have I really become a pet godfather? It would be great if I could catch a fox, a succubus, an elf or something. Lin Xiao shook his head and stopped delving into it. Ji Yuning looked at the attributes of the flying eagle beast. No other data has changed, except that Richard's loyalty has increased by 5 points. It's 75 now. Characteristics have also changed. In the past, he was cruel, weak, and self-righteous. And now, characteristics. Cold personality, good at betrayal. Really? Nodded. Traitor master. It seems that this is going to develop in the direction of the 16-character mantra. Lin Xiao nodded, expressing satisfaction. Little eagle, can you speak now? Gu. Yun Ruian called out. The flying eagle beast shook his head and nodded repeatedly. Obviously, it can understand what Lin Xiao is saying, but it cannot speak its own language. Can't do it. Lin Xiaozhou frowned and let out a sigh of regret. But that's enough. At least, it can already understand what it means. Turned off the interface of the flying eagle beast. Lin Xiao then clicked on his own interface and took a look. Lin Xiao. Grade. Bronze. Level. 9. Title. Pet owner. Pets. Skeleton sword master, green grasshopper, flame ape, chestnut ball, flying eagle. Ability, blue osteitis. Props, wind crossbow, precision ring, bone-tooth spear. Characteristics, taming animals. It's not inferior quality at last, but the features are a bit dark. I wonder what's going on with this pet godfather. Lin Xiao then looked down. Pet godfather. Introduction. You are a master of animal training, and all pets will change into your appearance according to your teachings. When you obtain this title, your pet will be 100% loyal to your pet, and under your guidance, they will awaken some special skills. 1. Loyalty increased by 100%, powers awakened, transformed into me. Ah, why do I feel that there is an evil aura all over my body? As Lin Xiao watched, the expression on his face became even weirder, and he couldn't laugh or cry. He said confidently, from start to finish, he really hasn't done anything perverted, that is, hanging a little skeleton on a tree and then spanking him with a branch. But here's what he had to say. This training master really played a big role. Increase the pet's loyalty as soon as possible to ensure that no traitors will appear at the most critical moment. For plastic surgery, puff, this is something. Cuckoo, it cried. At this time, the flying eagle beast next to him couldn't help but scream when he saw Lin Ping and others getting closer. Lin Xiao calmed down without any hesitation. It's up to you, little eagle. Listen to my orders. The words fell. Only then did Lin Xiao come back to his senses. The other side, 12 flying eagles formed a long snake formation and headed straight towards Lin Mao and the others. Finally, the two stopped 50 meters away, standing in the sky. In this case, the strong wind blowing not only had no effect, but even made them go faster. It felt like a fish in water. Coming, a voice came from far away. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, waved his hand, and said in a deep voice, "Little skeleton, prepare to fight, don't hold back." Understood. Nodded. The little skeleton nodded slightly, and with a thought, the sword of blight was activated. He grabbed the chain with one hand and pulled out the Fufang sword with the other hand. He looked like a tiger out of its cage. Swish, brush, brush. The little skeleton didn't hesitate, and suddenly slashed out the Fufang sword in his hand. In an instant, a jet-black sword light swept across. 8 sword energy formed by the pure power of death rushed towards the flying eagle beast group with lightning speed. The terrifying power pulled out streams of white air in the air. Terrible. Okay. Nodded. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with light. The power of the withering sword chi has been greatly improved compared to before. It seems, this breakthrough was of great help to him. But, the withering sword chi was released 8 times in a row within a few seconds. Although he was mentally prepared, the little skeleton still felt tired, and the soul fire in his eyes became dim. If not for Lin Xiao catching it at the last moment. Maybe, he has fallen off this chain bridge. How is it? Are you okay? Lin Xiao asked with concern on his face. Han Hao gave her a thumbs up and shook his head silently. Lin Xiao slapped it on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Okay, I won't need your help later, go aside and rest." Later, Lin Ping handed the small skeleton to the skeleton warrior behind him. Immediately afterwards, he turned to look. The 8 withering sword lights tore through the hurricane mercilessly and struck down the head of the flying eagle herd. In an instant, blood was everywhere and heads fell to the ground. Lin counted exactly 6. Doesn't that mean that the 8 withered sword energy only killed 6 heads? It seems that with the help of the flying eagle beast king, this hurricane is not so easy to deal with. It can actually affect the power of the sword of blight, but does it have any effect on my wind crossbow? The corners of Lin Xiao's mouth curved. Suddenly, he took out a wind crossbow and shot a goshawk. Boom! Call out. The arrow shot through the air. With the blessing of the power of the wind element, this wind force has no impact on it at all. The flying eagle beast didn't even have time to react, and a bloody hole was stabbed in its chest. Tip. Congratulations on killing the ferocious wild pet, flying eagle beast. You have gained a small amount of experience. There are 5 more, that should be enough. Lin Xiao muttered and gestured to the 6th flying eagle beast with his eyes. At this time, the 5 remaining flying eagle beasts were shocked and angry when they saw their companions being killed instantly. Using wind in the world, Gao Peng shuttled through the strong wind. Wind blades were continuously sprayed out from the mouth. This method really works. Lin Xiao had no choice but to temporarily give up the idea of killing them and continued to use his crossbow to resist the attacks of those wind blades. Not long after, 1 minute later, the time for Fengxing Tianxia is up. The 5 flying eagle beasts also gradually slowed down and relaxed their vigilance. Do it, shouted. Lin Xiao suddenly widened his eyes and shouted. As soon as this statement came out, the little eagle hiding in the crowd jumped suddenly and kicked the flying eagle beast out of the air. It hit the chain hard and made a loud noise. "Gu," it called again. The eyes of the flying eagle beast were darting around, as if it was about to run away. But that's it. The skeleton soldiers around him swarmed up and beat him full of holes. Well done. Lin Xiao waved his fists and laughed. This is the result you want. This traitor is truly a character. How shocking this is. This way, the flying eagle herd didn't seem to expect such a change. They were caught off guard and couldn't react. They stared blankly at the little eagle, their eyes full of confusion. We are all a family, why are we so shameless? Cuckoo, it cried. Xiaoying didn't bother to talk to them. Another kick kicked 2 flying eagle beasts off the ring, another wind blade was shot out, and another one was shot to death. On the other side, he was already frightened. Before Lin Xiao could take action, he flapped his wings and flew away in panic. System prompt. Congratulations to your skeleton pet for killing a wild pet named Flying Eagle Beast. You have gained some experience points. System prompt. Congratulations to your pet falcon for killing a wild war pet named Flying Eagle Beast. You have gained some experience points. Then, 12 giant eagles, the entire army was wiped out. Yeah, Lin Xiao expressed satisfaction when he saw the flying eagle landing next to him. Even if he attacks his own people. But in his cold eyes, there was no trace of guilt or pain. Just like, they have no kin at all. Is this the innate coldness? It's like an emotionless machine. Lin Xiao frowned and muttered secretly. Compared to flying eagles, Lin Ping prefers small skeletons and his own consciousness. Although it is very wretched, it is more humane than before. At this time, the wind stopped and the clouds gathered. The wings of the flying eagle beast king, which were still flapping, slowly stopped. Looking at Lin Xiao and the others, there was a hint of anger and unwillingness in the sharp eagle eyes. These things slaughtered his kind right in front of him. They all deserve to die. As for the flying eagle that betrayed him, in his heart, he has been removed from the Eagle Beast clan. That's even more. Boss, what should we do? After eating 2 ash wands, the little skeleton Luang has recovered to a great extent. This flying eagle beast king seems to be staring at us with a very strange look. How about we take the initiative to attack? I don't know where to go in the depths of the clouds, everything is silent. A strange aura filled the air at this moment. The flying eagle beast king was suspended in the air, and Lin Xiao and a group of his pets were also suspended on the chain bridge. Everyone looked at each other quietly, no one spoke. Not to mention taking the initiative. The flying eagle beast king kept observing the surrounding environment, and at the same time silently displayed the power of wind to increase his strength again. After all, a total of 12 flying eagles were almost all killed by these monsters. In the end, only one escaped. Moreover, he did it on purpose. Although the flying eagle beast king is a boss-level existence, in fact, its strength is not much higher than that of the ordinary flying eagle beast. Fighting alone, he can fight miserably. $TT. But if there are 2 or more, he will definitely lose this battle. What to do now? That means you can win without confronting him head-on. At the same time, Lin Xiao's eyes flashed, and he didn't know what he was thinking. But judging from his sinister smile that couldn't be concealed, definitely not a good thing. Angelet was stunned. The little skull looked at Lin Xiao with a bit of confusion in his eyes. The flying eagle beast king has no younger brother and is not very strong. This is a great opportunity. But why did his head suddenly become wilted? Not urgent. He glanced at the little skeleton. Lin Xiao smiled lightly and said, Flying Eagle Beast King. It did not take the initiative to attack, but kept waiting and watching. It was obvious that it had some intelligence. He knows that he can't defeat us alone, but will be killed by us. If we act rashly, this guy will probably escape. We have to think of a good way. Han Hao, let those skeleton warriors follow us. Lin Xiao turned around and gave orders to the Flying Eagle Beast King, his eyes still falling on it. Attacking by force is not a wise thing to do. He has to wait for the opportunity, and he will win with one strike. The little skull nodded slightly and made a gesture of invitation. Time passes slowly. Under Qingshu's command, they arrived at the next cliff. At the same time, the Flying Eagle Beast King did not take action and seemed not to notice this scene at all. Not long after, another 10 minutes passed. At last, the Flying Eagle Beast King could no longer maintain his composure and stared at Mo Wen with cold eyes. A loud eagle call came. The Flying Eagle Beast King flapped his wings and rushed directly towards Lin Xiao. Waves of powerful wind energy circled and danced around him, forming a huge tornado. There is still such an operation. Let's start. Mo Wen said calmly. He wanted to see the methods of the Flying Eagle Beast King. Lin Xiao was shocked, but immediately entered a state of preparation. He has switched the Gale crossbow to continuous fire state and is ready to launch. But it was beyond his expectation. After the Flying Eagle Beast King rushed out a certain distance, he abruptly twisted his body and flew in another direction. There seemed to be no intention of taking action at all. How do I say this? Lin Shui frowned slightly, not knowing why. He took action, but he did not completely surrender. Because Flying Eaglemon used the auxiliary skill, its power was consumed too much and it could no longer continue fighting. Little eagle, go catch it and don't let it go. As soon as this statement came out, the little skeleton pulled out the Fufang sword, and the withered sword flew out. Boom! A crisp voice sounded. The withering sword energy and the wind knife collided, annihilating each other and turning into nothingness. The little skeleton's body shook, and he immediately got up from the ground, and stood in front of Lin Xiao tremblingly. Boss, what's wrong? This eagle is so unreasonable. It dared to attack me. Fortunately, I caught it. The little skeleton was so angry that he gritted his teeth. The fire of his soul was overflowing with murderous intent, and he stared at the Flying Eagle Beast King. Lin Xiao was also confused at this moment. The blow just now was just an ordinary attack, and the real goal was to exert silent wind power. There is no doubt about this. This is simply a god-level sneak attack. The wind blade flew out without a sound, and with the cover of the day, it was difficult for anyone to detect the green light. It's easy to be fooled. Boss, are you scared? The little skeleton grinned, showing a wicked smile. What are you saying? Lin Xiao glared at it, raised his head again, and stared directly at the Flying Eagle Beast King. Murderous. Since he wants to sneak attack us, let's go together. Han Hao, Xiaoying, let's go. Lin Xiao shouted, taking the lead. The wind crossbow in his hand fired 24 arrows in a row, blocking all the retreat routes of the Flying Eagle Beast King. It's not finished yet. He flicked his finger. In an instant, the blue bone corroding flames came out of nowhere, like venomous snakes one after another, quickly spreading towards the Flying Eagle Beast King. Cuckoo! It cried. The Flying Eagle Beast King was so frightened that he used his ability to pop the world, and was about to run away. However, the next moment, when he realized that he had been surrounded, There is no way to avoid it, and there is no way to avoid it. Do you want to wait to die here? Cuckoo! It cried. As the deep blue bone eroding fire approached, the Flying Eagle Beast King made a decisive decision without any hesitation, and flew to the side in a flash. Compared to the Gale crossbow, it is more afraid of this weird flame. Snapped. Phew! A cold light flashed. 2 gusts of wind arrows hit the wings of the Flying Eagle Beast King respectively, immediately punching a bloody hole in its wings. Razors fly and sparks fly. Although the wind attribute energy has disappeared, the thunder and fire attribute energy is still surging crazily in his body. Sustained damage. Han Hao, hurry! Lin Xiao quickly spoke. The little skeleton didn't say anything, and waved his hands with a few swords of withering. Directly split the Flying Eagle Beast King in half. A large amount of blood spattered. In an instant, the Flying Eagle Beast King let out a shrill scream, and then his body fell down softly. Just a blast of withering sword energy is enough to wipe it out, let alone 2 arrows. One-hit kill. System prompt. Congratulations to Bone Sword Master and a wild war pet named Flying Eagle Beast King for their victory. This war pet has gained a certain amount of experience. Little eagle, go pick up the body. Lin Xiao slapped the flying eagle on the head. Mechanical hook activates. A huge iron arm protruded from inside, dragging the body of the flying eagle beast king and flying towards him. You are only at silver level 12, what a pity. If your rank is higher and you can fly, maybe I won't be able to do anything to you. Lin Xiao's eyes fell on the flying eagle beast king, and he was not in a hurry to take action. Just dumped it in the warehouse. I went to another cliff and found nothing strange, so I took out the jade token. He began to dismantle it. Reminder: the body of the flying eagle beast king has been detected. Do you want to perform an autopsy? Yes, okay, then I won't be polite. Lin Shui said. Congratulations, you have obtained 50 pieces of the flesh and blood of the flying eagle beast king. 320, congratulations, you have obtained 50 drops of the blood of the flying eagle beast. System. Congratulations. System. Congratulations on getting a pair of eagle wings. System. Congratulations on getting 3 eagle feathers. System. Congratulations on getting an eagle-shaped ring. A series of system prompts appeared in his mind. Flesh, crystals, feathers. Even though he is just a small boss, his antidote is exactly the same as that of an ordinary flying eagle. This shows how powerful this boss is. But, this time, Lin Xiao's eyes fell on the last thing. Take something out. Lin Xiao looked at it very seriously. It was a very beautiful ring, with golden light shining on it, very dazzling. In the center of the hall, there is a statue of a flying eagle, with an open eagle beak inlaid with a wind attribute crystal. Hiss, gasped. A crystal with wind attributes. Is it some kind of magic prop? Lin Xiao was overjoyed and immediately used an exploratory method. He looked at it. The ring of the eagle. Explanation. This is a silver-level magic item. This piece is made from wind attribute crystals and flying eagle beasts, and the magic power contained in it is very powerful. After equipped, it can permanently increase the holder's movement speed by 30%, and has 2 skills, wind breathing, and flying eagle soul. I'll blanch it, he said. Sure enough, it is a magic weapon. It is actually a silver-level magic weapon. Now it's official. Lin Xiao looked happy and couldn't help shouting. He tried his best and risked his life to kill all these flying eagle beasts. This time, what a deal. This thing seems to be more powerful than Han Hao's knife. The movement speed is increased by 30%, and there are still 2 skills left, but I don't know how effective it is. Lin Xiao calmed down and scrolled down again. Flying eagle spirit. Summon a flying eagle to possess your body, giving you the ability to fly in a short period of time, and there is a 50% chance of learning a special ability from your body. Exhale a breath. Control the wind element to form a hurricane in front of you. The hurricane sweeps through, increasing the surrounding friendly forces by 30% and causing an endless slowdown of 50%. Looking at the descriptions of these 2 abilities, Lin Xiao's whole body seemed to be in a state of shock as she put the ring on her hand. These 2 skills are simply amazing. This sentence is a bit exaggerated, but judging from the current situation, it is true. Not to mention the eagle soul, which allows you to fly in the air for 10 minutes, which is hundreds of times better than Lin Xiao's current bone wings. As for that breath, in fact, this is just an improved version. Much more convenient. Increase friendly movement speed by 30% and reduce enemy movement speed by 50%. From the perspective of energy conservation, you know, the speed of this wave of teammates is a full 80%. Isn't it awesome? Lin Xiao licked her lips and looked at the chains behind her with a strange expression. I don't know if the flying eagle beast king has appeared or not. If I can defeat more monsters and get more eagle eye rings, I can cultivate a flying mount and a wind pet. While talking, Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with hope. But then again, he didn't strike again. The most urgent task is to quickly download the copy. Green Skull. A loud shout sounded. Lin Xiao called her. In the clouds, Green Grasshopper immediately appeared and greeted Lin Xiao. Lord, a voice sounded. How's it going? How's the situation on the other side of the cliff? Well, Lin Yiqian responded. Qing Skull hesitated for a moment, then said, we've almost explored it, and we've also discovered a few rotten yunmeng fruits. After handing a few seeds to Lin Xiao, he continued, but when we found the next chain bridge, we found a large rock in front of us, blocking our way. The flaming ape has already led the skeleton soldiers and is preparing to break through it. The words have not yet finished. I saw a huge roar coming from the distance, and then a flash of fire. But the next moment, the fire ape let out a shrill scream, with a hint of panic. A skeletal warrior ran over and made an inviting gesture to the mist, asking Lin Shui to go inside. What happened? Did you collide with the eagle beast? Lin Xiao frowned and quickly stepped in. He raised his hand and waved lightly. He finally saw clearly what was happening inside the door. Rubbles flew randomly and stars of destruction danced. The flaming monkey opened its bloody mouth, revealing its ferocious fangs. Ahead, a gray, strange creature was slowly crawling out from under the broken rocks. The dark crowd was densely packed, densely packed. They are all very small, only about the size of a fist. If you look closely, you can see that the carapace is densely covered with small spikes. Many, in just a few seconds. There are hundreds of them. Even though he was mentally prepared, Lin still couldn't help but feel a headache. Really, this is too exaggerated. Just imagine what it would be like to have hundreds of pairs of eyes watching you. What's going on, little monkey? Lin Xiao asked, his eyes falling on the flame monkey. The fiery red monkey scratched his butt, shook his head and said, "Boss, I don't know, after I smashed the stone open, a big hole was revealed. They come out of the ground." Lin Xiao pondered and nodded. On the cliff, in the wilderness, there are two kinds. They have seen all the flying eagle beasts, and the only ones left are the scavengers. His eyes fell on these battle pets. It seems so. Back off first, he said. Lin Xiao waved his hand and then his eyes lit up. Seiji started investigating. Eat rotten bugs. Grade, Platinum. Level, 10. Characteristics, Insects. Skill 1. Decaying nourishment can swallow a certain number of things, and in the process of swallowing, your strength will be restored by 200%. Skill 2. Thorn Ball Charge. The humic mite rolls its body into a ball, rolls forward, and attacks the enemy. It is very lethal. Skill 3. Exhaustion and Splitting. When the blood volume of a scavenging mite drops to 10%, it will automatically fall into death, and then split into two, turning into two low-level scavenging mites with a bronze level of 10. Characteristics. Silly and edible. Hehe, it's true. Silver level 10, and there are two bronze level 10 scavenging mites. It's a great place for leveling. Lin Xiao licked her lips, looking eager to try. If I could kill everyone. Not only Lin Bai can be upgraded to level 10, but all of Lin Bai's pets can be upgraded to at least one level. Just do it. Lin Xiao made up his mind. But Lin Bai was not carried away. He led the little tyrant and the little tyrant back to the edge of the cliff. Ready for battle. Quick, gather the Yin family. Qingxiao, you and your senior skeleton soldiers, guard this area and block those scavengers. Han Hao, this is extremely poisonous. You ask them to put this poison on the spear. Without any hesitation, Lin Xiao immediately gave a few instructions and started making arrangements. Both nodded. After saying that, he took action. It's still too little. It would be nice to have a few ranged pets. Lin Xiao glanced at his pet and fell into deep thought. To this day, most of his pets are water-based skeleton soldiers, brainless, barbarians who can only hit people with their fists. Although there are two long-range pets, Fire Ape and Fire Eagle, they are not many in number after all. Face hordes of wild beasts. No matter how powerful their offensive was, at this moment, it was like sinking into the sea. What kind of disturbance could it cause? I really hope there are a few ranged pets on such a battlefield. With the addition of skeleton warriors, even scavenging mites can be blocked dozens of meters away. It would be even better if there could be group damage effects such as explosions. Exploded. While talking, Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, and his eyes fell on the flaming ape involuntarily. The burning fireball has an explosion effect. It would be nice if we could do it again. Think so. Lin Xiao slapped his forehead suddenly, quickly opened his system interface, and then laughed excitedly. However, even if I only encountered one end, I would still. It's not like we didn't recruit troops. Speaking of which, I have also accumulated a lot of energy. Without any hesitation, Lin Xiao checked his energy level, and after making sure it was enough, he immediately summoned the flame ape. Swish, brush, brush. Energy is consumed quickly. On the contrary, They were huge balls of light, emitting a woo-woo sound. It seems like something wonderful is about to happen. Gah, he was stunned. Seeing this scene, the flame ape immediately walked over curiously. But then he thought about it, and he stared at Lin Xiao warily, but he didn't dare to get close. Just now, the familiar and uneasy feeling in his heart appeared again. According to the experience of being scammed so many times, Lin Xiao is definitely not a good person. What, little monkey, are you curious? Do you want to touch it? Lin Xiao squatted down and seduced Yi Qingtang. Hearing this, the flame monkey did not dare to approach even more, and quickly retreated to the back of the team, glaring at Lin Shui angrily. I always feel that something is wrong. Once I dealt with the storm bear, and once I was caught by you. This time, I will never be fooled by you again. Hey, I'm not stupid. The flame ape held his head high and said proudly. Lin Xiao looked at him with a strange look on his face, really or not? Don't scare your jaw off later. The words fell. Lin Xiao looked away and waited quietly. The blazing monkey bared its teeth and scratched its butt impatiently. Not long after, a few more minutes passed. With a pop sound, the ball of light disappeared out of thin air. The 10 fire apes stood firmly on the ground, looking around vigilantly. When he saw Lin Xiao, he immediately greeted her and saluted seductively. Lin Xiao's eye looked at it carefully. It is a kind of flame ape that is similar to a little cheap monkey. They are both golden level 7 flame apes. But the experience bar is still 0. Not to mention, they haven't opened their intelligence yet. However, judging from their identical expressions, it seems that the word cheap has penetrated deeply into their bones. Very good, get up. Lin Xiao raised his hand, turned to face the flame monkey and said, how is it? Are you surprised? You don't have many fire monkeys, so you won't feel lonely if you have them with you. It's a pity that they are all males. At this time, the little monkey's eyes were full of shock, and he looked at the 10 flame monkeys with a dull look on his face. A look of disbelief. I have never met anyone like me in my life. I thought I was an orphan. I really didn't expect. Wait, boss, what method did you use to create something out of nothing? The little fool reacted quickly and asked quickly. Lin Xiao shook his head thoughtfully. This is a secret, I can't tell you. Anyway, you just need to remember that from now on, they are your subordinates. What is this? Where did the news leak out? The little monkey touched his head and looked confused. But as soon as he heard the word, little brother, his eyes brightened and his doubts disappeared. He excitedly reprimanded his subordinates. Monkeys are social animals, and this is also true in the beast control continent. It has long been greedy for the little skeleton and the green grasshopper. If it were him, there would definitely be more than a dozen skeleton soldiers behind him. By then, it will definitely be beaten black and blue. After all, if more than 10 people compete together, it would be surprising if he can win. Quack! A group of people shouted happily. This time, I also have a subordinate. When I leave here, I must beat all these bone dogs and make them recognize me as their master. The little monkey put his hands on his hips and laughed. However, the next moment, the Fufang sword slowly penetrated into this fool. Ahem, Chu Feng coughed. Monkey, what nonsense are you talking about? Do it again. The voice of the little skeleton sounded. The flame ape was startled and turned his head subconsciously. After hesitating for a moment, Han Hao said with a wry smile, Boss, I was just joking, don't take it to heart, I have made up my mind to fight alongside you. Very good, I believe you. Lin Xiao was listening next to him and couldn't help but roll his eyes at them. Okay, it looks like I'm playing pet battle. Han Hao, are you ready? What's wrong? Lin Xiao asked. Han Hao quickly replied, Boss, everything is ready, all we need is the east wind. Lin Xiao nodded solemnly. Well, go and lure those scavenging mites, and pay attention to safety. When the little skeleton heard Lin Ping's words, he nodded slightly, turned around and ran away. After it left, Lin Sha took out a bone nameplate from her storage compartment. This domino is the one he got from the bone burial ground. Its level is only bronze level 3. In the 3rd level of bronze, it is also at the bottom. But this does not affect its value. This is the terrifying thing about the undead army, although every attack of the undead army will only cause a certain amount of damage to the enemy. But one attack can take away 7,500 health points. No matter how much time is given, they will be consumed to death. The cliff is not very large, so, let's summon all these 200. With these rotting skeletons as human shields, our pressure will be much less. Without any hesitation, Lin Xiao immediately tapped the dominoes, and 200 rotten skeletons appeared. Beside him was a majestic skeleton warrior. This is clearly a miscellaneous army. All of them were short and skinny, with black patches all over their bodies. They stood there crookedly, and their armor and weapons looked dilapidated. Chu Feng looked stunned. Lin Xiao's mouth twitched slightly and sighed. That's all, I'm going to die with it anyway. Although it's a bit embarrassing, I have no regrets, it's worth it. The rotting skeleton is speechless. The top of the cliff. More than 200 rotting skeletons were densely packed and chaotic. After Lin spent a lot of effort, they finally managed to get into a battle formation. Said it was a queue. 10 rotting skeletons, 1 skeletal warrior. The rotten skeletons formed a circle on the outside, and the skeleton warriors were in the middle, raising their spears and getting ready to attack. This method is very simple, but very effective. Lin Xiao was also fully equipped at this time, holding a wind crossbow in his left hand and a bone-toothed spear in his right hand. Beside him, there was the little monkey and a dozen of his men. What is secret, boss? Boss, I noticed that these flame apes are not only at the same level as me, but they also possess Samadhi true fire. Just like me, I just can't speak monkey language. Zhang Yi cursed in his heart. The flame ape was shouting from the side, looking indignant. Lin Lu slapped it on the head and said in a deep voice, "Shut up and concentrate. I only have you, the flame monkey. If you don't do well, you know." The words fell. His pupils shrank and he looked intently. Coming. A voice came from far away. As soon as this statement came out, I saw the figure of a small skeleton galloping from a distance, followed by hundreds of scavenging mites. Only his big eyes were full of greed and cruelty. It seems to swallow everything. Boss. Okay. I killed their leader, but I didn't expect these Zerg tribes to go crazy so quickly. Well, the body is still warm. As he spoke, he took out a larger scavenger from his arms. Lin Xiao glanced across. Worthy of being the king of scavenging mites. Ni Yan's level is still silver level 10. But its body has become larger and its belly has bulged. There doesn't seem to be anything special about it. Don't worry about it, I will break it down when the battle is over. Lin Xiao waved his hand casually, as if he just threw away a piece of garbage. As he said that, he looked at Qing Skull and nodded. Let's all come together and reduce our losses as much as possible. He shouted, "Come on." The words fell. Under the leadership of Qingshu, the 5 powerful tiger clan members from Maojia took the lead. With a wave of the bone-toothed spear in his hand, Water Whirlpool was activated. In an instant, 6 thick blue vortices shuttled through the clouds, blowing all the humid mites around wherever they passed. These 6 undead creatures are all the elite among the elite. These 5 people are all very weak, and their strength is also very weak. If they fight alone, they are not much stronger than ordinary skeleton warriors. A wave of attacks can only defeat all these scavengers. Only. But Blue Skull is different. It is also silver level 10, but its body has completely transformed. Water Vortex Sting has evolved into Water Vortex Rapids. Not only does it break the defense, but the damage and attack distance have been greatly improved. With one charge, 3 scavenging mites were killed. The results are brilliant. Husey, you stay here, together with those skeleton soldiers, I will kill a path. The green skull tilted his head. The words fell. He condensed a water vortex shield, activated rage, and began to kill. With every swing, a scavenger mite will be knocked away. Although it may not necessarily kill them, it can at least cause chaos in their formation. Beautiful, everyone praised. Qing Fu is such a good general. Lin Xiao watched Qing Xiao charging and applauded. The soul fire in Han Hao's eyes flickered, and he curled his lips. Humph, just let me do it. Lin Xiao stared and ignored it. He immediately issued an order for his skeleton soldiers to fill the gap. Monkey, it's your turn, I hope you won't disappoint me. Boss, don't worry, the little monkey yelled excitedly. He finally realized what the real main attack was. Roar, a deafening roar echoed through the sky. Burning ball, activate. The little mean monkey roared angrily, puffed out its chest and roared, and a huge fireball erupted from its mouth. 10 flaming apes followed closely behind. 11 fireballs roared out, surrounding the scavenging mites. Bang bang bang. Another loud noise came. The flames rose. Suddenly, half of the cliff turned into a sea of fire. This moment, the sound of crunching sounded one after another. After a while, the aroma of barbecue filled the air. Announcement: your little cheap monkey killed a wild creature called scavenging mite in the wild, and you got some experience points. Announcement: your little cheap monkey killed a wild creature called scavenging mite in the wild, and you got some experience points. Notice: your magic pet, fire monkey, killed a wild magic pet named scavenging mite, and you got a little experience point. Okay, nodded. Lin Xiao's eyes shone brightly, and he was very satisfied with the flame monkey. That fireball just killed at least 5 or 6 scavenging mites. Very good, very good. Quick, attack, attack. Lu Li asked the little one to continue, and then raised the wind crossbow. The front. The skeleton warriors headed by the 5 tigers of the bone family have rushed to the center of the scavenging mites. Did a rough calculation. In this round of attacks, most of the scavenging mites were wiped out. Only, the level of these scavenging mites is much higher than that of these skeleton warriors. Although it was unable to cause harm to them, it was enough to annihilate their entire army. Bones everywhere. Hey, Wang Yao sighed after hearing this. The strength of these skeleton soldiers is really too weak. Without the water system, they would not be able to do this. Lin Xiao sighed, not feeling it was a pity at all. The average strength of these skeleton warriors is less than silver level 9. It is not easy to cause so much damage to these scavenging mites without any harm. As for the rotting bones, puff. Lin Xiao didn't particularly want to say this, but she really didn't feel distressed at all. Doesn't he have 7,300? It's almost time. Lin Xiao made another soft sound. This time she Feng summoned 300 rotting skeletons in one go. The cliff, which was not very big to begin with, was suddenly filled to the brim. Under the fearless charge of these rotting skeletons, the scavenging mites, which were not many in number and were not too big in size, were swallowed up in an instant. Not a single soul was seen. Lin Xiao roughly guessed the situation of this game just through the sound. Notice: your skeleton warrior completed a hunt with a wild creature named scavenging mite, and gained a small amount of experience points. Tip: your green skeleton has killed a wild war pet named scavenging mite, and you have gained a little experience point. Another 10 minutes passed. The battle gradually ended. The little skeleton wielded the withering sword energy and killed the remaining scavenging mite. Announcement: congratulations, little fool, has been promoted. Message: congratulations on the successful advancement of your pet, Big Tiger, your pet has advanced. System prompt: your level has reached bronze level 10. A series of system prompts came to his ears. Next to Lin Ping, there was the little skeleton and the flaming ape. The 3 little tyrants, Ziyu, little tyrant, Ziyu and little tyrant, have all advanced. This is a very rare thing. Carrion-eating might certainly live up to their reputation. My level has also improved. I finally reached level 10. This time, my arsenal will be officially opened and my pet army will be established in a short time. Lin Xiao smacked his lips, feeling extremely excited. Although many pets have been promoted, he is more concerned about the news of his promotion. After all, from now on, not only can 50 Berserker warriors be trained in one day, but 4 Berserker warrior bases can also be established. If it can be made up, you can raise 200 in a day. Terrible. It's a big deal to reach level 10. It's really lazy to not even say hello. Lin Xiao pursed her lips, with a look of displeasure on her face. Look at other people's systems. Every time he upgrades, every time he gets something new, he can't wait to shout through the loudspeaker. As for her, TCH, don't mention it. System. GG. Lin Xiao was speechless for a moment. Oh, system, you are here as expected. I thought you were crazy. I have reached the 10th level as a teacher. Shouldn't you give me some gifts? Lin Xiao asked tentatively. He has never knocked the system's bamboo basket to get nothing. Not long after. System. Level 10 is an inevitable process from a little shrimp to a little shrimp. Master, please don't show off here. After a while, maybe his conscience discovered it. However, for the sake of your diligence and hard work, this system will provide you with a random lottery opportunity. Comfort. Poof. There was a soft sound. A salted fish running in front of a weak chicken. Imitating cows and horses. System, you are simply a scumbag. 210. Seeing this news, Lin Xiao almost vomited blood. But after hearing that there was a random lottery, he forgot about it. System, what is this? Tell me the story. Lin Xiao said straight to the point. System, you can get pets, you can get weapons, you can get props, you can get materials. How rare the items obtained will depend on the owner's luck, and this system cannot interfere. I understand. Lin Yu suddenly realized. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up and he said with expectation, this is an alternative way to start, it all depends on luck. But, his last sentence made me wonder, was he causing trouble behind his back? Right, Lin Xiao looked confused. I'm not that. The system denied this, and then changed the topic, should we conduct a lottery? Smoke it. He smiled faintly. Okay, then I'm welcome. Lin Xiao said. As soon as this statement came out, a huge machine suddenly fell down in front of him, raising a cloud of smoke and dust. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes. His eyes narrowed. It was a colorful gashapon machine, similar to the game consoles in the arcade. Whether it was an illusion or not, Lin Xiao always felt something strange when looking at this instrument. Just like handstand. Think so. Lin Xiao walked to the back, and then, his eyes seemed to have seen something terrible. What you said is fair and just, is this it? System, get out of here and let me beat you up. Lin Xiao's face darkened, and he pointed at the 4 characters, operating behind the scenes, written in red fonts. Only, no matter what Shu Ke called, the system automatically entered the pretend to be dead state. There was silence. All right. Lin Xiao sighed and said helplessly, why are you talking so much nonsense to the system? Although I suspect you are lying, I think you must be a good system. Right, Zhou Bao laughed. While talking, he nodded without hesitation. Dang. There was a crisp sound. Not long after, the gashapon machine disappeared, leaving only a dark egg in Lin Xiao's hand. Black cloth, doesn't it look too ordinary? I don't know what I can draw this time. Oh, it would be better if I could draw diamonds or above, and if I could draw a divine weapon, that would be even better. Lin Xiao murmured to himself while opening the egg in his hand. In an instant, a ball of sticky black light circled and danced in midair and did not dissipate for a long time. What happened? Nothing. He smiled lightly. The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth twitched slightly, and she felt very uncomfortable. He worked so hard to win a lottery, but the result was a dud. Refund. Next moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Note, congratulations on getting a dirty water yin thunder, you can use this thunder ball. Dark thunder. Lin Xiao frowned and looked at the gray-black air. His eyes lit up and he used a probing technique to see what was going on. Dirty water. Introduction. A mysterious magic material mixed with lightning and water elements. After being contaminated, it will become more corrosive. The infected person will suffer damage from water and thunder attributes, which is difficult to dispel. They will receive continuous damage, and have a 100% probability of being seriously injured, paralysis, poisoned, confused, negative states such as visceral body. Remarks. Dirty body contaminates the body of the creature, reduces the attributes of the creature by 50%, the coordinates of the creature are not limited by distance, and the duration of the creature is unknown. Hiss. Gasped. This is something similar to the deep blue bone corroding inflammation. However, the effect of this, turbid water and dark thunder, seems too unbelievable. Even though he was mentally prepared, Lin Xiao couldn't help but exclaimed. There is only one reason, and that is to lie. Compared with the blue bone eroding fire. Although the positive power cannot be judged, the negative impact is 100% enough to completely defeat the opponent. The blue bone corroding flame does not have much effect, the only effect is to double the pain. However, this, turbid water and thunder, is different. Lin Xiao followed her gaze. In addition to the introduction, there are more than 10 debuffs. There's armor breaking, there's curses, there's stiffness. Dazzling. And Lin Fu has never heard of many people. That's right, system. But how should I use this thing? Does it also have to be swallowed? Lin Xiao looked at the dark thunder in the turbid water in midair, and for a moment he didn't know where to start. This thing is different from the blue bone corroding flame. It is very large, like a ball of sticky paint. Totally inedible. We have no choice. Done, Lin Li said without hesitation. Lin Shui gritted her teeth and looked ferocious. He stretched out his hand, grabbed the ball of turbid water and dark thunder, and squeezed it into a ball. Lin Xiao made a gesture. This made him very depressed. This ball was as big as two of Bei Feng's heads. Bei Feng felt that if he was thrown into this ball, Bei Feng felt that he would be blown to death. System, can you tell me how to use it? Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment and then asked. No one answered. Wow, don't tell me you're lying. How do I eat this? Do I have to chew it one bite at a time? Lin Xiao had a strange expression on his face and took a serious look at Zuoshui Yinlei. A person lives up to his name. It's so dirty. Dark gray liquid flows in the viscous liquid, and occasionally dark purple lightning can be seen jumping on the liquid. If you get closer, just smelling it, there is a weird pungent smell. Nausea. This thing, I'd rather eat pasta from number 42 cement. For the sake of your own strength, be patient. Lin Xiao closed his eyes and opened his mouth. In an instant, an indescribable fishy smell filled the air in his mouth, as if something was stuck in his throat, making him very uncomfortable. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes and quickly took out a bottle of water and drank it. With great difficulty, he swallowed the pill. This wait is an hour. Lin Xiao finally swallowed up all the sewage thunder. He looked like he was fished out of the sea, sweating profusely. He originally thought that the biggest obstacle was the unpleasant smell. But soon, he realized that he was still a little green. The power of the thunder in the dirty water completely exploded in Lin Xiao's body and kept swimming in his internal organs. If he hadn't been restrained by the blue bone eroding flames. If this was the case, Lin Xiao might have been struck to pieces by lightning. Good thing. The dirty water is still very obedient. After this spiritual energy entered Lin Xiao's body, it quickly gathered in his dantian, forming a small pool. Not only did it not cause any harm to myself, it actually gave me a new skill. Polluted body. Explanation. You have been corroded by a special substance. The damage you receive is reduced by 50%, and there is a 20% chance of rebounding to the opponent. Ha ha ha, with your dirty body, you can still control the muddy water and thunder at will, so I didn't swallow you in vain. It's just that. The power of this filthy water and thunder is actually so powerful. Lin Xiao murmured with a touch of shock in his eyes. After eating, he was even more touched by the dirty water and the thunder. To be honest, the power and sequelae of this blow are countless times greater than the blue bone corroding fire. It can be said that this is an absolute crushing. The blue bone corroding fire is difficult to dispel, but the dirty water and yin thunder is almost impossible. The blue bone corroding flames can corrode the opponent's bones, but they have no effect on wild war pets that have no body, such as the evil spirit in red. But, as soon as the dirty water yin lei comes into contact with this power, it will immediately collapse. His body will collapse at an extremely fast speed, and even his soul will be continuously hurt. If I meet an evil spirit in red, Lin Xiaoji's dark thunder in muddy water is enough to seriously injure or even kill him. It's a pity that I don't have a test subject, so I won't give it to the little skeleton. Lin Xiao felt disappointed. Now, there was an eagle cry in the sky, and big eagles flew across the sky, facing Lin Chen like a strong wind. Head, be careful. The little skeleton stepped forward quickly, trying to resist. But Lin Xiao raised his hand to stop him. Wait a moment. You can give it a try with your newly acquired power. Lin Xiao looked at the flying eagle eagerly, with expectation on his face. Han Hao scratched his head and said hesitantly, "Boss, can you do it?" Lin Xiao's eyes widened and he said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense, believe it or not, I will scare your soul fire out in a while. What's more, my deep blue bone corroding fire is still there. Even though I don't need it." After hearing Lin Ping's words, Little Skull and others felt relieved. Although the blue bone corroding fire is good, it is difficult to hurt the extremely fast flying eagle beast. However, the next moment, Both the little tyrant and the little tyrant looked confused. But Lin Xiao stood there motionless, but slowly raised his right hand and spread his fingers. No thunder and lightning, no whirlpool. Yes, but behind him, there was a gray-black, slimy tentacle, like a cold poisonous snake. Suddenly the entire space became faintly distorted. It's dazzling to see. Go, he said calmly. Lin Xiao said something. Tisk tisk tisk. A dark purple thunder light suddenly lit up. The brown sewage is flowing. The two forces were entangled together, combined with the gray-black object, and swung towards the void. Boom! The wind blades shattered in front of him like child's play. Those flying eagles were even worse, being beaten to pieces in midair. It turned into a blood mist and dissipated in the air king. There was silence for a moment. After a while, a curse word interrupted his thoughts. What? The little skeleton shook his head, a little confused. What's going on? Why do I feel that this power is more terrifying than the blue bone corroding fire? I thought I would use the largest blue bone corroding fire. Unexpectedly, I used a larger blue bone corroding fire. The boss is really awesome. Even Ching Skull and others were stunned. They can clearly feel, what Lin Xiao used just now is far more dangerous than the blue bone corroding fire. Do not forget, the blue bone corroding flame is the ultimate killer of undead creatures, and it is extremely lethal to undead creatures. But whether it is a small skeleton or a green grasshopper, it is the same. This is an extremely powerful thunder and lightning. How's it going? He smiled faintly. Lin Xiao looked at the little skeleton with a smile and said, you are the best choice. Do you think my threat is greater with this blow or that blow? It's this sword, Han Hao said firmly. Boss, what is that? With a hint of curiosity, it walked up to Lin Xiao and circled around him. Suddenly, he trembled all over and moved forward cautiously. There was a piece of dirty thunder water on Lin Xiao's collar. As if feeling his gaze, the dark thunder and lightning suddenly started to move. Then, it opened its bloody mouth and roared away at the little skeleton. Ah, Lin Yiqian was speechless. Let's go, boss, stop experimenting on me. I really can't bear it. The little skeleton retreated into the distance and said in shock, I think if I was hit by this sewage lightning, it would be faster than the blue bone corroding fire. After listening to his analysis, Lin Xiao thought so too and nodded. Well, I won't let you test it because I can't control its lethality. Also, have your bodies been packed away? Green Skull replied. Everyone is here. Lin Xiao nodded and walked away from the pile of corpses. Although there are many, they are not too big. This large body of corpses. It only lasted 3 or 4 seconds. Warning. A large number of detritivorous organisms have been detected, should they be treated? Yes, Lin Xiao said straight to the point. These scavenging mites are not big, and we don't know how much meat they can eat. Silver level 10, if we can sell it to goblins, we will make a lot of money. Lin Xiao smacked his lips and looked down. System. Congratulations on getting 515 pieces of scavenging mite flesh. System. Congratulations, you have obtained 250 drops of the blood of scavenging mites. System prompt. 100 beetle bombs. System. Congratulations, you have obtained 30 scavenger eggs. Congratulations, you got 300 nutritional potions. More than 500 pieces of 10th level silver beast meat, not bad. But why is there only so much blood? Isn't it the same as promised? Lin Xiao was confused, but think about that only. The palm-sized scavenging mites were relieved. The more than 200 points of blood from before should have been completely consumed. Only, Lin Xiao is quite satisfied with the harvest of this scavenging mite. You know, this is not an ordinary level 3 or 4 weapon, but a level 10 weapon. In the trading area, there will definitely be people competing for blue. That's natural. As for other people, whether they can afford it is another matter. The flesh and blood of flying eagles and scavengers is enough for me to collect thousands of units of flesh and blood in the secret realm. I wonder if there will be any surprises when Fuya comes back next time. When thinking about the next transaction, Lin Fu couldn't wait. This is the price offered by the goblins. 10 silver level 10 flesh and blood can be exchanged for 1,000 gold coins. Not to mention, it also contains some earth crystals and the like. This is simply a rich man. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and shook his head, no longer thinking about it. His eyes fell on Yi Qingtang, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. He took out all these things and inspected them carefully. Eat a bed bug. Introduction. Bitter and sweet, difficult to swallow, long-term consumption can enhance defense. Eating bug blood. Explanation. It tastes bitter and contains a small amount of paralyzing venom. Long-term consumption can enhance one's own defense, and there is a 0.1% probability of increasing the zerg's affinity for itself. 1. Beetle grenade. Description. A special prop, a biochemical bomb. Placing it on the ground will automatically activate and lock it to all enemies within a radius of 500 meters. Closer enemies will launch pursuit and trigger self-destruction, which is extremely lethal. Eggs of corpse-eating mites. Introduction. A silver-quality dragon egg. Incubate in a moist, cool, nutrient-rich environment. Nutritional medicine. Description. A special item. It is a special kind of food, made from a large amount of rotten food eaten by scavenging mites. It has strong power and can quickly replenish the body after eating it. Strength, and within 30 seconds, all attributes are temporarily increased by 15%. Okay. Little leopard was stunned. The corpses of these carrion bugs are indeed good things. They are not much better than the flying eagle beasts, and I think these things are more useful. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed, secretly happy. Not to mention flesh and blood, the blood of this scavenging mite is somewhat special. It can actually increase the favorability of insect pets in the wild. This is not just pet loyalty. The more favorable one is towards wild pets, the stronger the affinity towards prey. 0 to 50 is indifferent and can be ignored. 60 to 70 represents friendliness and ability to communicate simply. 70 to 80 refers to the ability to cooperate simply without fear of attack. And if it's over 80, at this point, he has been able to capture it perfectly. More than 90% success rate. Coupled with the goblin's ability, it can be said to be almost 100%. The beetle grenade is something similar to a siren. The eggs of scavenging mites are a very good silver-level pet. But this monster has a bug type, and its abilities are very average, so it doesn't have much effect in the battle. For Lin Xiao, it is of no use. But he could try to hatch one of them and test its potential. If it can grow to gold level, it can replace the gold-eating ants and form a Zerg army. By the way, I have a gold-eating insect here. I almost forgot about it. I can just make it advance once. Forget it, we'll figure it out later. Now let's take a look at this bottle of nutrient solution. Lin Xiao didn't say much and quickly took out the last thing, which was the nutrient solution. Said it was a nutritional medicine. It was a green crystal the size of a thumb, filled with a colorless transparent liquid. Lift it high, place it under the sun and it will emit a green fluorescence. How noble this is. But if you look carefully, you will find that this is a corrosive thing. Corpse pieces, rotten fruits, everything. TCH, it seems not very clean. Lin Xiao frowned and glanced at the flaming monkey beside him. Ahem, smelly monkey, I'll give you something delicious. I got this from a rotten insect. It can quickly restore my physical strength and improve my attributes in a short period of time. How about it, majestic or not, do you want to try it? Lin Xiao placed the culture solution in front of the flame monkey and said in a seductive voice. I don't want nutritional potions. Boss, can I still not see your little thoughts? Oh, is this proficiency? You also know how to seize time. Lin Xiao had an evil smile on his face and took out a banana. Are you really not thinking about it? I originally planned to give you a good one, but now it seems. The words have not yet finished. Lin Xiao felt a flash of white light, and the flame monkey had a bottle of nutrient solution and a good banana in his hand. He, grinning. Boss, why didn't you tell me earlier? We should help you solve your trouble. While talking, before Lin Lei had time to react, the flame monkey ate the liquid in one gulp. What kind of flavor? What do you think? Lin Xiao couldn't wait to speak. The flame ape swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and said hoarsely. Boss, is there anything delicious? It's sour, smelly, and very clingy. Let me tell you, this monkey is different from a dog. At this point, he cleared his throat and added, I feel that my body is very hot. What? How could I recover so quickly? The flame giant ape glanced at his body in surprise. Fireballs continued to shoot out from his mouth, and there was no trace of frustration on his face. Yeah. Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction, probably understanding what was going on. The taste of the nutrient solution is hard to describe, but it has magical effects. At least, this is enough. The harvest this time is really quite big. The carcasses of these carrion insects are much better than I imagined. Unlike the flying eagle, although it looks good, it is of no use. Lin Xiao shook his head, but did not immediately leave for the next cliff. Lin Bai nodded and asked Ziyu and the others to rest from start to finish. Putting aside the first cliff, this is the second cliff. However, they were besieged by 3 ferocious beasts. I don't know how many cliffs there are ahead. Blue Skull, Jian Wushwang said softly. Lin Xiao waved his hand and handed it a large amount of ash staff. Distribute these dry foods so that all the skeleton warriors can eat and drink enough so that they can recover their strength as soon as possible. Yes, Master, Qingfu nodded. Lin Xiao gave it a few more pieces of roasted meat. After saying that, he found an empty seat and sat down, eating the barbecue and opening the chat room at the same time. Lightly contaminated water is sold in large quantities. According to my experience, drinking it has a very small chance of causing diarrhea. Can this kind of contaminated water be sold? Then mine is better. It is still green and astringent. You can eat it with confidence, but the taste is not very good. Ignore the 2 liars upstairs. You can just look at me. What I am selling is my body. My body is very fragile, very fragile. Be good to you, be good to you, be good to you. I want a piece of wood. I want to sell a bronze-level treasure chest, and you only need a weapon to buy it. Make a deal. Angel was stunned. When Lin Xiao saw the 2 people behind him, he immediately sat upright with a look of astonishment on his face. Can it still be sold? TCH, the treasure chest is of course for sale. Why didn't I think of it? Lin Xiao slapped himself on the forehead with a look of regret on his face. What is the largest number of sinks in the world? Of course it's him. More than 100 scavenging mites opened more than 50 bronze treasure chests for Niyan. However, he did not feel happy about this, but felt a little lost. Do not forget, this is a wild battle pet, and it is a silver officer level 1. When he killed the green-skinned elk king, he got a silver level treasure chest. The results of it, the drop rate has dropped below 50%, and the dropped items have also dropped to 50%. This is too cruel. Hey, Wang Yao sighed after hearing this. Lin Xiao sighed and shook his head. But his disappointment did not last long. With the increase of pets, his explosion rate will decrease. Later, at most it's just wood and stone. And the bronze treasure chest. Now he is a waste. But there is a new channel, which is to sell these things to other companies and earn more profits. Fine. Without any hesitation, Lin Xiao immediately started preparing to sell the treasure chest. He clicked on his storage space. Coupled with the bronze-level treasure chest that I got before, the harvest this time is really too great. Exactly 86. Moreover, Lin Xiao is planning to let Pei Yuehua continue to be responsible for the sale of this box. Save time and money. Think so. Lin Xiao opened the private message and sent a message to Pei Yuehua. Get ready, I've got a new thing for you, you can try it to see if it works. Easy to understand. Pei Yuehua stood there, as if waiting for something. It didn't take long before I received a reply. Pei Yuehua. Boss, are you telling the truth? Are there any new gadgets? Did they just change? Lin Xiao. No, I think our loot must be more than this. Have you seen anyone selling bronze treasure chests in the chat room? A moment. Pei Yuehua replied. There is such a thing. In fact, it has been for several days, but there were not many people doing business at that time because everyone was afraid of being cheated. But after someone got a powerful weapon, the entire god's domain was boiling, and many people were buying bronze-level treasure chests like crazy. So that's it. Lin Xiao understood it immediately. Gambling mentality. Everyone hopes that they can soar into the sky. The city treasure box is an excellent opportunity. At this time, these people's luck is also very good. This is not impossible, but the upper limit is too low. At this time, Pei Yuehua sent another message. Boss, what you gave out this time is a treasure chest. Lin Xiao nodded and said, yes, I have a few useless boxes here. If I don't use them, I might as well sell them. Beside a waterfall, Pei Yuehua was taking off his clothes, then put his body into the water and began to rinse his body. By taking advantage of this, Qinran would be able to obtain more benefits. And she also bought a bronze-level iron bow. Moreover, he also got the arrow that Lin Xiao gave him before. However, it is still very easy to kill a wild pet with bronze level 5 or 6. Start in the morning. She had killed one by herself. Yeah, Pei Yuehua was wiping her body and was stunned for a moment when she saw the message from Lin Xiao. But soon, he understood. This is a man who can make a lot of clothes and hunt beasts at the bronze level 8 or 9. That's why he has so many treasure chests. Isn't this hell? I don't know how many there are specifically. 5, 10, 20. While talking, Pei Yuehua quickly replied with a message. Boss, you don't have to worry about the treasure box, many people are waiting for you. But it's not enough. It's not very good. I need at least 10. The number of 10 people is not too many. After all, there are so many people willing to exchange. However, he can also make a lot of money through auctions. 10. He smiled faintly. 86 bronze treasure chests, aren't they a bit much? Lin Xiao asked with some confusion. Oh, I'm just afraid that if I change too much at once, the value will depreciate. Bah. Wait a minute, 86. Pei Yuehua was stunned and even drooled without realizing it. 86, doesn't that mean that at least 100 wild pets must be hunted? Pei Yuehua thought silently in her heart. She made this judgment when she was hunting wild pets. There is more than 70% chance that this treasure chest will explode. Therefore, she could guess how many wild pets Lin Xiao had killed. However, if she knew how many wild pets Lin Xiao had killed, she would probably go berserk on the spot. There is nothing we can do about this. Not on the same level at all. Isn't this too much? Lin Xiao frowned slightly when he saw Pei Yuehua didn't reply. No way. That's a population of hundreds of millions. Pei Yuehua shuddered and said quickly. Boss, of course I am not. We need too many things, I can sell everything. Boss, you are really awesome. Don't worry, I will definitely satisfy you this time. Outside the house, in the water curtain, Pei Yuehua raised her hands and jumped out of the water excitedly, revealing her curvy figure. But in this wilderness, she was alone. No one can see this. Awesome, this guy is so awesome. I have several boxes here, totaling 90. With a little manipulation, I can make a lot of money. Pei Yuehua poured water on herself unconsciously. There was only one thought in her mind, and that was about the treasure box. Suddenly she remembered something and frowned slightly. It's just. He looked slightly startled. The bronze-level treasure chests are not in sets, but in sets. They are all beast masters who can make a lot of profits in a short period of time. But bronze-level treasure chests are available to everyone, so we can't use them to buy rare materials. While talking, she hesitated for a moment and decided to talk to Lin Xiao in detail. It's all his stuff anyway. He is just a part-time worker. Pei Yuehua. Boss, I have something to tell you about the price issue this time. Angel was stunned. Lin Xiao was slightly stunned and shocked. Although they have known each other for a short time, he also has a certain understanding of Pei Yuehua. Smart, cautious, brave, and a little insensitive. Lin Xiao thinks that Pei Yuehua will not be in the price. Say more about the question of character. J. This is very important. What's up? Pei Yuehua nodded and said in a deep voice. Boss, I think this matter should not be too complicated, it is too precious. A treasure chest is different from clothes. It is an unpredictable item. If the price is too high, it is likely to be a one-time transaction. In addition, everyone has a chance to open the bronze-level treasure chest, so most of our viewers discovered good things inside or watched from the side. People, quote, boss, what do you think? Pei Yuehua said what he was thinking in one breath. After a while, he asked anxiously. At the same time, Lin Xiao listened to Pei Yuehua's words, and the corners of his lips gradually rose. Yes, no wonder you can establish such a large chamber of commerce on your own. This insight is not something that ordinary people can match. A bronze-level treasure chest must be very expensive. If it's a silver-level treasure chest. Think so. Lin Xiao smiled and shook his head. I don't know what you are thinking. Silver box. He doesn't even have enough for himself, let alone selling it. He has not yet made such a big move. You were right, we cannot set the price too high. There must be at least one person who is willing to pay the price. However, I don't want to lose too much. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and glanced at his storage compartment. Suddenly, Gao Peng's eyes fell on the scavenger that had just been cut in half. Oh, and there's meat. Lin Xiao suddenly clapped his hands and laughed out loud. He can do business with the goblins. Anyway, others don't have anything valuable, so it's better to switch to the Earth Spirit clan. As for the materials needed, there must be higher remuneration. He thought about it in his mind. Lin Xiao quickly finalized the quotation and then sent the quotation to Pei Yuehua. Seller. Lin Xiao. Exchange item. A bronze treasure chest. Requirements. 300 pieces of bronze level 6 flesh and blood. Option 1. 200 pieces of bronze 7th level flesh and blood. Choice 2. Level 8 bronze flesh 50. Option 3. 3 elemental crystals. Inventory. 86 copies. How about you go and take a look? Nowadays, most people can hunt down bronze level 6 wild pets, and it's not difficult to collect them, don't you think? Lin Xiao looked at his quotation again and nodded in affirmation. An ordinary wild pet can cut off 40 or 50 pieces of flesh and blood every time. At most, there are about 10. Definitely not much. Meat. He looked stunned. Pei Yuehua was slightly startled, then nodded. Now, there is some surplus of grain, which is the best way to exchange for meat. However, this is probably too much. However, she has already figured out how to do it, so there should be no problem. Boss, just wait and see. Make something today and sell it tomorrow. Pei Yuehua said it confidently. Lin Xiao nodded. Sign a contract and hand over all the bronze treasure chests to her. He just needs to get the money. It's here. Pei Yuehua took out the treasure box and felt relaxed. This is big business. If he can succeed, he can also give some benefits to the people of Yuehua Chamber of Commerce. So, the Yuehua Chamber of Commerce is really unbreakable. Tisk tisk tisk. At this time, the garlic tortoise that had been submerged in the water for a long time slowly emerged from the water. Seeing the smile on his master's face, he also howled happily. But, Pei Yuehua glanced at him, bent down and picked him up. I made another big deal. This time I can get a lot of good meat. Maybe you can get a powerful pet. Alas, I don't want to either, but you are already about to be cooked. Pei Yuehua smiled gently, but the words he said were the cruelest. Little tortoise. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and then he quietly dived into the water, never daring to appear again. To have such an amiable master, she didn't even know what kind of she was in her previous life. Pei Yuehua came out of the water, wiped the water off her body, and walked in naked. The temperature is very low during the day and night, but at noon it is warm. She hung up Lin Xiao's text message and started calling someone else. Xiao Lianxin, it's time to work. Send me the photo so I can see if you are awake. This way. The girl named Lianxin quickly said, Sister Yuehua, I'm already up. I even killed 2 of them. Pei Yuehua smiled slightly. Okay, you girl is about to mature again. Okay, don't go too far, I've got another batch this time, a total of 90 bronze level treasure chests. What a big deal. Sister Yuehua, where did you get it? Did you hunt it from the wild? No, your combat power is just that of a 5-star war god. I understand. Lian Xin's expression changed and she said in a deep voice, Sister Yuehua, tell me honestly, are you being kept by someone? Pei Yuehua rolled her eyes at him angrily. Girl, what have you been thinking about all day? I have assigned you a task, if you don't want to. A series of orders came down. Pei Yuehua sighed and felt relaxed. It's time. The other side. Lin Xiao swallowed the last piece of dried meat and returned to his chat room. I want to see how you do it. A stream of information passed through his mind. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up and he looked at the evidence. Only, after a few minutes, Lin Xiao could see at least 1 million messages clearly. Pei Yuehua has disappeared. Angel was stunned. Hasn't she made up her mind yet? It's impossible, you see how determined she is. Lin Xiao wiped the sore corners of his eyes. Just when he was about to close the interface, he suddenly saw a message. Brothers, I made a lot of money today. I just got a piece of silver equipment from the bronze treasure chest. It's amazing. Poof. There was a soft sound. One look. Lin Xiao twitched the corners of his mouth and almost couldn't help laughing. It's simply a fantasy. If it's bronze equipment, I might believe it, but if it's silver equipment. Unless you are like Qi Wei and have slept with the goddess of luck, then that is possible. Otherwise, this is impossible. A moment. This news was like a fuse and immediately aroused discussions among countless people. The content is much the same. They were all saying that they got a night-level treasure from the bronze treasure chest. I also found 2 bronze treasure boxes, one with 10 liters of drinking water and the other with a water purifier. I thought I was the only one who got lucky. I got an armor blueprint, which is pretty good. A bunch of trash. I found a silver pet in the bronze treasure chest. Now tell me about it. Do you believe it? Everyone, why are you and I not in the same treasure chest? Of course, let me tell you, my box comes from the Yuehua Chamber of Commerce. It is said that they have a way to increase the chance of opening the box. Lin Xiao understood completely after reading this sentence. They are all trolls, although it is a bit exaggerated. However, this method still works. Lin Xiao almost believed it, but fortunately it was not him who took out the treasure box. Otherwise, I'm such a fool, others echoed. Some people believe it, others are skeptical. You can tell at a glance that this is fake. I don't believe it either, it must be the Navy. Not necessarily. Among the few people just now, there are several hundred level water kings. Are they all from the Yuehua Chamber of Commerce? You are right, we can give it a try, and maybe we will be successful. How come I didn't know that Yuehua merchant sells treasure chests? Isn't this obvious? Go, ask them for it, I must buy this box today, no one can keep it to themselves. Lin Xiao looked like he was in Bangbu, with a smile on his lips. This Pei Yuehua is simply a vicious woman. The naval force they deployed was simply overwhelming. As soon as the two sang in harmony, they immediately aroused the interest of all the beast masters. This time, I'm afraid the supply exceeds the demand. Each has its own advantages. The Yuehua Chamber of Commerce has many members, and they do not need to undergo strict assessments, so the interest relationships between them can easily be destroyed, but sometimes, they are incomparable to other forces. Awesome! Yang Kai exclaimed in praise. Lin Xiao sighed and turned off the noodles. Now, however, there are more important things to do. Another 30 minutes passed. Qing Skiu walked quickly to Chen Ming. Sir, we have gone to bed. Everything is ready and ready to go at any time. The flame ape also walked over and followed suit. Boss, we have all slept enough. While talking, its gaze also looked at Lin Xiao secretly. Lin Xiao looked at it, and then really threw a few bananas at it. But, just a regular banana. In that case, let's go. Qing Xiao, you lead the skeleton soldiers, and the little monkey leads the fire ape. Little skeleton, you and I walk in the middle. Lin Xiao said nothing and waved his hand. Ziyu's group of people immediately moved forward in a mighty manner. It's still that chain, it's still that chain, it's still that strong wind. The only difference is that this time, the flying eagle beast did not come looking for trouble. This result completely exceeded Lin Xiao's expectations. Not long after, another cliff. There are a few yunmeng fruit trees scattered in front. After Lin Xiao collected it, there were 8 yunmenguo seeds in total. Fine. How did you find the wild pet? What's wrong? Lin Xiao asked. Qing Skull hesitated for a moment and said, Sir, we found a stone that is exactly the same as the one just now, but the stones have been moved away, and the corpse-eating bugs are gone. I guess it's the flying eagle beast. While talking, it pulled out of its bosom a mite that fed on decay. Those corpses were all in tatters, because some of them had signs of being pecked at. The other side, as for those who can eat these things, in addition to the bugs that feed on rot, there are also flying eagles and beasts. I didn't expect that they were actually enemies. Since there's nothing wrong, let's move forward. Do it all. Lin Xiao led the little tyrant and the little tyrant towards the next cliff. This time, I finally encountered one. Without any hesitation. The two parties immediately fought together. Message. Congratulations to your little skeleton for killing a wild war pet named Scavenger Mite. System prompt. Congratulations to Skeleton Warrior for completing a perfect hunt with a wild creature named Scavenger Mite. System prompt. Blue Skull successfully hunted a wild war pet named Scavenger Mite. The fifth cliff was swept away. 50 scavenging mites were killed, and he also collected 10 seeds of yunmeng fruit. Then, there is another cliff, and another cliff. Soon, 4 more cliffs were cleared. The number of wild pets hunted exceeded 300. Most of them are insects that feed on decay, and there are only a few flying eagles and beasts. There are only 30 or so in total. As for the harvest, among them, the most important point is the level of these pet beasts. Each skeleton warrior's level is 2 levels higher than before. Qingxiao broke through to the 11th level. As for the little skeleton's level, there is still about 10% left, so it is not too far away from being upgraded. Result: Lin Sha and her group stopped in front of cliff number 9. There was blood everywhere, and a pungent smell hit his face. We've reached the 9th floor, and I don't know how many more floors there are. It stands to reason that the silver level secret realm won't be that big. No matter what, I still have to recharge my batteries. Wang Zan waved his hand and asked Qingshu to take his people over to take a look. Lin Ping took out all his battle pets and placed them in front of him. Excluding those dilapidated and indestructible remains, there are still as many as 350 bodies. When he walked out of the locker, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Corpses piled up like mountains, and the air was filled with a thick mist of blood that lingered for a long time. Number 1. Murderous. If there were any other beastmasters who saw this scene, they would be scared to death. But Lin Xiao just frowned slightly, and then walked over slowly as if nothing had happened. If there are more than 350, this is more than 1,000 silver level battle pets. After this trip, I have become a wealthy person. However, I don't know if the price of Earth Elves will rise because of this transaction. Lin Xiao rubbed his chin and said in deep thought. After all, so much meat was sold. There are tens of thousands of gold coins alone, not to mention other things, such as elemental crystals and the like. I'm afraid I can't bear it. Lin Xiao shook his head, not that much. His eyes fell on the mountain of corpses. Warning. The falcon carrion eating mite and carnivorous mite were detected. Should they be decomposed? Yes, okay, then I'm welcome. Lin Xiao said. Congratulations, you have obtained the flesh and blood of 2,500 flying eagles. System prompt. 9,000 pieces of carrion flesh. System. Congratulations, you have obtained 250 wind attribute crystal fragments. Reward. 50 eagle wings. System. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 150 eagle feathers. Hearing this series of news, Lin Xiao's smile became even thicker. 11,500 strips of meat. A rough calculation is more than 60,000 gold coins. And earth crystal, more than 3,000. Hiss. Chen Xiaobei took a breath of cold air. Lin Xiao exclaimed in surprise when he saw the results of his deduction. Silver level 10 meat, 500 gold coins, 3 elemental crystals, and something you can freely choose. That's right, this is no longer a problem for rich people. I made a fortune last night. However, the Earth Elves probably don't have that many supplies, right? Lin Shui was excited for a moment, but soon realized that this matter might not go so smoothly. Gold coins are not difficult to obtain, but after all, the Earth Spirit clan has thousands of years of history, so it is impossible not to have reserves. However, this may not be the case for Earth Crystal. Lin Xiao estimated that the use of this thing should far exceed the scope of making tools. Okay, I won't suffer any loss anyway. If I can make good friends with these Earth Element people and conquer them, then I will definitely gain a lot. Put everything away. Lin Xiao set up a bonfire and placed 3 pieces of the flesh and blood of the flying eagle beast king on the bonfire. What is this? This war pet truly lives up to its reputation. After a while, a strong aroma of meat spreads, whetting one's appetite. Gah! Chen Xiaobei was stunned. The little monkey came closer and kept spitting out his mouth. Boss, what kind of meat is this? It smells so good. This tastes better than the flower demon's meat. Lin Xiao looked at it, threw a piece over, and ate one himself. In an instant, a stream of rich soup exploded around Bu Fang's body. It sure smells great. The meat of the flying eagle beast king is pure meat, but the flower demon is a wild plant-based pet, with a trace of impurities in the meat. But in comparison, it has more aura. Lin Xiao finished eating 3 times, 5 times 5 times 2, clapped his hands, and stood up from his seat. At this time, Qingshu, who was exploring the road ahead, also came back with his people, and he also had the corpses of 2 flying eagles in his hands. Every skeleton has a trace of blood on it. Seeing this scene, Lin Shui frowned slightly. What's going on? Are there actually vicious beasts on this cliff? Master, not here, on the next cliff. Are you going to the next cliff? No, but the cliff on the opposite side is right near us, and there are no clouds to cover it. As for those wild war pets, Qing Skull hesitated for a moment, the soul fire in his eyes wavering, as if he was thinking. After a few seconds, he said, there are many scavenging mites and flying eagles, they are fighting now. Gang fight. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, then nodded suddenly. There are not many resources here. Together with Yunmeng Guo, Su Ping has 2 more. In this situation, eagle beasts and scavenging mites are each other's food, and it is normal for them to conflict. But, how could he not lose such a thing? Lin Xiao was just watching the show and had no intention of making a big deal out of it. Go, he shouted. Let's go over and take a look, maybe we can help. Lin Xiao waved his hand and immediately led Ziyu and the others to work. Chapter 91. He walked to the edge of the cliff. Just like what Green Skull said. Without the obstruction of clouds, we can clearly see the situation in the distance. Cackle. A crisp laughter sounded. Sass. A roar sounded. There were sounds of running, followed by roars. Lin Xiao looked up and his eyes suddenly widened. Cliff number 10. There's a fierce battle going on here. Countless scavenging mites were lying densely on the ground. Each one was a misty insect, its eyes were red, staring at the sky. In the sky, hundreds of flying eagles blocked the sky. They looked down at the ground in fear. Occasionally, they would spray sharp wind blades from their mouths to kill the mites that were eating carrion. The battle situation is showing a one-sided situation. Scavenging mites can neither fly nor attack from long distances. Seeing the wind blades falling like raindrops among them, they suffered heavy casualties. Keep it up like this. The only result, what he has to do is wait for these flying eagle beasts to get tired and leave by himself. I don't want this. Only by letting them both suffer losses can we have a chance. I need to push the envelope. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed and he took out a handful of windmeal from his arms. A shot at one of the big eagles. He pulled the trigger. Call out. There was a hole in one of the wings of the flying eagle beast, and it hit the ground heavily. In an instant, the surrounding scavenging mites are like hungry wolves rushing towards their prey, scrambling to bite the prey. In an instant, flesh, and bones all disappeared. Not a trace of blood. Ho ho ho, a deafening roar sounded. The scavenging mites howled, 193, at the sky, their eyes full of pride. As for why the flying eagle beast fell, they didn't care. As long as they can eat this desolate land, they will be satisfied. The flying eagles and beasts were in chaos, and they all used wind flying to soar into the sky. After confirming that there was no danger, Zhongyu landed on the ground again. They begin a frantic attack on scavenging mites. This moment, green wind blades streaked through the air, splitting one scavenger mite into 2. Right, let's do it again. Distance. Lin Xiao lay down behind a big rock and watched this scene silently. His eyes kept scanning around the competition stage, and he was silently calculating the changes in the number of people on both sides in his mind. Wait until the number of scavenging mites drops to a certain level. He raised his crossbow and shot one to death, which relieved the pressure on the others. Tip. Congratulations on killing the ferocious wild pet, flying eagle beast. You have gained a small amount of experience. Tip. Congratulations on killing the ferocious wild pet, flying eagle beast. You have gained a small amount of experience. Jingle bell. System prompt. You have been successfully promoted. Whoosh. A ball of golden light bloomed from Lin Xiao's body. It took a full 3 seconds for the fluctuations to gradually subside. Lin Xiao stood up from behind the stone, stretched out, and raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. More than half an hour has passed now, and more than 50 eagles have been hunted. It has finally been upgraded again. Haha, it feels so good to have no one to compete with you for monsters. However, even with my help, these scavenging mites are still suppressed. They are really natural enemies," said. The remaining 50 or so flying eagle beasts flapped their wings and fled in panic. They can easily trample scavenging mites under their feet. But there are also some cunning guys who hide in the distance to sneak attack on them. This made them very uneasy. There are also some flying eagle beasts, which eat the scavengers that come directly up. This is the big event of the year. Please remember. In the past, when the flying eagle herd hunted scavenging mites, they were basically unscathed. This time it was a real failure. The eagles flew away. A picture appeared on the wall of the 10th mountain peak. Everywhere you look, there are corpses everywhere. Half of the body of the flying eagle beast has been eaten, and the bodies of the scavengers have also been divided into two. In short, none of them are in perfect condition. The blood flowing from their bodies turned into thin streams, flowing down from the edge of the cliff. Like a waterfall. Horrible. Next, it's our turn to play. Lin Xiao waved his hand and ordered, "Qingshu, you and your skeleton soldiers, come up to me and kill all these maggots. Little fire monkey, you lead the flame monkey and guard the entrance of the scavenging spider's cave. As long as a scavenging spider comes out of the cave, blow it up for me. Take that flying eagle and follow me," Su Ping ordered. Finished. Ziyu and Ziyu all started to move. Another fight. Only, all this has nothing to do with Lin Xiao. "Boss, it's not bad. I can't tell you, but you are the 6th child." "Ah, where are we going?" The little skeleton crouched on the back of the flying eagle beast, holding its feathers tightly with both hands, not daring to move. At this time, Lin Xiao activated the eagle spirit in the eagle ring and followed the eagle beast. Listening to the howling wind whistling past him, Bai Yunfei narrowed his eyes and said, "Catch up with those flying eagles. I've seen it. After the 10th cliff, there is a cliff, which should be the last cliff. But I don't know where those flying eagles are. I can follow them." Han Hao nodded. "It's a rare visit, how can you not come back with a full load? He won't leave until all the treasures are looted. Extremely fast." Lin Xiao and his 2 pets have been following the flying eagles unhurriedly. Seeing that the soul of the eagle is about to dissipate, Lin Xiao suddenly saw a cliff slowly appearing in the misty clouds. There are hollow caves everywhere above, and occasionally there are eagles circling among the clouds. "Very happy. Cuckoo," it cried. As the flying eagle herd landed, everyone was stunned. One after another, the flying eagle beasts flew out of the cave and surrounded them. These flying eagles are much smaller, only about half their size, and their feathers are also colorful, with few green ones. Lin Xiao's expression changed and he used a probing method. Flying eagle. Grade. Bronze. Level 10. Characteristics. Beasts. Ability. Fierce peck. The eagle beast swoops down and pecks at the target below, causing powerful damage. Characteristic. Violent. As expected, he thought to himself. These flying eagle beasts don't even have wind, and they only have one ability. They are really weak. Lin Xiao was thoughtful. Su Bai took the little tyrant and quietly sneaked into a cave and continued to observe. The other side, and the more than 50 flying eagle beasts, after spitting out a mouthful of blood, were exhausted and flew back to their nests to start resting. Lin Xiao waved her hand and motioned for her to leave. When the wave of flying eagle beasts rushed into the cave entrance, the little skeleton covered its mouth, while waving the Fufang sword and launched a series of attacks on it. Kill with one blow. Boss, what should we do? So much. The little skeleton lying at the door of the cave asked softly. Disposing of the body casually. Lin Xiao rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Although those mixed-haired flying eagle beasts have poor individual combat capabilities, they are better in numbers. The most conservative estimate is there are as many as 600 or 700. Not only was Lin Xiao unable to bear it, but even the little skeleton was beaten to death. But with so many experience points in front of him, he seemed to have an ant crawling in his heart. It would be great if we could bring them all together. Lin Xiao murmured to himself. After taking a look at the eagle beast not far away, Zhang Zan's eyes lit up. Isn't there a traitor here? Cuckoo, Yun Ruian called out. The flying eagle beast shuddered, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. As expected, Lin Xiao glared at it fiercely. Little eagle, it's time for you to show off your skills. In that case, then take a few eagles up the mountain. I think the flat terrain in the mountain is an excellent place for an ambush. Remember, you can only hit once at a time, and leave immediately after the fight, don't hesitate. Lin Xiao warned again. Seeing the flying eagle beast nodded, Ji Yulingzi breathed a sigh of relief and let him go. Under Su Ping's leadership, Su Ping climbed the mountain. Boss, what should we do? This is a flat land, and it would be difficult to ambush. Han Hao touched his head and asked. Lin Xiaohuan glanced around. Look, what's going on? Except for a few boulders that are as tall as half a man, there is no grass growing anywhere else. As the flying eagle beast flew closer, it was natural that he could see it clearly. Don't worry, you don't need to take action this time. Just hide and don't let them escape. As for the agency, Lin Xiao's eyes dimmed slightly, but there was a somewhat evil smile on the corners of his lips. I have decided to use blue to erode the bones. While talking, Roland took out the bone-teeth spear and quickly created shallow pits on the ground. With a flick of his finger, wisps of blue flames flew out and disappeared into the space ring. When the time comes, all he needs is a thought. These small flames are enough to burn the entire sky to ashes. I'm just a little sorry. It is impossible to completely digest the meat of these flying eagle beasts. However, this was just a piece of bronze level 10 flesh and blood, and Su Ping didn't care. No big loss. Just wait for a while and find a few more people to take care of it. There is no shortage of meat. Now, I can only rely on Xiaoying. The top of the cliff. After leaving Lin Xiao, the flying eagle beast did not leave immediately. After looking at the other flying eagles and making sure that they had all entered the cave to rest, Wang Hu flew over and landed on the back of the mixed flying eagle. Seeing those mixed-haired flying eagle beasts getting closer and closer, the little eagle also showed a bit of disdain. Although it was Lin Xiao who conquered it. But deep down in his heart, he was full of disdain for this low-blooded creature. No one can change this. Cuckoo, Yun Ruian called out. A flying eagle beast glanced at the little eagle suspiciously. Although it's not smart, he always felt that there was something different about this flying eagle. Adertisement. But he didn't know what to say. The little flying eagle didn't say much. One look frightened it so much that it lowered its head and didn't dare to speak. Cuckoo, it cried. Cuckoo, it cried. The little eagle looked around, and then ordered a few mixed-haired eagles to follow behind. There was no hesitation. He flapped his wings and flew directly towards the top of the mountain. The flying eagle beasts looked at each other and without any hesitation, they immediately divided into two groups and chased Lin Jin. And it looks like they are very excited. After all, it's not a wind monster. No matter in terms of flying or fighting, they are inferior. If it were in the outside world, if it were bronze level 10, they would be a little more relaxed. But in the secret realm of the cliff, they are invincible. Therefore, those mixed-haired eagles basically rely on purebred eagles to survive. And these runes have only one purpose. That's giving birth to a baby. The other side, Lin Xiao took the little skeleton to a cave. He had already buried a lot of blue bone corroding fire on this mountain peak, just waiting for the leader of the flying eagles to arrive. Not long after, the sound of puff, puff, puff is endless. Lin Xiao's complexion changed slightly, and his eyes shone with excitement. Coming, a voice came from far away. After speaking, he told the little skeleton, go hide outside and pay attention to the giant eagles that are not burned by the flames. Don't let anyone go. Han Hao chuckled. Boss, don't worry, I will take care of it. While talking, the next moment, its figure disappeared, and 4.9 hid somewhere. Lin Xiao also leaned out, with only one head exposed, looking into the distance. Hiss. Chen Xiaobei took a breath of cold air. He is indeed a traitor, he is really powerful. A rough estimate, there are more than 300 of them. If you can kill them all, your level will definitely be improved. Breathing deeply, Lin Xiao suppressed her heartbeat and waited patiently. With a crisp cry, the eagle descended from the sky. He looked around. He was completely unaware that the danger in front of him was already close at hand. Cuckoo, it cried. Cuckoo, it cried. A moment. The mixed-haired flying eagle looked at this scene with a blank expression. Now, at this moment, a crisp snap of fingers sounded. Just when a group of flying eagle beasts were confused. A moment. There was a loud boom, and the blue bone corroding fire buried deep in the ground spewed out completely under Lin Xiao's control, like thick ancient god's hands pointing at. The mixed-haired eagle beast kept firing. This moment. The flames rose up, illuminating half of the sky with a terrifying blue. A series of shrill screams were heard, during which many mixed-haired flying eagle beasts endured severe pain and jumped into the air in an attempt to escape. But he was either pressed down by the flaming arm or burned alive. It didn't appear to be injured on the outside. But the strange thing is, those flying eagle beasts were already limp at this moment, without any vitality at all. The little eagle on the side couldn't help but shuddered when he saw this scene. It turns out that this is Master's ability. Horrible. Tip: your flying eagle beast shows you your strength and gets 10 points of loyalty. Angel was stunned. What happened? Lin Xiao looked at the flying eagle beast with a somewhat puzzled look, waved his hand towards it, and shouted, "What are you doing standing still? Run away. The rest of the flying eagles should have discovered us. We can't stay any longer." Lin Xiao reminded. Xiao Yingzi took the little skeleton and left quickly. As for himself, he turned on the soul of the eagle, again, looked at the mountain peak again, and then turned around and left. Tip: congratulations on killing the ferocious wild pet, flying eagle beast. You have gained a small amount of experience. Tip: congratulations on killing the ferocious wild pet, flying eagle beast. You have gained a small amount of experience. Jingle bell. System prompt. You have been successfully promoted. Note: there have been some changes in your body, and the panel has begun to reorganize. You can check it yourself later. The series of sounds made Lin Xiaoyun confused. My level has been upgraded again, reaching bronze level 12. But what's going on? It's really interesting that the system can be reorganized. Lin Xiao was not in a hurry to see it. When he returned to the 10th cliff, the system prompts in his mind continued. His experience bar is also growing rapidly. But the improvement is not huge. After killing more than 50 of them in one go, Zhang Fei's experience bar increased by less than 20%. This is obviously an unusual thing. Everyone go back and rest first. As Lin Xiao said this, he found a relatively tidy place and sat down. Wait quietly. More than 10 minutes passed. Another ringtone. Lin Xiao didn't say anything, just clicked on the interface and took a look. Lin Xiao. Grade: Bronze. Level: 12. Title: Pet Owner. Pets: Little Skeleton, Green Grasshopper, Fire Monkey. Ability: Blue Fire, Dark Water 17. Props: Wind Crossbow, Bone Teeth Spear, Ring of Precision, representing the friendship of the Earth Elves. Feature: Evolution Path, Beastmaster. What? Everyone was shocked. I found a way. Lin Xiao sat up all of a sudden and screamed uncontrollably. He stared at the 4 words, Beastmaster, with unblinking eyes, and countless thoughts came to his mind. This was an evolutionary path he had never seen before. Not to mention, it is not native to this world and should not appear here. But judging from the current situation, it seems something happened. Just wait and see what happens. Since there is a path for evolution, that's not a bad thing, right? Lin Xiao asked hesitantly. Look down. Beast Tamer. Introduction. Focus on exploring the beast control ability, based on the 5 attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, to enhance its ability to capture and strengthen pets, so that it has strength far beyond its own level and has the ability to leapfrog challenges. You need 1 gold crystal, 1 wood crystal, 1 crystal stone, 1 fire crystal, and 1 jade crystal. It's actually like this. It's unbelievable that I actually found a path to evolution. Moreover, judging from these materials, I should be able to advance to gold quality. Lin Xiao's eyes were shining brightly as he read the description of King of Beast Control over and over again. This is a no-brainer. This kind of evolution method is not based on attack power, but mainly on assistance. 5 powers descended on him at the same time. This shows that Lin Xiao is very likely to be able to improve the combat effectiveness of pets with these 5 attributes in the future. As for the wind and poison types, they will have to wait until the next time they evolve. The birth of the profession of Beastmaster should be related to evolution. I just don't know if this road belongs to me alone or to someone else. After thinking about it, Lin Xiao shook his head and didn't think much about it. Su Bai said lightly, then turned off the interface, stood up and walked towards Ziyu and the others. However, he was in no hurry. As for the beast taming book and magic diamond, Yu Yong had never heard of them, and they were not that easy to obtain. Lord, a voice sounded. Seeing Lin Xiao coming over, Qingshu immediately stood up. We have killed all the wild pets, and even the scavenging mites in the cave have been wiped out by us. All the corpses have been cleaned up. By the way, we found a lot of medicinal herbs in the cave of scavenging mites. We don't know what they are. Herbs. Lin Xiao followed Qingxiao and walked to a cliff. This place has been dug out by scavenging mites, forming a cave. There are also some strange plants growing on the rock walls of the cave. This plant is green all over, with white veins covering its surface, and only one long and narrow leaf. On this blue star, they are simply weeds on the roadside. But here, it's a different story. Lin Xiao stretched out his hand, picked off one of them, and put it in front of his eyes to look at it. Let me think about it. There is a resource in this cliff secret realm, and it is not just the seeds of the Yunmeng fruit tree. Could it be? At this point, he paused, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He immediately cast a detection spell. Mountain wind and vegetation. Description: a rare material. It is a special plant that grows on high mountains. It is exposed to the wind and sun on the mountains all year round. It contains a large amount of wind elements and is the raw material for some special items. I see. It won't take long before I can make a silver-level potion of speed. Lin Xiao smiled, waved her hand, and asked Green Grasshopper and her pets to pick. Then he walked to the pile of corpses and began to decompose them. Warning: a large number of pet remains were detected in the wild. Do you want to decompose them? Yes. Okay, then I'm welcome. Lin Xiao said. System: congratulations on obtaining 3,300 carrion flesh and blood. System: congratulations, you have obtained 1,200 drops of carrion insect blood. Hint: 600 beetle bombs. Jingle bell. There are also 25 bronze-level treasure chests. Lin Xiao threw everything into Pei Yuehua's hands without even thinking about it and let her handle it. More than an hour passed. Qing Skull collected all these elixirs. Sure enough, he has the potential to be a robber. Even the rhizomes of Windcliff grass buried underground were dug out. Completely disappeared. This is the last level. It's a pity that I don't have enough bird pets, otherwise. No matter, let's get out of here first. After confirming that nothing had slipped through the net, Lin Xiao immediately used the secret teleportation array and left here with his pets. A white light flashed from his body. Lin Xiao and her group entered the base. After looking around and making sure there was no danger, I felt relieved. Once I came out of the secret realm, it was almost dusk. The breeze blows slowly. Lin Xiao quickly built several bonfires and surrounded them, which made their coldness subside a little. Immediately afterwards, he lazily leaned back in his chair. Man, put the chopped greens in it. From the moment he came in until now. Sure enough, vegetables are the best choice. I miss that little girl named Fuya very much. Won't she come back tomorrow? I don't know if she was beaten by her grandfather. Lin Xiao smiled and shook his head. I don't know what you are thinking. While eating hot pot, he also clicked on the panel. He checked the private messages first, and to his surprise, Qi Wei didn't bother him again. To be on the safe side, he sent the other party a message. The guy who picked the lock must protect himself. Immediately afterwards, he clicked on the chat room again. Evening news and more. After players explore for a day, they will chat in the chat room or brag about their discoveries. Another 2 bronze level 5 wild pets were hunted and killed, and my Vajra pig also advanced. Some gains, but not much. I am going to hunt a bronze level 6 wild pet. They are all a bunch of trash. Today I hunted a silver level wild pet, but it's a pity that I didn't catch it. A silver battle pet. Boss, you are so awesome. Did you hear that tomorrow Yuehua Chamber of Commerce will have a bronze level treasure chest for sale? It is said that the probability of getting it is very high. Is it fake? I feel like I am harvesting crops. The suit of clothes I bought before was pretty good. I am a supporter of the Yuehua Chamber of Commerce, so I am ready to gamble. General Beast Masters can kill wild pets at bronze level 6, so their level is probably bronze level 8, which is not too bad. However, I didn't expect that the sales volume of this treasure box would be so good. Lin Xiao glanced through the information before nodding with satisfaction. It can be seen that Pei Yuehua's method works very well. Anyway, Fuya is coming soon, so she can eat more meat tomorrow. Yeah, as for the price, he must ask clearly. Should I sell more things? At this time, Lin Xiao was thinking while looking at his storage compartment. Such as butterfly alarm, such as beetle grenade. He can't use all these things by himself. This is also a very rare treasure for other beast masters, so they might as well take advantage of it. Think so. Lin Xiao opened the trading area without saying anything. He handed over 100 siren butterflies and beetle grenades. Then set the price. Seller. Lin Xiao. Items for sale. Alert butterfly 10. Material. Metallic crystal times 1. Requires 2. A cork strip. Note 1. A handful of golden land. Remark 2. A bronze drawing. Remark 3. 1 blue crystal. Seller. Lin Xiao. Exchange items. 5 beetle grenades. Material. Metallic crystal times 1. Requires 2. A cork strip. Remark 1. Blue crystal times 1. Remark 2. 1 piece of golden earth. Note 3. Bronze. 3 drawings. Although these two things are valuable, they are not of much use to some beast masters. Forget about the beetle bomb, it is extremely lethal, enough to kill a bronze level 10 wild pet. Even a strong person at level 11 or 12 bronze will suffer huge damage. But the disadvantages are also obvious. He moves very slowly. Lin Xiao gave it a try. You know, after the beetle grenade is activated, its flying speed is only 0.5 meters per second. No powerful wild pet will let it get close. Apart from lay a trap in advance. Moreover, this kind of alarm can only be used once, and the price is so high that ordinary beast masters may not be able to afford it. As for the bronze alarm, the blue crystal inside has not yet been found. I can't do it for a while. That's it. After confirming that it was correct, Lin Fu immediately put the scaffold up. Next, is the familiar publicity. Just like before. As soon as the news came out, it immediately caused a huge sensation. Because everyone knows it, nothing Lin Xiao brought was rubbish. It is far beyond the current progress of ordinary people, which is normal. Finally here, another big shot. What can we expect this time? I'm really looking forward to it. The siren can detect enemies within 1 kilometer, the beetle grenade can kill even a bronze level 10 wild pet, holy shit. If this boss can exchange for these things, then he can easily hunt wild beasts above level 10 bronze. 666. Speaking of which, this request is too weird. I can't get any of the cork roots and metal crystals. There are also some people who are happy because they have collected enough resources. Some people complained endlessly. A metallic crystal is not that easy to get. It's a blessing to be able to trade with others. When Lin Xiao saw this, he smiled slightly and remained non-committal. If you can't pay for it, is the price for sending it to me high? He is not a great hero, nor does he want to be a saint. Very likely to die young. Turn off the control panel. Lin Xiao just clicked on his private message to see if Chi Wei had replied. A video request suddenly popped up. Looked at the photo again. Pei Yuehua. Lin Yiqian was speechless. Is it to make me wary of butterflies and beetles? She is really boring. Lin Xiao complained and pressed OK. As soon as the phone was picked up, Pei Yuehua hadn't gone far when he heard a hurried inquiry. Boss, did you just redeem a batch of rare items? Oh, why don't you leave this matter to me? I guarantee you can make more money. Pei Yuehua looked at the screen, a pair of beautiful eyes looking straight at him. At this moment, in her heart, he's bleeding. If some more promotion is carried out, the current price can probably be increased to 3 gold element crystals and 30 cork roots. And you can make a lot of money. Do you still think you talk too much? Lin Xiao suddenly said this. Pei Yuehua trembled, raised her head, and looked at him. But she saw Lin Xiao half leaning on the back of the chair, arms folded across her chest, looking at her with a playful expression. Although the corner of his mouth is smiling. But it's always cold. Only then did Pei Yuehua come to his senses, with an awkward smile on his face. Sorry, boss, I was too impatient. But the price is too low, I'm afraid you will suffer a loss. Lin Xiao interrupted her. Don't say it so nicely, do you think I'm an idiot? You should know that this price is not cheap. Do you feel that you can't earn any benefits and feel uncomfortable? Pei Yuehua's face looked a little ugly, he lowered his head and said nothing. Lin Xiao didn't seem to notice her expression, and said to himself, this clothing and kit business can be said to be a win-win situation. I made a lot of money, and you also made a lot of money. I will give you 100 bronze treasure chests, which will be enough for you to make a lot of money. President Pei, do you think this is a matter of course? Huh, Angel was stunned. Lin Xiao suddenly stopped smiling and his tone became a bit colder. He stared at Pei Yuehua with sharp eyes. After these days of fighting, Lin Ping had killed thousands of battle pets. Gives people a strong sense of oppression. When Pei Yuehua heard this question, he suddenly sweated profusely and swallowed hard. After a while, boss, it's my fault this time. I shouldn't have troubled you. Pei Yuehua shook his head and smiled bitterly. With clear eyes, he looked at Lin Xiao and said, I am indeed obsessed with profit these days. However, I hope this matter will not have any impact on our agreement. Lin Xiao tilted his head and said with a smile, this is natural, I am very confident in the management ability of Yuehua Chamber of Commerce. After hearing this, Pei Yuehua finally felt relieved. This is what she fears most. In other words, Lin Xiao will not buy anything for her from now on. Even though I don't want to admit it, I have to admit it. He and the Yuehua Chamber of Commerce may never be able to do without Lin Xiao again. The most important thing is that the things he comes up with are much better than other beast masters. Bronze suit, copper treasure chest. And this point is exactly in line with the requirements of the beast master. What a terrible man. Pei Yuehua secretly reminded herself that she would never be so reckless next time. It's too late, boss, I'm leaving. Bye. Yi Futian said goodbye. Pei Yuehua smiled charmingly, waved her hand, and was about to hang up the phone. Before she could make any move, Lin Xiao suddenly said, we will continue to purchase black ink silk thread. We must sell the clothes as soon as possible in the past 2 days. There will not be such a big profit in the future. By the way, I will give you a batch of powerful bronze quality weapons tomorrow. Several of my pets are using them now. Weapon. Pei Yuehua was stunned for a moment, then became ecstatic. Weapons are good things and must be popular. As long as the quality is good, there is no need to worry about not being able to sell or make money. Okay, boss, I'll wait for you. Pei Yuehua blinked mischievously, turned around and left. Lin Xiao rubbed the bridge of his nose embarrassedly. The next moment, a shocking white color appeared on the screen. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but in short, I was bumped into by Lin Xiao. I want to see how powerful this bone-tooth gun can be. Fortunately, I asked the skeleton soldiers to clean up the wasteland around here in the past few days and got some 6th level wasteland battle pet skeletons. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have enough materials. Lin Xiao looked at his storage compartment, and after making sure that he had collected enough bronze 6th level wild pet skeletons, he opened his own production space. Qin Ran Cho's bone teeth spear. Remarks. The iron element consumes 1,500, the copper element consumes 15,000, and the copper element consumes 150. Reward. 150 bronze spears. As soon as this statement came out, more than 100 spears fell from the air and were inserted densely in front of Lin Shui. Ni Yan took out 50 pieces of equipment from his backpack and handed them to the skeleton soldiers. The other 100 pieces were all thrown into the backpack. The next day, he will transfer the matter to Pei Yuehua. Well, we should change to some metal and copper sheets. This little money is not enough. Pipe quote. Oh, why am I so afraid of not having money? I am really afraid of being poor. Lin Xiao looked at the hundreds of metal blocks left in his storage column and couldn't help but sigh. If someone else heard it, I will definitely choke him to death with hydrochloric acid drink. Beep. Now, the private message lit up. Lin Xiao recognized Qi Wei at a glance. It's so late at night, did something really happen? Lin Xiao frowned slightly and immediately took it apart to take a look. Qi Wei, boss, I just returned to the treehouse and haven't had time to watch the news. I'm so tired, crying bitterly. What's the situation? Did you encounter some troublesome beast? What's wrong? Lin Xiao asked. If it's a wild pet, Chi Wei murmured to herself and said solemnly, "Boss, I have some very important news to tell you. I met another beast master today." "What?" Lin Xiao's heart trembled, and she immediately sat upright, her face a little more solemn. "Did you meet other beastmasters? Where were they? Did they get into a fight?" These 3 questions are enough to show that he attaches great importance to this issue. Chi Wei touched her head and said, "I met one once. It was a dwarf. He attacked me as soon as he came up, so I killed his pet. Although he escaped, I already have an approximate location of his base camp. Tomorrow, we will go and retrieve his base camp." He. Yi Futian grinned. Chi Wei bit it on her finger, with an evil curve at the corner of her mouth. "This way." Seeing this message, Lin Xiao lowered his head and fell into deep thought. In fact, from the beginning, everyone was divided into one group. Of course, the same is true for Lin Xiao. However, the two have not seen each other for several days, and there is no news in the chat room. He also forgot about this. Nowadays, it seems. Those people are most likely here. Think so. A feeling of danger suddenly surged into Lin Xiao's heart. Humans are different from beasts. Although their combat power is not as good as ordinary battle pets, they are good at sneak attacks from behind. Lin Xiao doesn't want to work hard on hunting, and when he comes back, his belongings have been stolen. Doesn't it make others cheaper? We can't continue like this. We can't rely on these crystal stones alone. We have to hurry up and build this city wall. Oh, I also have a blueprint here, which I got from the Land of Bones. Now, Chi Wei sent another message to Yi Zan. "Boss, although your strength can defeat everyone, you must be more careful. Some people are more terrifying than those ferocious beasts." Lin Xiao's heart sank to the bottom. "Are you injured?" "No, with your current strength, you can defeat most of the beast masters." Chi Wei spread her hands. "I won, but when he was chasing me, he got a strange thing. Once it is activated, it will find me and then self-destruct. Fortunately, I escaped in time, otherwise, boss, would you still be able to see me?" Lin Xiao was speechless for a moment. He was a little embarrassed. Is this a way of taking advantage of others? Ahem. Chen Xiaobei coughed. "That's good. I'll give you some healing ointment. You can go and rest first." Lin Xiao made 5 bottles of healing ointment and handed it to her. Then he remembered something and said, "Also, don't announce this matter to the outside world. I will tell you in a few days." "Understood." Yi Futian nodded. "Turn off the control panel." Lin Xiao took out a breath and looked around. Warren turned his head and looked towards a mountaintop in the distance. "A moment. I have already explored this area, and the skeleton soldiers have been refreshed several times. I should be able to find other strongholds. Those people are either dead or very far away from us." Lin Xiao touched his chin and walked slowly to the edge of the camp. Roland thought for a moment. It's obviously not enough to have fog alone. Since there is no wall, we can only use a wall instead. There is not enough ironwood, so we can only use those thorny fences. Chenny was not picky and immediately erected a thorny fence around the camp, leaving only one entrance. Immediately afterwards, then, he called over Little Skeleton and Green Grasshopper. "Head," Yi Futian murmured to himself. "Lord," a voice sounded. The little tyrant and the little tyrant looked at Lin Xiao with blank expressions. Lin Xiao's breath froze and he said in a deep voice, "I want to give you a task. According to the information we have received, it is very likely that there are other beast masters in our area. So, Qingxiao, please pass on the order. In the past few days, there will be at least 7 skeleton soldiers patrolling 24 hours a day." "Understood." Qing Skull nodded. Lin Xiao turned his head, glanced at the little skeleton, crossed his arms, showed a smirk at the corner of his mouth, and pointed to the foggy area. "Han Hao, don't you feel uncomfortable without digging your grave for so many days?" Little skeleton. "Well, I'm fine." "Don't," Yi Futian shouted. Lin Xiao raised his hand and said seriously, "I need a chance to vent. I am a beast master who attaches great importance to the mental health of pets. In this case, I order you to dig a tomb, or at least open a new tomb for you in this foggy area." "What? Fill the entire foggy area? Although it loves tomb robbing, it's not addictive, right? If this continues, they will be exhausted to death. 2. Can you stop doing this? The water is too deep. I can't control it." The little skeleton looked aggrieved. Lin Xiao said nothing and glanced at it. What he meant was obvious. The little skeleton said quickly, "If the boss is willing, I can fill them all up. I will definitely do it." The words fell. Then, he took a bone shovel and walked into the mist. A fleeting moment. Everything that happened last night. Lin Xiao was relieved. I looked at the time and saw it was almost 8 o'clock. This may be too early for Blue Star, but for him now, it is too late. Lin Xiao said as he walked into the stone house and prepared to sleep. Only, when he falls asleep, on the top of a mountain where the black-scaled snakes were entrenched, a figure climbed up silently. He carefully put his brain. He poked his bag out and carefully looked at the mist-filled base. 30 minutes later, the figure gradually moved away and disappeared without a trace. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao got up very early and tidied herself up a little. After that, he took out 2 more black water phosphorus fish. Just as he was preparing to have breakfast, a voice suddenly came to his ears. He clicked on the interface and saw private messages one after another, which were red lights one after another. "Chi Wei, do you know? Pei Yuehua." Lin Shui frowned and immediately clicked to read. Pei Yuehua's figure kept flashing, and in just 10 seconds, dozens of messages had been sent to her. Pei Yuehua, "Boss, we are going to open the bronze treasure chest. Brother, what good stuff did you say yesterday? Can I take a look first?" Boss, don't tell me you're still sleeping, it's almost dawn." Lin Xiao looked confused and looked at the horizon suspiciously. At this moment, the sky was pitch black, with only the afterglow of the setting sun illuminating the darkness. "I haven't seen the shadow of the sun yet, let alone been completely exposed to the sun. Is this a difference in time?" Lin Xiao leaned back comfortably on the chair while drinking fish soup, and replied casually, don't howl, it's illegal to disturb others' rest. You can do whatever you want. In the afternoon, you will return the money you earn to me, and I will give the other things to you." Inside the house, Pei Yuehua was rarely fully armed and ordered everyone with a solemn face. Ni Yan began to prepare the treasure box. "Xiao Liangxing, are your people ready?" Pei Yuehua looked at the people in the picture and asked. Xiao Liangxing nodded, with a look of confidence on her slightly green face. "Sister Yuehua, please don't worry. This time, I summoned all the core figures of our Yuehua Chamber of Commerce. At the beginning of the transaction, they can accurately record the name of the bidder, and at the same time, they can continue to create public opinion and make other beast masters buy more crazily." Pei Yuehua was relieved when he heard this. Xiao Liangxing was discovered accidentally by her, and she was still very young, only 17 years old. His initial pet was a bronze-level snow fox, and its combat ability could definitely be called trash. However, Xiao Liangxing also has its own characteristics. His business acumen is very good. #B%. She has great confidence in Xiao Liangxing. "Although we are fully prepared, we cannot let down our vigilance and must ensure that nothing goes wrong." As soon as this statement came out, beep, there was a crisp sound. Pei Yuehua showed a hint of joy on his face, made a gesture of invitation to Xiao Liangxing, and then started searching in his private messages. Finally a response. "It's 6 o'clock in the morning and you're still not awake." The corners of Pei Yuehua's mouth twitched, cursing inwardly. Of course, she would never say this. After last night's beating, she has completely fallen and turned into Lin Shui. Pei Yuehua thought for a while and sent another message. "Boss, I want to know what the properties of this weapon are. Can you trade it to me as soon as possible? When the bronze treasure chests become popular, we can take advantage of the opportunity to make a lot of money." This way, Lin Xiao read the message from Pei Yuehua and gave her 100 spears without saying a word. Think for a moment, then he sent a picture of a bronze-level flame crossbow. The price of weapons is currently the price of iron, copper, beef tendon, and fire crystal. You can decide the specific price yourself. If you do well, I will give you a flaming crossbow for free, so work hard. It's here. Pei Yuehua's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and he couldn't help but licked his red lips. Charming and moving, there is no doubt about it. What is bronze level? But right now, the most important thing is those weapons. Pei Yuehua did not look at the photo, but directly took out the weapon. In an instant, 100 bronze spears almost filled the entire room. Pei Yuehua looked at the bones in front of her. Although she knew that these bones were weapons, she still couldn't help but exclaimed when she looked at them. Weapons made from bones are really evil, Pei Yuehua murmured to himself. Without hesitation, he grabbed a handful and looked at the power. She carried the bone teeth spear and ran out of the cabin quickly. Her eyes quickly fell on a giant tree as thick as 2 people's arms. Without hesitation, raising your hand as a sword. Snapped. A crisp voice sounded. The huge tree body was directly penetrated, and a huge hole appeared. It's not finished yet. Pei Yuehua held the spear in both hands and turned it. A fine crack started from the entrance of the cave and gradually spread to both sides. After a while, a towering tree that was more than 10 meters high was cut in half by this loud noise. Dusty. So strong, someone exclaimed. Pei Yuehua's eyes lit up, and his small hands kept wandering around the spear. Compared with this bone and tooth gun, the other weapons he bought before are like a fire stick. Do you want to keep it for yourself? That's amazing, Sister Yuehua. At this moment, Xiaolian heard a voice, which brought Kuo Yuehua back to his senses. She wiped away cold sweat and looked a little pale. I almost killed myself, Sister Yuehua. This sword is so powerful. It can even cut down such a thick tree. This sword will definitely be very valuable. What, Sister Yuehua, is there something wrong with you? Xiao Liangxing said puzzledly. Could it be that he was injured? Pei Yuehua waved his hand and forced a smile on his face. It's nothing, I just feel a little uncomfortable. This is a good gun. Oh, I have a weapon here. While talking, she quickly clicked on the picture Lin Xiao sent her. At a glance, when Pei Yuehua heard this, her heart skipped a beat. This thing is definitely not a mortal thing. He opened the box without hesitation. Bronze flame crossbow. It is equipped with 12 flame crossbows, which will cause flame damage when attacking, and can continue to burn, and are extremely lethal. This bow heals itself. Laugh. What is magic equipment? Pei Yuehua stared at the photo and was stunned. Although she didn't know what she was doing, she also knew what she was doing. Both weapons are of bronze quality. The descriptions on the crossbows he exchanged were very simple and their power was very small. However, this flaming crossbow can automatically replenish arrows. Make a decision. Boss, what good things are there? Pei Yuehua's heart was shocked, and he couldn't help but think about it. Now, seeing Pei Yuehua looking thoughtful again, Xiao Liangxing couldn't help but wrinkle her pretty nose. Get up soon, Sister Chihua. Sister Yuehua. Xiao Lianxin clasped her hands together and shouted to Lu Yi. After calling for more than 10 times in a row, Pei Yuehua finally came to his senses and looked at the screen blankly. Little leopard was stunned. Sister Yuehua, are you worried? Xiao Lianxin curled her lips. When Pei Yuehua heard this, he remembered the flaming crossbow in his hand, smiled at Xiao Liangxing, and said, I'm thinking about something, it's related to you. Sister, didn't I tell you that I would get you a powerful weapon for self-defense? It's coming soon, you have to be mentally prepared. Little Liangxing also has big eyes, full of curiosity. Don't beat around the bush either. Pei Yuehua said and sent Lin Yuan a picture of a flaming crossbow arrow. Xiao Liangxing's eyes lit up and she quickly looked at it. After a while, a sharp cry sounded from the other end of the screen. Then, what is that? It actually has a fire attribute attack. Specially made arrows. No, it may be because of the material. Little Liangxing was stunned and looked in disbelief. Sister Yuehua, this thing must be very valuable. Do you think it can be put up for auction? Having said this, Xiao Liangxing paused for a moment, his face flushed, and he seemed a little excited. Our Yuehua Chamber of Commerce is a behemoth that can surpass the Pharaoh's Pavilion and the Knights of the Round Table. BHFB, Sister Yuehua, maybe you can surpass Lin Xiao and reach the best ranking. You can't just look at a person's strength. But it depends on the background, power, etc. At least, this is Xiao Liangxing's idea. It's not that easy. Pei Yuehua looked indifferent, shook his head and said, organizations like the Pharaoh's Pavilion and the Knights of the Round Table have the top 10 beast masters behind them, and their reputations are already very high. If we hadn't paid attention to 1 their number would not have been enough. We're halfway there. As for the strongest beast master, let alone that. Xiao Liangxing, aren't you very curious as to who gave me those weapons? Yes, yes, Sister Yuehua, you are not really being kept by someone, are you? Pei Yuehua rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, don't talk nonsense, this is what you said, Boss Lin Xiao gave it to me. He is the strongest beast master. Yeah, however, whether it is strength or foundation, he is far from being comparable to us. Pei Yuehua murmured to himself and regained his composure. As he said that, he put all the spears into his storage compartment. What we have to do next is to complete the treasure chest transaction. When this matter is finished, Boss Lin Xiao will give me a flaming crossbow for you to use. This way, a land of mist. After breakfast, Lin Xiao went to the fields to see how the crops were growing. When I saw this, I was shocked. On this silver-white land, the crops planted on the first day have already begun to sprout. But there are very few seedlings that survived, and most of the seedlings are in a withered state. Some simply wither and die. Lin Xiao felt terribly distressed when she saw this scene. These are all treasures. There are also various fruits, bread trees, rice trees. There weren't many in the first place, but now most of them are dead, and there aren't many left. What's the situation? Could it be because of that field? Lin Xiao took a step forward and used a reconnaissance technique on a dead seedling. He looked at it. Withered sprouts on the bread tree. Introduction. An originally good plant withered because it was buried too deep. Buried too deep. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed and she moved to the next person. Tender buds are growing on the dried meat tree. Introduction. An originally good plant was made lifeless by fertilizer. Lin Xiao was speechless for a moment. Who? Stinky monkey, don't come out yet. Lin Xiao took a spear, ran directly to a tree, and dragged the monkey down. Gah! Chen Xiaobei was stunned. The fire monkey, who was sleeping drowsily, saw Lin Xiao and trembled with fright. Boss, I didn't do anything. Lin Xiao said nothing and stared straight into the eyes. Could it be that I stole it from another flame monkey? Or did he bury Han Hao when he was digging a hole? And that little eagle's ass. Seeing this monkey telling him exactly what he had done, Lin Xiao's veins jumped in his forehead and he said in a deep voice, if nothing else, did you sneak into the field to pee? And, who planted so many breadfruit trees here? Lin Xiao continued, and then pointed to the dead seedling on the ground. It should be me. The little expression froze, and she quickly smiled and said, Boss, I have no other intentions, please believe me. I have seen some wild pets using this method to cultivate new plants. Lin Xiao put his hand on his forehead, not knowing what to say at all. How can a seed grow together with an ordinary plant? How terrifying that such a powerful force was actually killed. This time, I won't hold you accountable, but I will still punish you. Smelly monkey, from now on, you are my farm manager. If any seedling dies in the future, I will not sell you bananas. Understand? As soon as these words came out, the little fool suddenly became weak. Yes, boss. Now, in the mist in the distance, a tired little skeleton appeared in front of Lin Shui, dragging one skeleton after another. There is also a lot of soil and stone mixed in between its bones. He looked really miserable. Finally, the digging is done. So fast. If you want to defend this area, you must dig at least hundreds of traps. Last night, he just said it casually, but now, the little skeleton did it. The little skeleton sat down on the ground and said resentfully, Boss, I will do whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. I have died 110 holes, and I swear that I will never dig them again within a month. Lin Xiao smiled slightly, made 5 dirty sticks, and threw them towards it. Although this kind of work does not consume too much energy, there is still too much to do. After Ziyu and Ziyu had breakfast, Lin Xiao called Ziyu and Ziyu over. To know, Richard's level is much higher than that of Riot's, so the number of Riots yesterday reached 50. The little skeleton, the green grasshopper, and the little monkey were all standing at the front of the team. The little skeleton and the giant eagle both acted alone. The little mean monkey was followed by 10 flame monkeys. They were not many in number, but they looked majestic. Green Skull is one of the best. Gao Peng held the spear and remained motionless. Behind him were a group of skeleton soldiers. These skeletal soldiers were exuding a faint blue light, their eyes were burning with blazing flames, and they exuded a fierce killing intent. Creepy. Master, all pets are ready. Qing Fu stood up and said respectfully. Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction. very good, I didn't expect my pet team to be so big. Although it is incomparable to those ancient races that have lived for thousands of years, it is not difficult to conquer a group of ordinary beasts. Lin Xiao cleared his throat and gave orders to Ziyu and the others. The little skeleton, the green grasshopper, that cheap monkey, that flying eagle, and the pet that I left yesterday, follow me to the other side. This time, we must kill the evil spirit in red, and at the same time, we must expand this area to the maximum extent. While talking, he clenched his fists and his voice was sonorous and powerful. After speaking, he looked at the more than 50 skeleton warriors and said, "The other skeleton warriors are all low-level creatures and cannot enter dangerous areas for the time being. You just need to hunt some wild pets nearby." Quote. Did you hear me? Understood. Ziyu and Ziyu nodded in unison. The words fell. The petty tyrants performed their duties. Lin Xiao made a large amount of food and recovery potions, and then left the base with his pets as soon as possible. He walked to the river. Some of the battle pets who were drinking water were so frightened that they ran away when they saw this scene. And, under the pressure of Ziyu and the little tyrant, more than 10 black buffaloes continued to foam from their mouths and died on the spot. Hearing the sound of the system, Lin Xiao had a strange look on his face. He glanced at the corpse and stopped thinking about it. These days, this can scare him to death, which shows how fragile his state of mind is. Sir, should we go there? Lin Xiao glanced at the other side, and when he saw nothing unusual, he nodded and said, "You cross the river with those skeleton warriors, be careful if you encounter wild pets, and don't fight with them." Understood. Chen Xiaobei nodded. Dozens of skeletal warriors jumped down from the ground and rushed in the other direction. Only, for some reason, Lin Xiao always felt that something was wrong with the river. Although this river is not big, it is extremely fast and has rough waves on weekdays. But now, at first glance, the entire river seemed eerily quiet. Moreover, he also noticed that these battle pets who were drinking water were looking at the middle of the river with horrified faces. It's like there's something terrible lurking here. Think about it this way. At this moment, a loud, bang bang bang, sound was heard, and dozens of water columns as high as a person shot out from the water. Then, black figures flashed past him and landed on the water. What happened? Lin Xiao was startled and looked over immediately. When the fog dissipated, he finally saw the appearance of those black shadows. It's actually a group of water apes. This is a kind of green water ape, each head is only more than 3 feet tall. His hands and feet are very thick, especially his 2 arms, which are thicker than Lin Xiao's thighs. There was black juice constantly flowing down from the sharp claws, and when it fell into the river, it immediately made a sizzling sound. It's very corrosive, or is it some kind of toxin? Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows, but he wasn't too panicked. Lin Bai waved to Ziyu and the little tyrant, asking Ziyu and the little tyrant to prepare for battle, and then threw out a detection technique. Water monkey. Grade, bronze. Level, 13. Attribute, water beast, water. Ability, 1, swinging both arms forward can give the opponent a double hit, which is extremely lethal. Skill 2, water vortex binding, using the water power in the environment to form 2 water columns at the opponent's feet, trapping the opponent in them, lasting 3 seconds, the duration depends on the strength. Skill 3, acid claw, can condense a ball of highly corrosive acid on the palm, causing a certain amount of damage to the target, and has a 50% chance of reducing the target's defense by 30%, lasting 5 seconds. Characteristics. Cruel by nature, likes to dismember corpses. It is indeed an aquatic ape. How about I kill the bronze level 13 monster first? Lin Xiao rubbed his chin and glanced at the water monkey with interest. He didn't want to waste time on this river, because there were too many dangers hidden in this river. If you can avoid causing trouble, you won't cause trouble. Just when Lin Lei was about to order a detour, the dozen or so water monkeys rushed over. The 2 thick arms were like giant windmills, constantly waving, and streams of strong corrosive acid spewed out from it and splashed on the lake. Amazing. Qingxiao, go and kill them. Seeing the water monkey rushing over, Lin Xiao gave the order without hesitation. Understood. Qingfu nodded and raised the spear. Behind him, dozens of skeleton soldiers simultaneously displayed water vortex, and their entire body turned into a stream of cyan light, shooting forward. The sharp bone-toothed spears pierced the chests of these water monkeys fiercely. When the other water monkeys saw this scene, they also used arm blade, raised their arms and hit the spear hard. This is a bronze level 13 wild pet. He is very powerful. His thick arms brought up a strong wind and knocked the spear away. However, he can dodge once, but cannot dodge twice. More than twice as many as water monkeys. This moment, the sound of sharp weapons breaking through flesh and blood continued to sound, and a large amount of blood splashed out, dyeing the nearby river red. System: congratulations to your skeleton warrior baby for killing a wild familiar named water monkey. You got a little experience. System: congratulations to your skeleton warrior baby for killing a wild familiar named water monkey. You got a little experience. After one round of attacks, only 6 water apes were still alive, but they all looked in disbelief, staring at the bones. Obviously, they did not expect that this group of skeletons would have such strong fighting power. This time, he really failed. As soon as they thought of this, these water monkeys began to retreat and prepared to retreat. But how could Lin Xiao give them this opportunity? With a wave of his hand, he directly commanded the little tyrants and the little tyrants to swarm up and attack them violently. He's such a good guy and loves to play so much. How could I think he's so strong? And this is the result. As expected of a monkey, his bad temper has not changed at all. Lin Xiao stretched out a hand, grabbed the body out of the water, and threw it into his storage bag. After saying that, Lin Bai took Ziyu and the others and continued walking forward. The monkey following behind touched his butt and was speechless. This is about the water monkey. What does it have to do with the fire monkey? Am I worthless? Do I look mean? After a while, Lin Xiao and her group successfully reached the other side of the river. He looked around to make sure there was no danger, and then took out the body from the storage column. 15 in total. After the water monkey dies, a lot of water will flow out of its body. After a while, the land on the ground was completely soaked and turned into mud. Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat when he saw the water monkey's body getting smaller and smaller. Is it because of the loss of nutrients that the harvest after the corpses rotted was affected? Without any hesitation, Qinyi took action directly. Hint: find the bodies of 15 water monkeys. Sure. System: congratulations on getting 600 pieces of water monkey meat. System: congratulations, you got a drop of water monkey's blood. Congratulations, you have obtained 3,000 crystal fragments. System: congratulations, you have obtained a bottle of corrosive liquid, 15 bottles. No more. Chen Xiaobei looked slightly startled. The corners of Lin Xiao's lips twitched slightly. War pets in such a barren wilderness are rare, and I didn't expect to encounter them here. Isn't this very lucky? Lin Xiao shook her head with a wry smile, took out some things from her arms, and checked them carefully. Water monkey meat. Note: the meat is hard and has a bitter taste. Eating it for a long time will strengthen your body. The blood of the water monkey. Explanation: this is a very bitter food. If you eat it regularly, it can increase your affinity for the water element and have a 100% chance of awakening water abilities. Water monkey meat is somewhat useful, but after seeing the introduction of this thing, Lin Xiao lost his appetite at all. It tastes extremely bitter. It tastes extremely bitter. The meaning of this sentence is: he has never seen these two words before. The result is self-evident. Only, the last one was a strongly corrosive liquid, which attracted Lin Xiao's attention. Highly corrosive liquid. Description: a special item. Mechanical corrosive liquid has basically no effect on living organisms, but any building contaminated by it will decompose at a speed visible to the naked eye and eventually turn into nothingness. This is a corrosive acid similar to that secreted by the body of an aquatic ape. Although these acids are harmless to humans, they are causing fatal damage to buildings every moment. This is the first time Lin Xiao has encountered such a special thing. It's interesting. I must keep this thing. Maybe it will come in handy in the future. Put away everything. Lin Xiao raised his head and looked at the woods, his eyes gradually becoming serious. That is the territory of evil spirits. Last time I was chased by it and its men, this time I must regain my position. Green Skull. A loud shout sounded. Lin Xiao turned to Ziyu and the little tyrant and said, "You lead these skeleton warriors to spread out and walk at the front. Kill the evil spirits when they see them. That smelly monkey, and that little skeleton, you follow me, flying eagle, you are high in the sky, keep an eye out. Remember, when you encounter a wild pet, don't be careless, just go for it. Finished. He waved his hand and stepped forward. This time, Lin Xiao did not sneak in secretly, but in an open and honest manner. Stop talking about evil spirits. Lin Xiao would catch any hair he encountered along the way, give it a good slap, and then let it go with satisfaction. Not long after a while, the snow returned to the same ground. There were already many evil spirits and ordinary evil spirits coming after hearing the sound, staring at these skeletons with eager eyes. But Lin Xiao looked around, but didn't find the evil spirit in red. Not coming? Li Tianming asked. HMPH, it's okay if you're not here, give me some experience. Lin Shui shouted coldly and stepped in. His eyes fell on Mu Chichi. Reminder. You have come to a special area of the Land of Ghosts, you must be careful. At this time, a familiar scream sounded from the depths of the jungle, mixed with a hint of excitement. Without further ado, Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows and immediately ordered an attack. He took out his hand crossbow and fired randomly at the evil spirit in red. Evil spirits far outnumber these pets. But once these red-clothed evil ghosts are killed, the ordinary evil ghosts trapped by them will instantly lose their fighting spirit and flee in all directions. Even the skeletons that attacked them were ignored by them. System prompt. Congratulations on killing the ferocious wild pet, fierce evil spirit. You have gained some experience points. System prompt. Congratulations on killing the ferocious wild pet, fierce evil spirit. You have gained some experience points. Hearing the sound of the system, Lin Xiao's smile grew thicker. These are veterans. Kill him quickly. But suddenly, a chill rose in his heart, and a bone-chilling chill passed over his neck, surprising him. Oops, how dare you sneak attack me? Lin Xiao secretly said no, and without thinking, he took out a few beetle bombs from his arms, threw them into the air, and rushed to the side. Bang bang bang. Lin Xiao felt a searing wave of air coming from behind, and he quickly turned around, just in time to see the scene where the evil spirit in red was swallowed up in the explosion. Recalling the previous life and death crisis, he couldn't help but shed a cold sweat. I was almost scared to death. I didn't even hum. It was indeed a ghost. But he could have taken this opportunity to seriously injure me or even kill me, but why didn't he take action? Just when Lin Xiao was puzzled, the explosion gradually subsided. The devil in red was safe and sound, staring at Lin Xiao with a pair of blood-red eyes. But there was no trace of hatred in his eyes, instead there was deep curiosity. Jia Jia Jia. This time, he let out a long roar. The red-clothed evil spirit let out a strange laugh and slowly floated towards Lin Shui. And the moment he appeared, the evil spirits who were still fighting fiercely suddenly stopped and became motionless. Head, be careful, this evil spirit in red seems to be more powerful than I have ever seen. The little skeleton and several high-level pet beasts blocked his way as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's pupils shrank, and he didn't dare to be negligent at all, and immediately used an investigative technique. The evil spirit in red. Grade: Platinum. Level: 16. Attributes: Death, Soul, Poison. Ability: Wind Poison Claw, Soul Constitution, Painful Howl, Soul Galloping. Characteristics: Suspicious, cruel, and murderous. It's okay, no problem. It's just a level up. It's no big deal. I'm not his opponent anyway. Lin Xiao felt relieved, but did not relax her vigilance. Chen Xiaobei held a bow and arrow in his right hand and healing medicine in his left hand, ready to attack at any time. Buzz buzz. A sob sounded. Intruder, don't worry. Snort. This is true. If he wanted to, he was 90% sure that he could crush his head with one punch, and even 100% sure that he could be seriously injured. This is even stranger. This red-clothed evil spirit should have his own requirements. After figuring this out, Lin Xiao stopped wasting time with it and asked directly, "Stop wasting time, tell me, what are you going to do? After all, I have already died once. If I die again, I will not regret it." The red-clothed ghost was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. "Interesting, outsider, I feel that your body suits me very well." Lin Xiao frowned, an inexplicable feeling of danger came to his heart, and he stepped back. Taking a step forward, the wind crossbow in his hand was aimed at the head of the evil spirit in red. The surrounding Ziyu and Ziyu also looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy, and all of them were ready to use their skills. Don't worry, I still have something to say. The red-clothed evil spirit laughed strangely and moved closer to Lin Xiao again. Those eyes were full of greed. Whoosh! Suddenly, a burst of sword energy shot out and hit the evil spirit in red. Little Skull blocked Lin Xiao's way and said angrily, "You are just a. Do you really think no one knows your true intentions?" Having said this, it tilted its head slightly and looked at Lin Xiao. Ghosts are spiritual bodies. High-level ones can directly enter the bodies of other beings, just like doves occupying a magpie's nest, while low-level ones. There must be a possessed creature who gives up the position of his soul to him, otherwise, he will never have this opportunity in his life. The little skeleton looked at the blood-robed evil spirit with a hint of ridicule on his lips. There was no expression on his face, he just used his soul flame to express his emotions. But don't forget, the red-clothed ghost is a ghost and is very sensitive to this kind of mental fluctuation. It's like a man being questioned by a woman, "Can you do it?" Skinny dog. As expected, as soon as these words came out, the red-clothed evil spirit seemed to be crazy and said, "What did you say? How dare you call me humble? If not, if I weren't sealed here and suppressed, I would have reduced you to ashes. Living creature, are you willing to be my vessel and help me get out of trouble? I will definitely reward you greatly." Lin Xiao stared at him, with a mocking smile on his lips. "You want to steal my body? No, 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 what kind of possession is this?" The evil spirit in red shook his head, with a seductive smile on his lips. "You only need to give me half of your soul space, and I can stay with you for a while. Once I go out, I will leave immediately and won't bother you again." Quote 1. In addition, I will also give you some additional rewards, such as your night vision ability, your soul power, and your soul power. How is it? Are you excited? Awesome. Keep blowing. You don't even have a soul skill, how dare you show off your power in front of me? Lin Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief while complaining in his heart. If he hadn't had that reconnaissance technique, he might have actually been tricked. This is an ability that transcends spirituality. The mental blow can be repaired slowly, but the damage to the soul will last a lifetime. Even after death and turning into a ghost, some parts will be missing. Head to head, this is a tough battle. It seems that we can only use some tricks. Lin Xiao made up his mind and changed the topic. "I'm a little tempted, but is it really that beneficial?" The evil spirit in red was overjoyed and said, "There must be 10 to 1. Aren't you trying to take away my body? Haha, don't worry, everything I said is true." Hearing this, Lin Xiao put away his weapon and pretended to be excited. When the other pets saw this scene, they were about to speak, but they were glared hard by Lin Xiao and closed their mouths. He raised his head, looked at the evil spirit in red, and sighed, "I have great confidence in you, but unfortunately, I can't do it. There is a strange existence in my body. It has planted a restriction on my body, causing my soul to suffer pain every day. I am afraid that you will also be affected by it." The red-clothed evil spirit glanced at him suspiciously, but when he saw Lin Xiao's face was in pain and didn't look like a rider, he believed it. B is also sealed away by some kind of creature. Not only could I not get out, but in the middle of the night I felt as uncomfortable as if there were millions of ants crawling on my body. So he has been summoning resentful spirits, trying to find a way to leave. Think so. The red-clothed evil spirits felt a sense of sympathy for each other. But, now that I have finally found a suitable container, I can't just give up. Take out the power of imprisonment from your body, and I may be able to help you. The evil spirit said, "This is the effect I want." Lin Xiao sneered in her heart, but her face was calm and she rolled up her sleeves. "Come and take a look." The evil spirit in red robes walked up to the arm and inspected it. After a while, he slowly raised his head and asked, "Where is it? Why didn't I see it? How could this happen? Look again." Lin Xiao raised his chin, and the moment the evil spirit in red lowered his head again, he directly used turbid water yin thunder. A large amount of black viscous liquid shining with lightning spurted out from his palm and quickly condensed into a giant tentacle more than 10 meters long. Before the evil spirit in red could recover, Wushui Yinlei slammed it on the ground, killing it alive. A large amount of sewage and thunder power poured into the body of the evil spirit in red, wreaking crazily destruction. Ouch! The red-clothed evil spirit let out a shrill scream. Different from the blue bone-corroding fire, the damage caused by the sewage thunder to the soul can be described as explosive power. All this happened within a few seconds. The aura of the red-clothed evil spirit is getting weaker and weaker, and the originally plump body is becoming more and more illusory, as if a gust of wind can blow it away. How dare you sneak up on me, how shameless! The red-clothed evil spirit pointed at Lin Xiao and cursed loudly, staring at the sewage thunder in his hand with horror. He swore an oath. 640. He has never encountered such a terrible thing in his past life, no, in his past life. Even the seal that sealed him was not as dangerous as the one in front of him. Are you going to die? How is this going? No, I don't need you to be a container. As long as you release me, these evil spirits will belong to you. The evil ghost in red pointed at the evil ghost army behind him, knelt on the ground and begged. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have a physical body, he would have been crying like crazy at this time. Lin Xiao glanced at it with a half-smile, then lightly snapped his fingers. On his hands, streaks of lightning from the turbid water spread out, blocking the evil spirit in red. You can still survive if you take over my body. Do you think this is the Lishan giant Buddha? Kill you and I will accept you. There is also an experience value of level 16 silver, which should be able to increase it by 1 level. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up and he quickly waved his hand, ordering Ziyu and the little tyrant to attack. He stretched out his hand to grab the red-clothed evil spirit, and the Zuoshui Yinlei that had been prepared immediately tightened, trying to trap it inside. Only, the evil spirit in red was the boss after all. At the last moment, it actually jumped into the air and escaped the attack. A moment, it roared, displayed sound of pain, and a circle of sound waves spread out. Wherever it passed, vegetation was broken and the ground was lifted up. Smoke and dust are everywhere. Not good. At this moment, a voice sounded. Lin Xiao's expression suddenly changed. Just when he was about to retreat, several sound waves had already overwhelmed him. In an instant, traces of blood slowly flowed out from his ears. Lin Xiao covered his ears tightly, his eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, he felt like the world was spinning, and a strong sense of dizziness rose from the depths of his soul, making him dizzy. When he reacted, the evil spirit in red had already fled from his sight. I was too careless and didn't avoid it. Lin Xiao shook his head and glanced at them. What do you think? Can we fight again? Fire Ape and Fire Eagle were better and recovered quickly from their injuries. The little skeleton and the green grasshopper were in a miserable state. They feed on souls, and under the attack of sound waves, their soul fire is almost extinguished. Only a little spark is still pulsing. Boss, let's wait. I feel like my soul is hurt. The little skeleton crawled on the ground and said with a trembling voice. Lin Xiao looked at the evil spirit that gradually disappeared from his sight. Without saying a word, he threw it to the little skeleton and the green grasshopper. He took the fire ape and the flying eagle and rushed towards the direction of the evil spirit. Evil, go to hell. Everyone rest first, I will take the fire ape and fire eagle to chase. Extremely fast. Along the way, the evil spirit blocking Lin Xiao's way was blown to pieces by him with a turbid water thunder before it even got close. More than 10 minutes passed. Lin Xiao sent Ziyu and the little tyrant to a large altar. This altar is old and has long been broken, but the metal prince is intact. Lin Xiao glanced at the stone pillar, and his expression changed slightly. This is... Duan Lingtian looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Evil spirit, now. The red-clothed ghost that had been running away also stopped running. It dragged its bruised body to the altar of Chinese medicine. Yes, I am tied to these 3 pillars. The evil spirit in red whispered. He pointed at the altar under him, with a look of resentment in his eyes, and said, a few years ago, a creature trapped me here, pulled out the 3 souls from my body, crushed them, and sealed them here. Quote, I used to be a level 80 expert, but now, even an ant like you can pose a threat to me. The evil spirit in red roared angrily, looking crazy. Lin Xiao was startled. He would never have thought that this evil spirit in red was actually an 80-level wilderness demon pet. So, the 3 pillars are all filled with level 20 spirits. Thinking of this, Angel released a scanning technique on one of the souls. Red-clothed evil spirit, one of the 3 major evil spirits. Grade: Platinum. Level: 20. Attributes: Undead, Spirit, Poison. Ability: Psychic Poison, Evil Spirit Summoning, Psychic Needle Factory. Feature: In dormant state. I knew it. The corners of Lin Shui's eyes twitched. Not only has the level reached Silver 20, but it also has different skills. In other words, the evil spirit in red at its peak probably had 20 or 30 skills. It's very strong, but what's the use? You are only level 16 silver now. It's a bit difficult to kill you, but it's not that difficult at all. Lin Xiao fired all 24 wind crossbow arrows, then stretched out a hand, transformed into a turbid thunder spear, and struck the red-clothed evil spirit. The flaming ape and the flying eagle followed closely behind, releasing fireballs and wind blades respectively. The red-clothed evil spirit did not dodge, but maintained its original posture with its mouth wide open. Then, 3 broken souls flew out from the 3 souls and submerged into the red-clothed evil soul. I have not been idle over the years. Now, it's mine. The evil spirit in red stretched out his hand and pointed, and the arrows immediately fell to the ground. Then, the figure flashed and disappeared from the place. When he reappeared, he was behind Lin Xiao. Death, he shouted. So fast, Shi Feng secretly exclaimed. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed. He carried the dirty torpedo gun behind his back, and the black spear in his hand shook violently. The evil spirit in red was afraid of Wushui Yinlei. Although he was unwilling to do so, he still stopped attacking and returned to the center of the altar in a flash. The whole process took less than half a minute. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Xiao's forehead. He never thought that this evil spirit in red would have such terrifying fighting power. Could it be that, were you just pretending before? Etc. Lin Xiao immediately denied his guess. There was no doubt that the evil spirit in red was severely damaged by the effect of the dirty water and thunder. The only way is to use some kind of secret method to greatly increase its combat power in a short period of time. Jia Jia, he let out a low neigh. Are you scared? The evil spirit in red smiled ferociously and seemed to have taken the initiative. Lin Xiao was noncommittal and used another investigation technique. The evil spirit in red. Grade: Platinum. Level: 16. Attributes: Undead, Spirit, Poison. Ability: Wind Poison Claw, Soul Constitution, Painful Howl, Soul Galloping. Ability 1. Mind Tremor. When using Mind Tremor, there is a 90% chance of causing immunity to enemies within 100 meters, and a 100% chance of causing damage and weakening effects to enemies. Skill 2. Undead Sublimation, a unique ability of undead pets in the wild, reducing the effects of other attribute abilities by 50%, while increasing all attribute abilities by 100. Valid within minutes. Ability 3. Poison Mark. Each attack will form a poison mark on the opponent's body. When the poison seal reaches 5, it will cause the opponent to be in a stiff state for 3 seconds and reduce 99% of the poison mark. Moving speed. Characteristics: suspicious by nature, cruel and murderous, and the fusion state is extremely unstable. The 3 newly added abilities probably swallowed up the souls of the other 3. Soul Sublimation. Tisk tisk tisk. This is a level 80 violent battle pet. It's really powerful. Lin Xiao looked at the new evil spirit in red and muttered something. As far as the current situation is concerned, it is impossible for Lin Xiao and his 2 pets to kill the evil spirit in red. Even if there are sewage mines, it is impossible to do it. Lin Xiao's overall quality was so low that he failed to catch the enhanced evil spirit in red. However, there are still loopholes. Lin Xiao glanced at the last one, and then his eyes fell on the 3 souls tied to the pillar, with a smile on his face. Red-clothed evil spirit, you don't want the 3 souls you sealed to be damaged, right? As long as the disparity in strength is not too great, no matter how dangerous the situation is, it can be broken. The red-clothed evil spirit is very powerful, completely crushing Lin Xiao in terms of basic attributes and unable to break through. But the 3 soul eyes were sealed on the pillar and could not move. And its level is not high either. Now he is probably at level 17 or 8 silver. Just in time to kill. The evil spirit in red didn't seem to expect that he would say such words, and he was stunned. Are you going to be right? Will my 3 souls and 7 souls take action? PFF'd. Lei laughed. You living thing, I'm afraid you don't know what you are doing. Even if my 3 souls and 7 souls are sealed, what use will your skills be? Really, is that so? Lin Xiao slowly raised his right hand, with a turbid water yin thunder jumping between his fingers. It seemed that he felt the master's move. The dirty water yin lei suddenly expanded in a circle, bubbles appeared on the surface, and then exploded. As he spoke, Lin Xiao snapped his fingers. A moment. Zuoshuiyan Leiden's body swayed and transformed into a huge python more than 20 meters long, staring fiercely at the blood-clothed evil spirit. What the hell is this? The evil spirit in red couldn't help but cursed. In panic, his body turned from red to white, apparently frightened. Yeah, no wonder. Ushui Yinlei is the beast-controlling continent, but I don't know if it really exists. As for the dirty water and thunder, it is precisely this that makes it a natural enemy for any soul pet. It can be said that as long as you touch it, you will be injured, and if you touch it, you will die. How? Do you think I can't destroy your 3 souls? Lin Xiao spoke lightly. He walked slowly to the evil spirit in red and mocked, the 3 souls are integrated with you. If they die, you will also be severely injured and will never have the chance to return to your peak state. Also, didn't you just suck away all their abilities? Once the 3 souls are destroyed, your strength will be greatly reduced. I want to see how you kill me. Hearing these words, the red-clothed evil spirit's expression suddenly changed. Lin Xiao is right. If all 3 souls are killed, then the undead advancement magic will not work, but if all 3 souls are killed, it will be troublesome. It tried so hard to leave this hellish place, but didn't it want to return to its peak? Turn it into level 16 silver garbage. It would be better to just kill him. Wait, Angelette suddenly stopped her. There must be some misunderstanding in this. How about I stop using you as a container and use the evil spirits outside as your training? No big deal, do it again. The words have not yet finished. But as soon as Lin Xiao pointed it out, the sewage thunder python suddenly swarmed up and swallowed the evil spirit in red. Sensing this familiar yet dangerous aura, the evil spirit in red fled in a hurry. After all, this is a high-level battle pet. Even after escaping the attack of the dirty water thunder python, it did not give way, but rushed towards Lin Xiao like crazy. Jia, if you persist in your obsession, I can only stop this weird attack by killing you. While talking, the evil spirit in red used wind poison claw, waved his arms, and 2 black shadows flew out. Lin Xiao shouted coldly, without any fear on his face, and immediately activated the wind breathing that came with the eagle ring. Swish, brush, brush. The wind howled. The movement of the red-clothed evil spirit stopped suddenly, and its speed slowed down by 50%. This is not over yet. Even the fierce wind and poisonous claws are the same. If he hadn't reacted quickly and increased his strength again, this time, he might have been blown to pieces by the hurricane. Okay, Chen Zhao readily agreed. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, I thought this was just an auxiliary ability, but I didn't expect that it could actually change its flight trajectory. This is simply a small artifact. I just don't know what the upper limit is. He was muttering. The 2 pets beside him received the bonus of breathing wind, their speed increased a lot, and they took the lead in rushing towards the evil spirit in red. Especially the flying eagle, it was like entering a deserted land, with a green light all over its body. The lethality of the wind blade is also stronger than normal. Even for the evil spirit in red, it was a heavy blow. Monkey, eagle, you 2 hold him back. I'm going to kill his 3 souls. Lin Xiao ignored the angry evil spirit in red and directly led the sewage thunder python to the altar. He raised his head and stared at the 3 souls on the stone pillar, studying them carefully. Like the evil spirit in red, they are both ugly. However, these souls are all incomplete, and the missing parts are different. Among the 3 souls, one has no limbs. A corpse, without a head, a corpse, with a huge hole in the chest, and blood was pouring out. Isn't this a wild pet? There are 3 level 20 silvers and the experience of an evil spirit in red. Am I going to rush to level 15 in one go? Lin Xiao turned around and looked at the struggling evil spirit in red. Without any hesitation, he directly used Zuoshui Yinlei to kill it. Ling Ran took out the Gale crossbow and started gua sha massage on Ling Ran. Lin Xiao originally planned to share the experience of these red-clothed evil spirits with Little Skull and others, so that their strength could reach a higher level. This is much more cost-effective than leveling up on his own. But this matter is urgent and cannot wait any longer. This filthy water and thunder is indeed astonishingly lethal. 30 seconds passed. A three-soul venerable, his eyes widened, his body trembled suddenly, and then he screamed, and his figure slowly disappeared, leaving only some things that fell to the ground. Tip: congratulations on killing a wild pet named 3 Evil Spirits. You got some experience points. System prompt: you have been successfully promoted. So fast. Sure enough, it's advanced. Come on, do it again. Hearing the sound of the system, Lin Xiao was ecstatic, completely ignoring the roar behind him, and launched an attack on the second evil spirit. No! Ouch! The red-clothed evil spirit let out a shrill scream, squatted on the ground, and kept biting his body. A moment. A big hole appeared on its chest, as if it had been bitten by a vicious dog. Please remember, the evil spirit in red is just one person. Without special means, it will not cause any harm to the body. 3 souls and 7 souls. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly and he understood instantly. It seems that if you kill the 3 souls, you will not only become weak, but you will also suffer backlash. I didn't expect that. Lin Xiao raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, aimed the wind crossbow at Sanhun's vitals, and pulled the trigger directly. Phew! Suddenly, a bloody arrow spurted out from the red-clothed evil spirit's butt, causing the evil spirit's eyes to turn white in pain. Hiss! Jian Wushwang took a breath of cold air. Wait a minute, I can't bear it because of the pain. The evil spirit in red took a deep breath and waved his hand quickly. So many years have passed. This is something it has never experienced before, so it may not be able to react for a while. Hearing this, Lin Xiao shot it in the vital part again. Life is my fault, I apologize to you, we can have a good talk. Now that even one of the 3 souls has died in your hands, I have lost the possibility of returning to the top. There is no longer any threat to you. After saying that, he breathed twice more, and then said, I have offended you a lot before, I hope you won't take offense, but even if you kill me, it will not be of any benefit to you. I am willing to serve you and work for you. How is it? Chen Xiaobei smiled lightly. Lin Xiao shook his head. It's no big deal. What? Everyone was shocked. The evil spirit in red was stunned, not knowing what happened. You know, this is an extremely powerful wilderness battle pet. Even if one of the 3 souls dies and cannot return to its peak state, he can still devour the other 2 souls and reach the silver 50 or 60 level. The creatures in front of me actually didn't react at all. I told you, it's no big deal. I wish I had a time bomb next to me. Quote. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth. Under the another impact of the dirty water Yin Thunder Giant Python, this time, the 3 souls and 2 souls were finally shattered. The screams sounded again. The death of 2 or 3 souls had a great impact on him. What's more, Lin Li is still torturing her. The evil spirit in red looked decadent, lying on the ground helplessly, watching the remaining 3 evil spirits being besieged. No, this is mine. I can help you summon evil spirits and make you stronger, please. What? Why do I want to provoke you? You are a butcher who kills without blinking an eye. Master Feng, you are even more terrifying. As soon as this statement came out, the last clone of the 3 souls was also wiped out. The head of the evil spirit in red was also chopped into 2 halves. His combat power, which had become stronger due to the sublimation of the undead, completely disappeared at this moment. This time, even a coon can kill it. Master Feng. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. Isn't that the creator of the blood feedback promotion method? Could it be said that the evil spirit in red was also trapped by him? Fainted. Lin Xiao kicked it and shook his head regretfully. I don't know whether I should say you are lucky or unlucky. That guy probably just wanted to study how to evolve wild soul pets, but he forgot about you. Quote. Otherwise, you would have been dead. Lin Xiao didn't take action himself, he just let that monkey take action and kill him. 3 souls died. Not only has the effect of the undead sublimation disappeared, but its basic attributes have also been greatly reduced. The little mean monkey recorded the flame fireball and killed the evil spirit in red. System prompt. Congratulations to your demon pet, Flame Monkey, for killing a wild demon pet named Red Ghast. You have gained some experience points. News: Fire Monkey has advanced, which is gratifying. System prompt: Flying Eagle Beast, advanced successfully. System prompt: You have been successfully promoted. 4 consecutive beeps. Just a wild pet red-clothed evil spirit, Lin Xiao's level has been raised by 2 levels, while the fire ape and the flying eagle have also been raised by 1 level. Lin Xiao was excited but also speechless. You know, he is a monster nearly 10 levels higher than himself, but he has only been promoted by 2 levels. Too poor. Of course the level is relevant, but what is broken down by the evil spirit in red is the most important. Oh, 3 words. The main soul seems to have dropped something. Quote. Lin Xiao licked her lips eagerly, without any hesitation, walked quickly to the altar and started picking up things on the ground. There are 9 items in total. A fragment, a skill book, a blueprint. There are 2 kinds of fragments here, one is the one Lin Xiao saw before, and the other is very weird. This thing is completely transparent and has no flaws, but if you put it under the sun, you will find a human face inside. Something weird. Lin Xiao didn't say anything, and immediately used a probing method. Soul Crystal. Introduction. High-grade crystal stones that contain huge spiritual power are extremely rare. After eating, they can greatly increase spiritual power, and there is a 10% chance of awakening spiritual attributes. It can also be used on spiritual pets to enhance their overall attributes and abilities. What a powerful soul crystal. The probability of 10% is higher than others. Lin Xiao took a closer look. 3 souls, a total of 3 soul crystals were produced. If it were not for bad luck, then there is a high possibility of obtaining new attributes. However, what he fears most now is betting on dogs. Bet on dogs and lose everything. This kind of person really cannot be offended. No matter, I'll talk to you later. Lin Xiao put down the soul crystal and started to check the next thing. Soul Sublimation. Explanation. A detachable skill book, which can activate the user's potential after wearing it, reducing all the user's attributes by 50% and increasing all the user's attributes by 100%. It can only be used by undead pets. Study. Mental Interference. Explanation. This is a detachable skill book. After wearing it, it can emit a soul power. Within 150 meters, there is a 50% chance of being immune to all damage, and a 100% chance of weakening 50% of the damage. Silver Level Pain Whip Recipe. 5 soul fragments, 1 pain shackles, 5 ghost mushrooms, 1 rotten evil spirit tree sap. Introduction. A foul-smelling magic potion. After taking it, every attack will give the opponent a severe pain debuff. This is a very painful debuff. If it is serious, it will even make the opponent lose their mind. Ha! Lin Lei exhaled a thick breath. Lin Xiao sighed and said after a while, awesome. This is a very magical skill that can be used by both small skeletons and green grasshoppers. This is a trump card. Mental Interference is also quite powerful. It can be said to be a powerful defensive skill. The only drawback is that although its effect has been weakened a lot, it is enough to significantly reduce its attack power. And the last potion. The effect is very good. As for the taste, you can tell from the ingredients. I'm afraid it's more than just terribly smelly. Anyway, we made a lot of money this time. It would be great if the evil spirit in red could come back to life. I want to kill him again. Lin Xiao sighed and walked away with his bloody flesh. Limbs, chest, head, all disappeared. I just don't know if it has any effect on the decomposition of corpses. Think about it this way. He took a look. This is a powerful wild pet. It was once a powerful wild pet, but now it has been reduced to level 16. Fang Xian said calmly. Lin Xiao had something in her mind and just needed a stick of incense. All the preparation work is done, and the next step is to disassemble it. Hint. The body of a red-clothed ghost was detected. Yes, okay, then I'm welcome. Lin Xiao said. System. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 soul fragments. Congratulations, you have obtained a soul fragment. Tip. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an evil spirit seed. Congratulations on getting a silver mushroom soup recipe X1. Tip. Congratulations on getting a silver quality soul yarn drawing. System prompt. A copy of Soul Rush. Total. 6 items, all of which are quite satisfactory. Only, in terms of quality, it completely surpasses Lin Xiao. 2 blueprints, 1 skill book, 3 skill books, each one is very strong. This evil spirit in red is really a good thing. What's more, there is also a trace of soul fragments mixed in. Lin Xiao stared at the crystal clear stone, hesitated for a moment, and put it into the storage space. 4 spiritual crystals, plus a 40% chance. Theoretically, this should be a very high probability, worth a try. Only, what should I do if I happen to be stuck at the 60% probability? Think so. Lin Xiao couldn't help but shudder and quickly put other things in front of him. Just when he was about to take a look, a rush of footsteps came from not far away. Then, he turned around and saw the little skeleton and the green grasshopper running towards him in a hurry. Boss, what's wrong with you? Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I will definitely cut that ghost into pieces. It actually wants to take over your body. Walked in front of Lin Xiao. The little skeleton slapped his chest, bang bang, holding the long sword in his hand, and looked around with a vigilant expression. Qingshu was much calmer. Seeing that Lin Xiao was safe and sound, he felt relieved and waved his hand to put all the skeleton warriors on alert. Lord, I'm sorry, I'm late. Qingfu lowered his head. A feeling of pain and guilt emanated from the fire of the soul. Don't worry, I have already predicted that these skeletons will have strong mental resistance. Lin Xiao patted his shoulder, turned to the little skeleton and said, when I fought with the evil spirit in red, I realized that the evil spirit was not only 16 level silver, its level was level 80 silver. Clang, a crisp voice sounded. The little skeleton lowered his head, picked up the Fufeng sword, walked quickly to Lin Xiao, and looked around furtively. Level 80 silver. Boss, are you kidding me? Do you want to go? The little skeleton said timidly, completely losing his previous arrogance. No wonder it is. If it is level 20, or even level 25, it can still fight with it. But level 80 silver. The level gap between the two sides has exceeded 60 levels. One finger could crush him to death. How to fight this? All right. Lin Xiao glanced at the little skeleton with disdain, kicked it away, and said, if this evil spirit in red is really 80 silver, do you think you can see me now? It was sealed here, and its power was divided into 4 parts. It poses no threat at all, and its bones have long been gone. Angel looked at Qingshu. How is your undead army doing? During the pursuit, they seemed to be alarmed and fled in panic. We killed some, but their number was not large, and more people escaped. Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown when he heard this, and a sharp look flashed in his eyes. Maybe it's because of the weirdness of wild spiritual pets, or maybe it's because the evil spirit in red is too powerful. Now that he heard that there were survivors of the evil spirit, the word, seize the body, could not help but appear in his mind. If the evil spirit in red can leave here through his body, then she can control her own evil spirit and resurrect her own evil spirit. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao immediately ordered, Qingshu, gather these skeleton soldiers, divide them into 6 teams, and use all your strength to kill the remaining evil spirits. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Lin Xiao glanced at the little skeleton, and saw that the little skeleton was looking at him with a strange look, and the Fufeng sword in his hand was vaguely pointing at him. Before Han Hao had time to answer, Han Hao stood up suddenly and shouted angrily, you are not the leader, tell me, who are you? Wait, the evil spirit in red is gone. There is still such a huge altar. Could it be? A trace of sadness flashed in the little skull's eyes. He wiped away the non-existent tears, looked at Lin Xiao, gritted his teeth and said, how brave, I know you are not human at a glance, I will let you show your true face today. While talking, the little skeleton took a step forward, and the Fufeng sword in his hand suddenly slashed out. This time, not only Lin Xiao was stunned, but the cheap monkey and the flying eagle were also stunned. Is the boss possessed by evil spirits? Why haven't I heard of it? Oh, that's really worrying. Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly, opened the attributes of the little skeleton, and immediately erased all its skills and equipment. Whoosh! Seeing the Fufeng sword disappear, the little skeleton was a little stunned. No more. Chen Xiaobei looked slightly startled. His skills have been sealed. Isn't this something only the brain can do? Hiss. Han Hao exclaimed and said with some embarrassment, it's really, ahem. I thought you were possessed. Lin Xiao curled his lips and looked at the courtyard. Retreat quickly. If you can't kill 30 evil spirits, I will take the Fufang sword away from you forever. Yes, everyone responded in unison. After the little skeleton ran away, Lin Xiao found a clean place to sit down, then took out a piece of barbecue from the storage bag and put it in his mouth. I haven't finished reading it yet. I'll read it first before talking. Lin Xiao took out all these things and scanned them one by one. Evil Spirit Seed. Description. A special item. Feed 10 souls every day, and an evil spirit will be born after 7 days. The quality, ability, and characteristics of the evil spirit are all random. Silver Yin Mushroom Soup Recipe. 1 spar, 10 ghost mushrooms, and 10 soul fragments. Introduction. This is an odorless product with quite powerful aura and aura. After consumption, it can quickly repair the loss of aura, and has a 15% immunity to this property. Inside, silver level soul yarn drawings. 50 black flowers, 50 white flowers, 30 silk threads, 10 evil soul pieces, 1 soul silk, and 1 soul crystal. Description. Rare props. It does not occupy the equipment position. After wearing it, it can increase one's resistance to spiritual attacks by 30%, but the favorability towards spiritual wild pets will be reduced by 10 points. It has 2 skills, Soul Racing, and Ghost Obsession. When seeing the description of this silver quality soul gauze, Lin Xiao could no longer take his eyes away from it, and his eyes were full of shock and love. 20% soul resistance. This is an explosive attribute. It seems like a small amount, but it has an effect similar to a bronze level elemental resistance potion. However, the word, soul damage, made him understand that the value of this skill was definitely not comparable to ordinary elemental resistance. For example, small skeletons, such as green grasshoppers. If there is a silver level soul gauze, it can make up for these shortcomings. The red-clothed evil spirits crying will also cause some damage to him, but the effect will definitely not be that small. Even if, maybe, he can still resist a blow. Lin Xiao was very happy to see this scene, but he was worried that he didn't have enough soul fragments. This is a much better item than ordinary gold equipment. These are the making materials, soul silk and spiritual crystal, which are hard to get. Lin Xiao rubbed his forehead with a headache and continued to scroll down. Soul Racing. Explanation. After use, in the semi-incorporeal state, the movement speed is increased by 30%. No matter how big or small, it can shuttle through objects that do not belong to any living body. Once attacked, it will automatically break away for 30 minutes. Evil Spirit Obsession. Introduction. When you put on this silver soul robe, you will be watched by evil souls. When it attacks an enemy, there is a 10% chance of summoning a silver ghost of equal strength to help it fight. After the ghost dies, the ghost will help the summoner recover from its injuries. Only 3 can be summoned at most. This is a skill called Soul Rush, Assault. Introduction. If you kill a wild pet, you have a 50% chance of getting a ray of soul power. With just a ray of soul power, you can teleport within a 30-meter radius. Mental Power Reserve. 5. Evil Soul Obsession can enhance attack power and heal injuries. It can be said to be an all-round ability. Soul Racing can be used for assassinations and sneak attacks, which is not bad. Ghost Charge, a classic mobility skill, is common to all pets. Which one should I give? Lin Xiao thought for a while and went through all the exercises he got this time. One is Soul Sublimation, one is Mental Interference, and the other is Soul Rushing. Lin Ping first equipped the little skeleton with undead skills. Although other pet beasts don't want to admit it, it has to be said that the current combat effectiveness of the little skeleton has reached the level. It is absolutely perfect for improving combat effectiveness. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xiao also gave Qingshu a mental interference, which greatly increased her defense. With the blessing of the upper water vortex shield and the blessing of Yinlong waterfall, even Han Hao cannot be killed in a short while. As for the mental impact, Lin Xiao accepted it happily. He has known for a long time that in the beast control continent, pets are the mainstay, and anything that can enhance combat effectiveness will be given priority. But the personal strength of the beast master cannot be underestimated. Even if you can't go to the battlefield to kill the enemy, you must have the ability to protect yourself. Otherwise, if it happens to me, I hope you won't be so arrogant next time. But Lin Xiao's current attack methods are wind crossbow, blue bone corroding fire, and turbid water dark thunder. These 3 attack methods are more than enough. The only thing missing is a life-saving ultimate move. The soul impact came just in time. Now that you have learned it, I will let your little skeleton also perform teleportation. This is right. After completing a series of actions, Lin Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he just wanted to yell, "Who else?" Then, Lin Xiao was not polite and took out 4 spiritual crystals. Skill books, drawings, props. Less than half of today has passed, but the harvest is much more than yesterday, and there is still more time to explore. It seems that Han Hao and the others will still need some time. This is our opportunity. Lin Xiao glanced at the spiritual crystal in his hand and his eyes flickered. Without any hesitation, he grabbed one and swallowed it in one gulp. The spiritual crystal melted in his mouth, and a stream of water flowed into his throat and entered his stomach. Then, a cold feeling came from the cold feeling and went straight to his forehead. Tip: you have swallowed a soul crystal, and your soul strength has increased. Hey, is this the end? A flash of surprise flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes, but she was not very disappointed. Because the chance is less than 10%, it is normal to fail once. It's okay. Come again, Li Tianming shouted. Lin Xiao took another one. A few seconds later, there was another burst of pleasure, and then it ended in a hurry. Tip: you have swallowed a soul crystal, and your soul strength has increased. Tip: you have swallowed a soul crystal, and your soul strength has increased. Are you kidding? I failed 3 times. Do you think I'm a monkey? Lin Xiao had a dark face, cursed loudly, and his eyes were red. This is his last chance. If this fails, by then, I will really feel like crying without tears. Spirit crystals are not something that can be obtained casually, except for the evil spirit in red, which is also dropped by the Hua demon. Still a fragment. There are no evil spirits and there are no evil spirits. No, I must find a way to improve my luck, otherwise I will really die as a gangster. After saying that, Lin Xiao quickly typed Z in the group and sent it. Lin Xiao. Looking for things to improve luck, not limited to skills, equipment, props, private chat about prices. I guarantee your satisfaction, first come, first served. Lin Xiao. I want to buy something that can improve luck. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused an uproar. The big shot is coming, get out of the way. Improve luck. Do you think this is playing a game? Could it be that you have opened a silver treasure chest and are you ready to stud? Haha, is Boss Lin Fu a gangster? My heart suddenly felt at ease. Why does this boss want to increase the luck value? It seems to be very important. At Lin Xiao, please come out and explain, what's going on? Many people are speculating on Lin Xiao's intentions, but of course, most of them are mocking him. Not long after, densely packed, tens of thousands. Lin Xiao patiently looked at them one by one. Suddenly, he leaned forward with a look of anticipation on his face. Zhao Gao, brother, I have a good thing here that can improve your luck, let you take a look. Then there is a picture. Open it and take a look. Blood of golden toad. Explanation. This is a bitter drink that contains a small amount of poison. Drinking it can improve your luck, but it will put you in a paralysis state that lasts for 5 seconds. Please use it with caution. Sure enough, it can increase your luck. Haha, Qin Feng laughed. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and immediately replied, I want it, what do you want? Honestly, Lin Xiao sent this message just to give it a try. Chen Feng firmly believes in lucky value. Otherwise, Qi Wei's abnormal explosion rate is simply impossible. However, Lin Xiao doesn't think that other beast masters will have anything that can improve their luck. Doesn't it mean that only by killing powerful wild pets in the later stages of the game can you get a piece of conceptually enhanced equipment? Could it be another case of overwhelming luck? Just as he was thinking this, Zhao Gao on the side had already replied. If you really want it, I have a small request, will you do it? Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, you tell me. Zhao Gao, when I first came to this world, I was in a desert. My pet was only the weakest bronze level. It was a nightmare. However, God has good intentions. I raised a treasure hunting mouse. With this mouse, I discovered an underground treasure house and obtained several bronze level treasure chests. If I want to move forward, there are only two options. One is to kill the gatekeeper, but my pet has no fighting ability, the other is to use a large pen. Money can buy those guards, so. Zhao Gao didn't say anything else, but Lin Xiao understood the meaning. It was obvious that he was planning to take a gamble. Lin Xiao also knows how difficult it is to make the first copy in the chat group these days. Roughly speaking, it is forest, grassland, desert, the sea. There is a lot of wood and resources in the forest, as well as a lot of beasts, but there are also a lot of beasts. This desert is not a good place. There are almost no trees in the forest, and there are no water sources. Only cacti are common. However, cactus contains a small amount of toxins, which can cause paralysis if eaten too much. One of them was attacked by a wild pet within an hour. If it weren't for his own pet, it would be too powerful. I fear it has become a skeleton. The sea is the scariest place. At the beginning of the game, they only have a raft and can only survive by picking up garbage. 9 meals in 3 days are commonplace, not to mention that the ferocity in the sea are far more powerful than on land. Today, in this sea area, the number of beast masters who can survive is less than 1 million. Having discovered the treasure from the beginning, his luck shouldn't be any better than Chi Wei's. How about we invest? After making up his mind, Lin Xiao immediately replied, I have gold coins, but do you think I will lend you the gold coins that opened the treasure house for a drop of the blood of a golden toad? You just bid your way. Quote, the other side. In the desert. A short, skinny middle-aged man stared at a moss-covered stone brick door in front of him, his eyes flickering. Li's, as long as you take one more step forward, you can open the treasure house and soar into the sky. Whatever is best in the world belongs to me. Zhao Gaoqiang endured his dissatisfaction and said with a flattering look on his face, Boss Lin, if you can come up with enough gold coins to open this treasure house, we will be with you every day for what you will get. In addition, I can also give you something more precious, what do you think? Darling, this man is really willing to give up. Lin Xiao was shocked by this person's character. A treasure that has not yet been opened, there are too many unknowns in it. Judging from the many bronze treasure chests out there, it is very likely that there will be silver level and gold level treasure chests. Maybe, it's diamond level. Just rob it, and you still want to split it 50-50 with me. Xiao chuckled and said nothing more. After asking about the specific fees, the contract was quickly written and sent to him. Here is 1,000 pieces of gold, and another contract. As long as you sign it, the money will be yours. Half of each of us. Zhao Gao wrote his name on it without thinking. His eyes fell on the 1,000 pieces of gold. As for the agreement, do you think this is the earth? Only a ghost can believe it. Copy. Make a deal. The two of them stopped talking and got busy. Lin Xiao took out the blood of the golden toad, brought it in front of him, and observed it carefully. It is almost the same as the blood of other wild pets, except that the packaging is slightly more refined. It is packed in a glass jar with auspicious patterns engraved on the jar. There are also 5 crystals inlaid on the jar, which looks very gorgeous. Fairy, Chen Xiaobei secretly exclaimed. It's a pity that I can't get it. Otherwise, I can get 5 elemental crystals for free. Lin Xiao shook his head regretfully, and then used a probing method again. This is also just in case. The blood of golden toad. Description. Rare item. After swallowing the goose of the goddess of luck, the golden toad's luck becomes better. By swallowing this drop of blood, you can get an additional luck buff within 1 minute. Is this giving up? What a bad luck, I hope you can bring me good luck. Without any hesitation, Lin Xiao drank the blood of the golden toad and threw a spiritual crystal directly into his mouth. That cool feeling came to my heart again. But this time, it was accompanied by a heartbreaking pain, as if there were 2 huge palms constantly rubbing his head. It's now. I'm about to awaken a talent. Lin Xiao roared in his heart, and the veins on his forehead popped out from the pain, but he couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. Compared with the increase in strength, this pain is just like drizzle. 5 minutes later, the headache felt slightly relieved. At this moment, Lin Xiao's eyes slowly opened. In an instant, a flash of light flashed, and Qin Feng's lazy expression became sharp at this moment, as if he could see through people's hearts. It's impossible to look straight at it. Tip. You have swallowed a soul crystal, and your soul strength has increased. Gain the abilities of mental spike, mental barrier, and mental shock. It finally succeeded. It's not worth the pain I suffered. Let's take a look at the skills first. Lin Xiao opened his interface and took a look at his 3 new abilities. Spirit of the Soul. Introduction. With spiritual power as the core, it turns into an invisible spike, penetrates the opponent's brain, and performs a direct mental attack on it. At the same time, there is a 15% probability of making it fall into a dizziness state. Psychologically shocking. Explanation. Within 1.5 seconds, condense a powerful force, and then launch an attack on the target. The damage received will depend on the mental strength of both parties, and there is a 20% probability of causing mental confusion to the target, dizziness, and other negative states. Soul Boundar. Introduction. Releasing your own soul power to the surroundings can reduce the damage received by your soul power by 30%, and at the same time, there is a 1% chance of reflecting the enemy's soul power back. Okay. Chen Xiaobei nodded. Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. The 3 major soul skills integrate offense and defense, covering all areas. Although their strength is not strong, their ability is unexpected and makes 583 people unable to guard against them. After all, no one knows whether Rhodes will suddenly give him a sap. When fighting, many times, just a little distraction may kill them. But the weakness of the spiritual system is also obvious. The requirements for equipment are really too high. If your mental power is not strong enough, then you will suffer backlash. Like psychic attack, if it is not controlled well, it will also be affected by negative status. It's better to improve yourself first, and wait until Han Hao and the others come back. Lin Xiao took out a stool from his storage compartment, leaned on the stool, closed his eyes and rested. This wait lasts for an hour and a half. It was only then that the little skeleton and the green grasshopper returned. Lin Xiao took a quick look and found that most of the skeleton warriors' soul flames were much dimmed, and they were obviously carried away by desire. Fortunately, the number of these people has not decreased. How's the cleanup going? Lin Xiao glanced at Qingxiao. Green Skull stood up and said, Sir, we have confirmed that all the evil spirits have been killed, and their bodies have been brought over by us. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, and the dangerous feeling in his heart dissipated. There is nothing we can do about this. The evil spirit in red is very strange, he must be careful. At this moment, Qingshu took out a huge leaf from behind, handed it to Lin Ping, and said, Master, while killing the evil spirits, we discovered another ferocious beast. Due to its large size, his body was not taken back, but all the items he left behind are here. How could there be other wild pets in this desolate wasteland? Full of suspicion, Lin Xiao took over a simple baggage made of leaves, only to see that in addition to a map, there was also a ball of gray and viscous liquid. After sniffing carefully, I could still smell a strong stench. What's going on? It stinks. Lin Xiao wiped away her tears, picked up the destroyed terrain map, and then used a reconnaissance technique. The rotten sap of the Tree of Evil Spirits. Introduction. The sap dripping from the ghast tree has a strong smell, has a certain restraint effect on wild beasts, and can also be used as a raw material for certain items. Ba, can be used as the material to make the pain whip potion. Quote. But, can you really guarantee that in this case, there will be living beings willing to drink it? Lin Xiao couldn't stand it anymore and threw the rotten ghast tree sap into his storage compartment. He even placed these things in a place far away from other things, just to prevent himself from being contaminated by these things. Let me just say, this potion is definitely not an ordinary potion, but I can feed it to those tasteless skeletons. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and then looked at the map in his hand. This is a map sewn from animal skin. It is incomplete and only some places are marked with blood stains. Next to it, several unfamiliar symbols are used as annotations. Lin Xiao squinted his eyes and struggled to interpret the message. That is a place where people rot and die. Many undead live there. It is a forbidden place and no family members are allowed to enter. Is this the land of ghosts? He thought while looking down. The Tauren's territory. They have enslaved the great and wise goblins all year round. They are the target of our revenge, but there are guards within 1,000 steps of them. Don't come here. This is a peaceful place, but it seems a little strange. Many people from my clan have disappeared. Be careful when entering. A group of hateful cat demons. Their favorite thing to play with is goblins. We will defend our dignity to the death. Children, please don't enter them. Quote. Tang Ning looked at her speechlessly. When he looked at the entire map and raised his head again, his expression was solemn. The Tauren, cat monsters, and the goblins who created this map should all be intelligent creatures, right? The danger here seems to be greater than I imagined. He originally thought that here were some relatively high-level wild pets, just for leveling up his pets. But now that I see, isn't this the lair of a great intelligent creature? A little carelessness can trigger a race war. According to the map drawn by the goblins, their base camp is approximately 1,500 meters to the north, which is the direction we see. In that direction is a wilderness, and there is a goblin breen. The Tauren are in the east near the river. As for the cat demon, it's far away, so you can let it go first. Lin Xiao quickly sorted out his thoughts and finally decided that the target of his next exploration was Goblin Bryn. There is nothing we can do about this. She was once used as a slave by a Tauren and is meat by a cat demon. That's it. Lin Xiao tidied up, took out a lot of ash rice balls and ash sticks, and handed them to Qing Skull. Green Skull nodded and stopped asking. Boss, what did you see? Little Skull couldn't help but ask. Lin Xiao nodded and said, there are many intelligent races here. We are now in contact with many intelligent life forms, but the only ones that can truly form a group are the goblins. Although it is not as good as the earth demon spirit, it is still much more dangerous than the ordinary wilderness demon beast. You must be careful. After saying that, he said coldly to Han Hao, now, do you still remember what I told you? Lin Yiqian was speechless. The little skeleton touched his bald head and ran away quickly while Lin Xiao wasn't paying attention. 30 minutes later, with the use of the Ashes staff, the soul fire in the eyes of all the skeleton warriors became much brighter. Lin Xiao didn't hesitate at all and immediately gave the order to set off. Without the red-clothed ghasts or the undead army, the atmosphere here has become much more relaxed. Go further in. There are more and more ghost mushrooms on the ground. Lin Xiao waved her hand and put everything into her storage compartment. About 10 minutes later, Qing Xiao suddenly stopped, pointed to a withered forest in front of him, and said, over there, I encountered another ferocious beast. These wild pets are good at hiding, good at sneak attacks, and have extremely strong vitality. Hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately used his magic power and swept around. Sure enough, in this withered forest, Lin Ping found 5 war pets. From the appearance point of view, they look like a dead tree, except that they are much thicker than the dead tree, with hollow trunks and ferocious faces carved on the leaves. Ghost tree. Grade: Bronze. Level: 14. Type: Undead. Ability 1. Soul possession. The killed enemy has a 50% chance of being possessed by an evil spirit, and will be possessed by the evil spirit as his slave. The slave's soul will retain 60% of the attributes of the original owner. Abilities will not change. Skill 2. Soul Whip. Crush a ray of soul to form a soul whip, which can be whipped onto the opponent with lightning speed. It can cause double damage to the opponent's body and soul, and there is a 10% chance of causing him to fall into the trap. Confusion state. Ability 3. Rancid Sap. When it senses that there are too many enemies or is too powerful, the ghast tree will release a large amount of rancid sap to drive them away, but after this ability is released, it will fall into a trap where all attributes will decrease by 30% for 10 minutes. The weakened state. Characteristics. Stunned. If you don't look carefully, you really can't tell. They are well disguised. Also, their abilities are very dazzling, obviously higher than bronze level. Lin Xiao's eyes looked at extraction and dispensing over and over again, full of curiosity and desire. He has now realized, this is a paradise for undead creatures. First, he killed an evil spirit and obtained its fragments. After eating them, he could improve his mental strength. Even if there is a mental confusion, it can be recovered in a short time. And now, he has gained the powerful ability of extracting potions. If you have enough patience, kill a few. Thousands of them won't be a problem, and they might even be able to unleash a few skills. When the time comes, they will form a special force, and the first one to appear is Ghost Senluo. What a lot of pressure. I don't know how many evil spirit trees there are here, but they can be collected just right. Lin Xiao looked at Qing's skull, nodded and said, "Bring all your pets up, follow my command, don't be secretive, and be as unbridled as you like." Hearing this, Ji Fu's face lit up with joy. He is too familiar with this kind of thing. He has the potential to be a robber. If he hadn't taken the overall situation into consideration, he would have done it long ago. "Sir, keep it on me." Green Skull waved his hand and rushed forward with the little tyrant and the little tyrant. He held his head high, waved his arms, and walked arrogantly towards the 5 evil spirit trees. Those eyes burning with blazing flames were about to burn a hole in the top of his head. Occasionally, he would point at the dead trees on both sides of the road and ask the skeleton warriors to uproot the big tree, then cut off most of its roots and then replant it. Hurry up, these trees are going to be slapped in the face today. Go forward and give me a fire to burn their dead skin first." Hearing this, the evil spirit tree hiding in the dead tree was startled and could no longer remain calm. Seeing so many people coming, he no longer bothered to pretend. His body trembled suddenly, and a large amount of gray liquid flowed out. This moment, there was a disgusting stench in the air, and even the birds flying in the sky vomited blood and fell to the ground. These skeleton soldiers have a very poor sense of smell, so this trick is ineffective against them. This guy is indeed a genius. Lin Shui had been standing in the distance, watching this scene and couldn't help laughing. There is no doubt that this is his true face. Reminder: the ability of Stinky Juice has been activated by the evil spirit tree, and all attributes are reduced by 30%. The opportunity has come. "Qingshu, kill them," Lin Fu shouted. While talking, as for himself, he took out a wind crossbow and shot at a ghast tree. Even with the help of the ring of accuracy, he couldn't hit the target at such a close range. If Lin Xiao hadn't awakened his spiritual power, his vision would have become better and stronger. He couldn't see the other party at all. "Take orders." Qingshu changed his previous decadence and exuded an extremely fierce aura. It swooped down, stared at an evil spirit tree, and then launched a water column, rushing towards the evil spirit tree. Only then did the evil spirit tree realize that he had been fooled. The skeleton in front of him could not even smell its fragrance. It became furious and roared. Blue ghosts flew out of the tree holes. Among them were 2 wild wolves, a wild snake, and 5 evil spirits. This is a very strong team. Roar! A huge roar sounded. The evil spirit tree roared angrily, controlled its own soul, and rushed towards Qingshu. But even so, when they are alive, it is impossible for them to be the opposite tail of the stomachhopper. Suddenly, Qingshu waved his hand. Whoosh! The spear in his hand brought out a sound that broke through the air, and swept out like a white snake, defeating a wolf's soul. Also at this moment, a dragon roar sounded beside Qing's skull. The next moment, 3 water dragons emerged from the void, hovering in the sky, and soared into the sky. The remaining 7 souls were all shocked by this aura. They stood there blankly, and no one dared to approach. The evil spirit tree was also startled by the sudden water dragon, but it quickly recovered. Seeing that its attack was ineffective, it sacrificed an evil spirit body, turned it into a soul whip, and whipped it towards the green grasshopper. Get started. Qing's skull threw out the spear in his hand, and disappeared in a flash. The whip was empty. The evil spirit tree looked around anxiously. At the same time, another skeleton hand grabbed the spear. In the horrified gaze of the evil spirit tree, it was pierced by Qingshu's sword and flew out. System. Congratulations to your blue skeleton for killing a wild war pet named Ghost Tree. You have gained some experience points. Its soul impact, and it's already been unleashed. Not bad. Yang Qi also nodded. Lin Xiao saw this and nodded with satisfaction. The most important thing in a battle is that there can be no mistakes. After a while, the remaining 4 are the little skeleton, the 5 tigers of the bone family, the little monkey, and a group of skeleton war kings. No casualties. They're all dead. Qingshu said. I think so too. Very good, your skills are getting stronger. Lin Xiao walked to the corpse and said something to Qingshu. Qingshu scratched his head and said, I just feel that I am more like an intuition now and it is easier to use. Intuition. This word is crucial. The skeleton is not a flaming monkey, but a monster after death. Only that soul flame can be regarded as a life characteristic. Their soul fire may contain their memories of their lifetime, their instinct, or it may be an adaptation to their own fighting style. Your quality is still a bit lacking. If I upgrade you in this way in the future, I might be able to awaken more talents in you. The flames in Ching Skull's eyes flickered for a few times before he finally made up his mind. Although he is an emotionless undead creature. But now that I have opened my spiritual wisdom, I am naturally a little curious. It's like a person who has obviously lost his memory, but always wants to find his former memory. Thank you, Master. Wang Zan slapped him on the shoulder, then walked towards the corpses of the 5 evil spirit trees, looking at them with disgust. Perhaps it's because there is too much sap from the ghast tree, but there is still a stench here. Wang Zan resisted the feeling of nausea and quickly began to decompose. Tip: 5 ghast tree remains were detected. Should they be decomposed? Yes. System: congratulations to the host, you have obtained 50 pieces of evil spirit tree meat. System: congratulations to the host, obtained 25 evil spirit tree sap. System: congratulations, you have obtained 5 barks of the evil tree. Tip: congratulations to the host, you have obtained 5 incomplete evil spirit tree seeds. Angel was stunned. It actually has flesh and blood. Wang Zan could not help but shudder when he smelled the disgusting smell. It was already full of stench, but now it's burned again. Is it okay? With this one bite, I can probably vomit out everything I ate a month ago. Think about it this way. He took out some things and looked at them carefully. Evil spirit tree meat. Introduction. An indescribable stench. During the cooking process, the stench will be amplified by 30% to 50%, but long-term consumption can enhance physical fitness and mental strength. Creepy ghast tree bark. Description. Rare material. The face and bark of the ghast tree are used as materials, which are very scary and used to make certain items. The incomplete seed of the evil tree. Introduction. A seed with incomplete vitality has a certain probability of regaining its vitality under high temperature. After planting, a ghast tree can grow. Seeing the description of these things, Wang Zan showed a smile on his face. It's getting weirder and weirder. The meat of the ghast tree itself is a very unpleasant smell, and after high temperature treatment, the smell becomes even more unpleasant. Are you sure this isn't what you want? But fortunately, the improved attributes are very good, and it also has a certain repairing effect on the soul. The mutilated seeds of the evil spirit tree are even more bizarre. He had never heard that a person's life energy had to be restored through cooking. Tat ZT. Only the ugly bark is normal, isn't it? Wang Zan looked at the shocking tree bark and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Those dark eyes, that forced smile. Is this terrible? Okay, it's all weird stuff. However, it is strange, but it is not useless at all. This evil spirit tree meat can still be exchanged. This is a piece of 14th level bronze flesh and blood. There are definitely people who want it. Put away the rest of the things. Wang Zan clicked on the private chat and sent a message to Pei Yuehua. Are you there? I have something I want to trade with you, a piece of level 14 flesh and blood. Not long after, Pei Yuehua sent a message, bronze 14. Boss, you are so awesome. Hurry, I have to find a way. Wang Zan chuckled. Okay, it's all yours. Note: ghast tree meat consumption -5. Wang Zan, it may be too heavy. You have to be patient. It's hard to judge the value of this meat, but it will greatly improve your attributes. You can try it. Pei Yuehua was puzzled. Real or fake? This way. The door was kicked open. Pei Yuehua covered her mouth and stumbled out. It wasn't until he came to the lake that he sat down on the ground, breathing heavily. It's so ugly. Is this the legendary bronze level 14? Isn't the smell too strong? Pei Yuehua hesitated for a moment, then walked towards the cabin. She must take out the piece of meat and taste it. Although it looked a bit ugly, she still felt a little reluctant to give up when she thought about the quality of the meat. Bronze level 14. The highest level of meat that today's beast masters can eat is only bronze level 8. I am probably the only person in history who can even eat meat above the bronze level. As soon as he thought of this, Pei Yuehua's hands became faster. She held her breath, took out a piece of meat, and placed it on the bonfire. After a while, a shrill scream came. At this time, Pei Yuehua was kneeling on the ground, vomiting continuously, and tears could not stop falling from her face. Originally, she was thinking that after the meat was cooked, it would have a little aroma. Not only has it not weakened, the stench has become even worse. Even the tortoise that had been soaked in water was floating on the water with foam coming from the corners of its mouth. Pei Yuehua could no longer care about anything else, clicked on her private message and roared. Ouch! I have no enmity with you. Why are you giving me this kind of food? Ah! Good, it smells so bad. Wang Zan blinked innocently. I told you, the smell is too strong, can't you just bear it? Also, I really didn't lie, the effect of this flesh and blood is very good. While talking, with that said, Lin Ping sent a description to Lin Ping. Improve physical quality and improve soul quality. Pei Yuehua looked at the photo with bright eyes. A moment, she put the meat into her mouth and started chewing. It's so delicious. Pei Yuehua's eyes lit up and he replied, Boss, the meat of this gas tree smells bad, but it tastes pretty good. It also has a faint sweet aroma, but it feels a little sticky to the teeth. This is real. Wang Zan was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said with a smile, you can do what you want with the remaining flesh and blood, and I will give you a benefit, 50-50. Also, give me 4 more pieces of flesh and blood. In the last transaction, after Wang Zan set the price, there was no profit margin left. This is the real big money. Wang Zan turned off Pei Yuehua's communication and gave 4 barbecues to Wu Sixian and Qi Wei. There is also a picture about the demon soul at the back. As for whether they want to eat it or not, that is their business. After handling these matters, Wang Zan took Ziyu and the others on their way. At the same time, Qi Wei was wearing a black sportswear with a high ponytail, and she looked very active. She raised her hand and shot a nearby wild pet to death. Gao Peng quickly ran to the tree house, picked up the corpses, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Another bronze level 7, the harvest is not small. What? It's the boss, what's wrong? Qi Wei took out the flesh and blood of the evil spirit tree. In an instant, an unpleasant smell filled the tree house. Ah! A shrill scream sounded. Boss, you! Wu Sixian also read the news about Wang Zan at this time. After taking out the flesh and blood of the evil spirit tree, Lin Yu was stunned. He blinked, with a look of disbelief on his face. A moment, then he said, Ah! She spat. Lin Xiao in the distance didn't notice anything strange about the two of them. He still led the little tyrant and the little tyrant forward. He did not waste any evil spirit tree, but killed it, refined it, and extracted its juice. This is one of the best ingredients for silver potions. 30 minutes later. Along the way, there are fewer and fewer dead trees and more green grass. There are clusters of flowers, and at a glance, it shows tranquility. Click. There was a crisp sound. A crisp voice sounded. Lin Xiao lowered his head and saw the skeleton of a huge wild pet, which was trampled to pieces by him. There is still a lot of blood and flesh left on the ground, as well as rotten internal organs. It was obviously eaten by something. He looked around and found many wooden sticks, stone spears and other weapons around him. The location where we are now is where the goblins gather, so we are probably the place where the goblins prey. It's a pity that this is just a skeleton and was not killed by me. Otherwise, I could see their level and see their power. Lin Xiao thought for a while, turned to the flying eagle standing on the 2 skeletons and said, Little eagle, go to the sky and look at that green grasshopper. If you go in that direction, tell me if there is anything wrong. Gululu! Exclamation mark. The flying eagle beast responded, flapped its wings, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After a while, the flying eagle beast in the sky let out a horrified cry and swooped down from the sky. Lin Xiao held it in his left hand. After a few sentences, his expression became serious. Boss, are you okay? The little skeleton next to him touched his head, feeling a little anxious. It has never eaten the talking fruit and has no idea what the little eagle is talking about. Lin Xiao said solemnly, We did find a simple village, probably the settlement of Goblin Bryn, less than 500 meters ahead. We can get there right away. But, Little Eagle discovered a group of strange creatures to the east of us, less than 200 meters away from us. The words fell. The little skeleton and the green grasshopper were both refreshed and looked around. If some beast senses were sharp enough. At such a close distance, they would have been discovered long ago. Little Eagle, go and investigate. Lin Xiao let the flying eagle beast go out, then turned around and said to Ziyu and the others, let's go to the place to the east first to see how strong the Chu goblins are. Qingshu, take your skeleton soldiers and rush to the front. Han Hao, walk around the area and see if there is any ambush. Little Monkey, follow me. Lin Xiao directed in an orderly manner, and Ziyu and Little Tyrant also quickly started working. 0. He walked forward cautiously. After a while, following the direction indicated by the flying eagle beast, Zhongzhan and others arrived quickly. Lin Xiao hid in the bushes, looked out cautiously, and happened to find a cave nearby. The cave is very narrow, and it looks like it has been dug by someone. There are several torches on both sides. Through the dim light, Lin Xiao could vaguely see what was going on inside the cave. The ground was filled with hose, wooden baskets, and some stones. At this moment, several more figures slowly emerged from the darkness in the distance. They are short in stature, have pointed ears, and have dark green skin. They look extremely ugly, and they all carry a large wooden basket full of waste rocks on their backs. Goblin. Yeah, it's like a cartoon on TV. Lin Xiao's eyes widened and he screamed in his heart. He didn't want to arouse the other party's alert, so he just waited and watched. After finally loading the wooden basket, a goblin let out a shrill scream. Why do you want minotaurs like us with strong limbs and simple minds to come here to mine? If I had known, I would have cut their skin with a dagger, put them in boiling water, boiled them and eaten them. Stop saying a few words and get to work. There are still 3 lapis lazuli ores that have not been mined today. Another goblin looked at him and said weakly, say less and get busy. The words fell. They took a relatively complete mining pick and returned to the cave. After a while, the sound of ding, ding, bang, bang came from inside. Lapis lazuli. The man was stunned for a moment and then reacted. This thing should be used to evolve gold-eating ants, right? Lin Xiao was overjoyed. He finally found clues to this material. Although the gold-eating ant is his first pet, its level is only bronze, and its combat effectiveness has long been eliminated. On the contrary, the skeleton soldiers gradually caught up with him and formed a huge silver army. Duh, soon they will glow with a warm glow. Are these really a group of goblins? Are you very smart? The little skull pointed at his hollowed-out head and looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, a little embarrassed. He had been thinking about the information about goblins he saw on Blue Star before, but he didn't even have time to read it. I was too far away and didn't see it before. Little skeleton, green grasshopper, follow me. This is a somewhat deep cave. It's so dark inside that you can't see anything clearly. Lin Xiao favored each one, leaning against the wall and walking in step by step. The further you go, the louder the knocking sound becomes. Not long after turning a corner, Lin Xiao saw the innermost part of the cave. 4 skinny goblins were holding a mining pick and smashing it against the rock walls on all sides. The 2 goblins I saw at the entrance of the cave just now were carrying a wooden basket and picking something from a pile of rocks. At this time, a goblin jumped up in excitement, lifted a green stone, and raised it high. Oops, hit. This is lapis lazuli. There are already 2, hurry up. Stop talking, my mining pick is almost on fire, you better do it. You two, please stop talking and finish digging quickly. Then we can go home and have dinner. After a while of commotion, the goblins began to get busy again. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.